Live. Eat with EJ Boxing.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and let's get ready for EJ Boxing Live.
To this. Yo, what's going on, people? EJ Boxing Live here with my co-host, all the way from Brooklyn, New York. YG the Savage Knight. What's going on, YG?
Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm in the Bronx today, but I know what you mean, though. I do be with the Forever Foreign crew, so I do spend a lot more time in Brooklyn these days.
Yeah, this is YG, bro. YG always got something to say. Fight Doctor should be jumping in. You ain't seen Fight Doctor a while. That's your boy. Wait, your Fight Doctor's your guy, man.
Yeah, I tried to have a fight doctor the other day, though.
Yeah, he's here right now. Let me see how the Fight Doctor in. There he is. What's up, Fight Doctor?
Yo, Fight Doctor in the house on Rick James status. What's going on, gentlemen?
What's going on? Everything's all right,
man. Chilling.
Getting ready for this beatdown right here. What you guys think?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Lara.
You go with Lara? Who you going with, Fight Doctor?
I'm just hoping we get a good fight.
Yeah. Hey, you sort out your stuff with the librarian? That's sorted out?
Well, so I went on Mad Chad's show last night.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I issued a challenge. Well, not so much a challenge. I issued an invitation to the boxing cross-dresser for him to come. And so he thinks that I don't know anything about boxing. He thinks, I guess he thinks that I'm misinformed, or I'm a clown, or I'm a Muppet. And well, there might be some truth to the clown bit. But, if I'm so uninformed, then I invite the boxing cross-dresser, aka the boxing librarian, to come and to teach me what it is that I don't know. And he will find that I'm a very good student. So whenever the boxing librarian, cross-dressing librarian, whenever he sees fit to show his face, to come out of hiding, then that's when we will have things sorted out.
So who you got in tonight's bout? Well, in this afternoon, then
I'm going with Lara. I'm going with Lara by knockout. Who you going to fight, Doctor?
So the favorite is Lara, and honestly, I don't recall having seen either guy's last fight. So
they fought against each other last.
Yeah, I didn't see that fight, so I don't recall having seen that fight. So obviously Lara won the last fight, so I guess he's the favorite, so I have to go with him.
You see the Conor Ben fight with Granades?
No, I missed it. I just got home and turned on the zone.
Okay, that was okay. Granades could have did better, man. He actually very slippery, but he could have. I don't know if he didn't come to win though. I don't think so.
You know what that means? If all three of us picked Lara, that means Warrington gonna win.
That's your luck. That ain't my luck. That's your luck.
He's at home.
Yeah.
And nobody picked him. I'm surprised you didn't pick them. You being from over there.
From over there. Listen, I told you about that bias stuff, man. If I thought I dropped off, he'll be back in a bit. Yeah, you be crazy. I don't be on that bullshit. I told you I'm not a fanboy. Yeah. What was that?
I make a pick on the fight, man. He started breaking up.
Who that?
Fight Dr. asked him who he got tonight. He started stuttering.
Yo, fight Doctor. You hear that, Fight Doctor? Oh shit. Fight Doctor. Who you picking, Fight Doctor?
Well, honestly, I don't know who's gonna win. Okay, but so Lara won the last fight, so he obviously has to be the favorite. But to be completely honest, I don't know who's gonna win this fight. I have no idea. But we'll find out shortly. So this is round one.
Warren's gonna try and steal it. He's gonna steal it on the points, man. You can see he don't want to stand with this kid again. He stopped that bullshit. He's gonna have to outbox. He boxing.
He stepped in with a nice little right hand right there.
Warren's got 9 knockouts, bro. Yeah, I saw that right hand. He got 9 knockouts, bro. Where's he going? Where do you think he's going in life, really? You know what I mean? So that's what he wants to do. He don't want to exchange. He's gonna tie up. When he gets inside, he's gonna want to tie up and stop trying to fight with him. I already know how the tactics are when you lose. You got hit with a right hand.
He's
Look,
putting him
see?
now.
Oh, he's going after him. Oh shit! That's all that Mexican needs, man. Let's go, Lara. Like he's trying to say he's the best featherweight in the world. Is he better than Gary Russell Jr.? What do you guys think?
That if he's, I mean, he already fought more than Gary Russell this year.
He already fought what?
So he already fought more than Gary. But Gary Russell doesn't even fight. Like,
That don't mean nothing. That don't mean you're the best.
like once every 2 years. When was the last time? When was Gary Russell's last fight? Like he fought like what, like 18 or something like that?
That ain't gonna do with that. Who's better? Who's a better fighter? Who you think gonna win?
I mean, he's been more active, so it's like,
oh, he's getting caught. They both got caught with shots. That ain't got nothing to do. You making excuses. Just tell me who you think gonna win.
I'm saying that
Gary Russell will eat him alive, bro. You know what I mean? That's late. He's a better boxer, man. His jab is dangerous and he's got a right hand.
But he
don't like pressure though. Russia don't like pressure though. He don't like it. He don't like being pressured.
And Gary Russell's jab is his right hand. Because
Gary Russell needs Josh Warrington, but Josh Warrington don't need him. Josh Warrington, look at him, he in trouble. He tried to open up on Lara. Lara caught him. Now he's trying to be a more smart fighter. See, stop trying to go for it. Good, that was a good hook, sweeping left hook by Warrington. Warrington's still trying to fight him. I don't think he's learned his lesson, man. He's trying to hold. Okay, he has learned his lesson. He's trying to tie him up instead of fighting with him.
Look like he's getting in and out, and when he gets caught in, he just ties up.
I don't know why he's trying to fight like he a big time puncher.
Yo, Laura's punches to me look like they're being delivered in slow motion.
Yeah, but the way you see when they land, they hurt, man. You're right, man. You're right. That was a fight. That was interesting.
And his defense is leaky.
Yeah, everything you say is on point. But that's what everything you saw he was supposed. That's what I think he was supposed to win.
I feel like he's trying to lull Warrington into a false sense of security and let him get comfortable standing on the inside with him, and then he can catch him. Yeah, that's the only thing. When you knock a guy out the way he did, it's like if you fight him again, you know, like, yo, I could break this guy down. I just gotta take my time to do it.
Man, ain't no breaking. You have to beat the man down. Breaking. Like some person.
All of that too. You see with that straight right through the butcher color. I just need to land on this guy. He gonna build. It's like the Victor Ortiz. Like when you seen the guy quit and give up in the ring, you know you could do it again. You just gotta put that pressure on him to do it.
Listen.
So who'd you give the first round to?
Warrington.
Yeah, I thought Warren won that round.
Yeah, he did.
I'm gonna put my scorecard up. Matchroom, the zone. Then get my scorecard. Let me get my score up with your badass. We gonna know the fight's there. All right, number 2.
He's looking for the referee for help for too much. Now.
See, that's what Warren's doing. See, he keeps.
That's the thing. He's fighting like.
Right. What's up with Lara? What's up with Lara? Lara complaining about Warren holding.
Yeah, and headbutts. He complained about the headbutt.
Yeah, that's what he's up to. That's
the
what
thing is. The first fight, he fought like he was the B side and he was hungry. Now he's fighting like he's the A side and he's waking up in silk sheets. He need to get after him.
No, man. Well, hey, listen. It's a 12. It's 12 rounds. They're gonna fight, so we're gonna see.
Yeah, but you can't let him pile up rounds. And one of the scorecards is already filled out for Warrington.
Yo, YG's funny like fight though. The last time we watched it, he out of here. I don't know if it was live though. I don't think we did a live one though, YG. That shit was funny. That shit was funny. Oh, here you go. My man William in the group chat say he got repeat. Okay.
Headbutt again.
Yeah, that's what he's up to. YG, don't die on us, YG. It's not time to die, YG. Stay awake.
Headbutt.
Oh, headbutt. Yeah, headbutt him again.
That's gonna be a strong warning. Oh, is at his blood?
Yeah. He's been doing that. That's what I'm saying. Josh Warren's about. Yeah, but this is what this boy they're not the headbutt. He's been headbutting him all the time. Bro. See? That's what them braids are on.
That's why they put that patch of grease on his head right there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why he got all that grease in his head?
Warren's nickname. Oh, there you go. Warren's nickname's Ram Man, isn't it? Mm-hmm. That's what happens when you abandon your jab. You go in with your head.
Nah, he's headbutting because he's dipping away from dipping down, and then he's coming up with his head.
Yeah, look, he's ducking underneath and coming. He's doing it on purpose. But he's doing it on purpose. He's ducking down as he comes in with his head. You know what I'm saying? And then he comes up with his head. Like,
what you call is trying to counter with an uppercut to catch him.
Who's that? Warren?
Now Laura's trying to come with the uppercut to catch him.
Laura realized he needs to start. Can't be coming and waiting around with this kid. Just go in on them straight away. Oh, they're going to war, man. See, Warrington's crazy that he ain't got that much punching power. I don't know where he think he going, bro. The man's got more knockouts. Look at him. See, there you go. Another left hook again. There you go. Yeah, come in. You see, you opened it up, bro. Oh, look, man's eyes disgusting, YG. Yo, look at his eye. You see, they know they're gonna stop the fight. Look at his eye, man.
Yeah, they're probably
that eye is terrible. Oh, that eye is awful, man.
They about to stitch him up real quick.
You need to, bro. They're gonna try and rob him when they're gonna.
So now, how does it work in the UK if the fight is stopped because of the a headbutt?
This is still a world title, so it goes by the this is actually not the world title on the thing. He headbutt him. Now, if the fight goes a certain look at him, he headbutt him, and you see that headbutt. Oh my god, that's a horrible headbutt. You see?
Oh, that eye's looking real bad. That eye's looking real bad.
Yeah, that's horrible.
They're gonna have to stop this fight. They're gonna stop this fight. That eye is horrible.
Bro, that eye is terrible, man. Yo, that eye is terrible. That is like Vladimir Klitschko, man. Why? Listen. Yeah, you see Josh Warrington, that is horrible, man. That's a bad cut, bro. Yo, he needs to open up on this bitch ass and he needs to make him. He needs to sleep him straight. They're gonna tell him. They're gonna listen. The man, your holiday is over, bro.
That's ugly. They're gonna stop this fight. They're gonna stop the fight. Yep, yeah, they're gonna stop the fight.
God, that's horrible. Where's he? Whoa, look at that cut, man.
That's it.
Crazy. Yeah, well, he retains whatever. It's a technical decision, isn't it? Yeah, the fight.
No, it's a no. This is gonna be probably a no contest or a technical draw.
No, he said he can't continue. Yeah, well,
it's only the second round. We waited for that.
Yeah, like, yo, that's disappointing, you know. Very disappointing. But fucking the styles, in it. Then look, headbutt him, and he's headbutting bad, bro. It's accidental. You can say it's accidental. I don't think it's accidental. What do you think? You feel like it's accidental? He still wanted to fight on. They're talking shit. They're all talking shit on both sides, isn't it? Yeah, well, that was a waste of time. Eddie Hearn, that was what a freaking event, eh? The first fight was amazing, bro.
Well, it just means there's going to be a third fight. No question. There has to be.
Nah. You get it. If they don't want no part of Lara, they don't know parts of Lara, trust me. They don't know parts of Lara. I like this kid. Yeah. Isha and bro. This kid is amazing. It's just nah. No rematch, man. Go your separate ways. He gonna headbutt him again. The Warren did that on purpose, man. I'm telling you. Did it on purpose. Because I had the first fight, that never happened. Warren usually comes in and his strategy was different this time. He was trying to tie him up a lot. And that's probably what caused a lot of the head clashes. He didn't want to exchange in that. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, unfortunate. Uneventful, unenforced. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no one cares of anyway. I can't believe this. I get no views on this shit. Ain't no one interested in this trade. Eddie Hearn's cards.
It was not even started. He wouldn't have probably even get.
Look at that! A full sellout stadium, and we get this. This is horrible, man. Oh god, it's the worst thing that could happen. That's the worst thing to happen. No contest in it. No contest. You're saying, yeah?
Yeah, they have it in this.
Or it's either a no contest or a technical draw. But I'm thinking this is going to be declared a no contest.
Yeah, no contest. Then no contest. Here we go. Let me see what they said.
Clash of heads causing a cut on Lara. The doctor rules he is unable to continue because
So it's a technical draw.
have not been held. The rules say that we must go to a technical draw. The sorry fans, a round of applause for both fighters. Technical draw.
So Michael Buffer explaining the decision there and the reason right from beyond four.
Warren's a bit of a he's a bit of a freaking a bit of a nutter, isn't he? The strategy they picked, that was a bad strategy, man. It's a bad strategy. Poor strategy. Uneventful. Katie Taylor fight was terrible. Granada's fight was weak. Evan Bridges couldn't care less. What else we got here? Bums.
Oh, they got that big thing going on.
Oscar De La Hoya versus.
That's crazy.
Next week. Huh?
To go with them. I wonder. Imagine if they would do that in the NBA.
Listen. De La Hoya does not have the cough.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, he don't want no smoke. Of course not.
No, he doesn't want that smoke. Okay, no, Chicken De La Hoya is back in the house. Is back in the building. Mm-hmm. Did you see the image that I posted? Tito Trinidad.
Yep.
All right. If you look closely at the speed bag that he's hitting, and the writing that's on the speed bag.
What about
the speed bag? It says Oscar Chicken De La Hoya.
Oh, okay. You could have bought Mayweather with the golden chicken. That would have been better, but I don't know. You're probably right. I mean, I saw it. I said, "Shit, that was a sad." Let me see. Stoppage stopped. That's a whack fight, man. The first fight was amazing, though. Ben took his undefeated record. Now he's got a draw. Lara. Lara should have Eddie Hearn. Forget that. I don't want people. People ain't gonna pay for that again. Lara should, because I think he was supposed to win the first fight. Let me see that chicken. Let me see what you got here. I don't see no chicken on the bag. Oh yeah, I see the chicken on the Oscar Chicken De La Hoya. Oh, you're funny. I didn't even see that. It's very subtle. Yo, Fight Doctor's deep, you know. Fight Doctor's deep.
So yeah, so I was just thinking the other day that Oscar he pulled out of the fight with Belfort because he doesn't want that smoke. That's what that is. Okay. Plain and simple. He does not want that smoke. Oh, looks like my neighbors are having a party tonight.
Is Dan the man? Yeah. Dan the man. What's up, buddy?
What's going on?
Oh,
what's going on, Dan?
What's going on, YG? Long time no here, man. Fight Doctor. Yeah. Hey, man? Not much, man. Let me just say this. This was not a good card by Matchroom today. I mean, on paper it was. But as far as the showing is concerned, yeah, definitely under-delivered, as you want to call it. And Ebony Bridges got to get the decision. Everybody knew she lost that fight. If she even knew she lost that fight by her reaction when the decision was made by the referee. So, look, as far as Ebony Bridges is concerned, I would be worried about that right eye because this is the second fight in the last 4 fights she's got that right eye injured. So I take a look at that very closely from her trainers. But anyhow, as far as the Josh Warrington and Mauricio Lara fight, I'll say this. Did the referee make the right call to stop the fight because of the cut? Maybe so. You don't want a guy to, go blind. But maybe you should have gave him another round or two, give him another chance.
Hell no.
Not with that cut?
It's bad, Dan. That cut was bad, man. That was Vladimir Klitschko, and it was already in the early round. That's going to get worse.
You mean Vitaly Klitschko?
Vitaly, yeah. Vladimir won against AJ, but that was, Vitaly won is the one. That was horrible, Dan. And you see, he did it the Josh Warrington style. He was trying to tie him up when he tried to fight.
Yeah, you know what? People are wondering why is he attacking? Why is he attacking Lara? I mean, didn't he pay for that in the first fight? Yeah, he did. But we all know that Warrington fights only one way. That's the only way he fights.
Yeah,
that's the only way he fights. So, and you could tell in the first round when he was getting hit with those shots by Lara, and some of them were by the glove. He was feeling it. And he was like, okay, let me back off. I can't fight this guy toe to toe. I thought I can get away. I could do it again. I thought I could do it this time around, but if I'm more focused. But he knew then. He knew. I to be honest with you, I had Lara win the first round.
I'd Lara would definitely win the second round, but
second round too.
Yeah. Second, he opened up, but you see what I'm saying, man. Like Warrington, listen, he ain't the best featherweight in the world. That's Gary Russell Jr. until proven otherwise. I know Gary is not busy, but to me, he's still the best featherweight in the world. Like Warrington, that he just that was just poor, man. Eddie Hearn, and the zone card, that was a bad card. That Katie Taylor fight was awful, man.
Oh yeah, with Jennifer Hahn. Look, I like Jennifer Hahn, but we know she was too small to be competing in that weight class. Too small.
She looked bigger than her though. She actually was bigger and stronger than her though.
It doesn't mean just because she looked bigger than her doesn't mean she had the natural strength. She's a naturally small fighter.
No,
I've seen her fight.
She had the strength. She had the strength. Katie Taylor awful again. I thought Han was doing good in her, bro. I thought Arnie was doing good.
I don't know about that, but look, Katie Taylor. Well, obviously, we could tell she was a far, better technical fighter. But as far as Katie Taylor is concerned, though, I guarantee you this: if you put her in there against McCaskill and any other high level fighter, she's gonna lose. I think I'll pick her against Serrano. I think Serrano will win that fight because Katie Taylor looked like she slipped in the last 3 fights. I think those Pursuit fights really did her in. I'm just being honest. I think they really did her in.
Let's see it from Josh Taylor. Just Warrington.
I thought I'd open him up with a punch in the first round.
No, you didn't. Open up with your head, bro.
I'm sorry, I had him losing the 2 rounds and found that fight. He was losing in my card. Unless the judge said otherwise because he was in leads.
Different things in the first fight. How did it feel then? After the first round, I thought, fuck me, I'm going to get beaten first round.
You know they're not going to rematch Lara again. They're not going to. They're not going to fight him again.
Nah, not the main event anyway.
But I feel that obviously with this crowd here, I was tempted and eager to get into a bit of a scrap, put on a performance, but that was always going to come at some point. But I felt I was going into it. We had stages of how we were going to play the fight, and I think it's short.
Everyone at home still wants to see this play out. Still wants to see this rematch.
Yeah, EJ.
Yeah.
If Lara eye heals good and he don't show no bad scar tissue, I give him a good chance of beating Gary Russell.
No.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, because Gary Russell is still. If you really think he's really just a 1-2 fight, like a 1-2 guy, like. To me, and Lara goes to the body, he's going to the body, he's going to push him back. That arm reach is a little shorter. I'm telling you, it's just the 1-2, and then the quick left hand down the middle. So basically, if because the way Lara fights, he comes in, goes to the body, and once he gets past the jab, he goes to the body right there. He throws the right hand to the body a lot. He throws that right to the body, and he become up with that uppercut.
Ain't no one. You know what I'm saying?
I just think that scar tissue from the eye, maybe the jab might could open that up again. Guys gonna be recovering from they be getting those. That's why another thing I was looking at too with this Spence thing, him with his face surgery, man. Your face, when your face break down like that, things don't be the same after that.
Nah, man.
Guys get to start targeting your eye.
And that's disappointing. We was looking forward for a great fight, and that's what we get.
It was in the first 2 rounds. We were into that clash of heads start to happen. Warrington rushing in. That's his style. You know what I mean?
Well, I think he did it deliberately, man. I think he was trying to smother. I think he was trying to smother him as he came in, and he was ducking his head down, which he did. He doesn't usually fight like that. Actually, he doesn't usually fight like that. That was a poor style that he picked.
See, now Lara gonna have to take some time off to let that heal. But if he would have got through this fight without that cut, and he would have stopped again, I definitely would have him if you add on the inactivity of Gary Russell with the pressure way that this guy fights, man, he got a highly chance of beating Gary Russell.
Man, stop your bullshit, YG.
How? Because Wichiko's inactive, man. He don't be fighting like that. He ain't you think he gonna fight this year? Is he booked to fight somebody this year?
Gary Russell?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know, man. I still got him better than both of them. I think he beats both of them.
Still, look at that. Shakur moved up and he's getting the title shot. Guy Russell just be talking about people he want to fight.
Yeah, man.
Well, yeah. Well, anyway, Josh Warrington, people are saying if he didn't win this fight, then, his career may be, going to the end. He didn't win this fight, nor did he lost the fight. So where do you see Josh Warrington going from here?
Yeah, he got Kick trying to get his belt back. That's what he's going to do.
That, or he could fight Guy Russell.
Yeah, Lara was landed.
Since Lara got a heel anyway, because could take the go right back to training. He ain't get injured that we know of, unless he hurt his hand or something.
The zone's a flop. Yeah, the zone's a flop.
Yeah, this is definitely a
a flop, man. It's bad. The zone's a flop. Everyone's on it. Yeah, they should have had bro. That Conor Ben fight was poor, man. It's poor.
Yeah,
like
they
need to stop picking these B-level opponents and hyping them up. These guys don't want to fight.
I mean, this is what you expect if we get a fight that's hosted over there, man.
Bro, the matchmaking needs to do a better job than getting excitement. That was terrible, man.
Speaking of that, why I got y'all in the hall, y'all all got Shakur beating Harrington?
Yeah,
of course, man. All day, man.
Yeah, I got Shakur winning that fight. I got him.
Yeah, easy, bro.
Yeah, so that matchroom card was not. I mean, it looked good on paper on the surface, but the showing was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
And what I'm the only person that got Usyk in on the 25th too, right?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, look, I'm gonna favor AJ, but if you got Usyk winning that fight, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be mad at that because I'd see Usyk winning that fight too. But I think AJ will find have other tools to beat him. I think he will. I think he'll find a way, but because he does have the natural physical gifts more so than Usyk. But Usyk is very crafty. He's been around for a long time, and he's a southpaw, very good southpaw. And if he commits more to his punches, he can punch very hard. So,
being that AJ toned all the way down too, he went from looking like
he's around 230s, man. Yeah, he ain't. You see, the whole point is he's not trying to compromise his endurance because he knows he's gonna need that type of cardio and endurance against a guy like Usyk. He knows that. So.
Usyk's endurance.
But the one thing that was always sturdy about him is that he would have his weight behind his punches.
Who's that, Usyk?
No, Joshua.
Yeah,
Joshua used to, he be having his weight behind them punches. When you take that.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point. I don't think he's training for the knockout. He probably knows he can't knock out a guy like Usyk because he's too crafty. Then he wasting his punches early. He's not going to try to do that against a guy like that. So what he wants to do is outbox him because he's in it. He's got the bandages. So why not outbox him and get the win? You know what I mean? Just do that.
My man W. Riley says Hearn served up trash, game changer. Served up trash.
Yeah, it was those the people like that just happens, man.
Nah, it's bad, man. It's poor. Katie Taylor fight was poor.
Yeah, I mean,
it's poor, man. It's poor. Everything was poor, man. I must admit that I'm like deflated. But I'm used to my fight night, bro. I'm telling you, I'm looking around to see what else is going on, bro. What else have we got here, bro? Is that what we got for? That is it.
Yeah, I mean, is the Trilla card still on after Del Hoy pulled out, or they pushed it back?
Yeah, they got Evander Holyfield stepped in out here.
Yeah, that's what I heard. So they're gonna have to keep the card going.
Evander Holyfield versus Vito Belfort. That's a good fight.
He gonna knock his head off.
Who that? Who gonna knock his head off?
Vito Belfort gonna get his head knocked off.
Oh, by Holyfield?
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know about that, man. I don't know. He got false hands.
Man, listen, he's old, but he still know how to throw those punches. He gonna get him just like the old time. He gonna catch him. He gonna be jabbing him. He gonna set him right up for an uppercut, right up the middle.
So how many rounds is that fight scheduled for?
Yeah, that's what Oscar bailed out. I think it was like 10 or 8. Oscar said, no way, bro. I ain't about that life, bro. I'm out of here.
Isn't Oscar and then Golden Boy supposed to go over to Trilla? because I heard they're going to get out of the zone.
Yeah, well, everyone needs to leave the zone. The zone is just poor, man. It's just poor. That I don't know. It's not like Sky. It's missing that zip, man. Like the match.
I mean, part of the what you call it is asking them, man. Asking them to go on the platforms and they'll be booking the right fights, man.
Yeah.
This about to be like their fourth platform where they put up bad fights. Is you can't. Yeah, Golden Boy. They was on HBO. They put up bad fights. Now they going over the zone. They put up bad fights. So you got to think about it. You can't go across the street and be putting up bad fights and go on the other side. But it's you. Like
Oscar put no man. They put on some good fights. Oscar and them they put some good cards.
They got some good fighters. I mean, they got some decent fighters.
That's what I said. They got decent fighters, but they don't be matching them up.
That's true. They don't match them up. That's the problem.
Them guys don't be fighting anybody.
Right. But let's keep in mind though, the reason why the zone gave Golden Boy that contract was on the back of Canelo Alvarez. Let's be honest. His name was attached to that contract, and that pissed off Canelo because he didn't know about that. So now that Canelo is no longer there,
I get it, but it still made sense for the zone because they got a lot of fighters on Golden Boy. They had. Even at that time, they had all them guys over there, like the Ryan Garcias and all of the young boys coming up. Like
you guys know that Lil Nas is pregnant. Like a man has a baby.
Oh Lord, I don't want to even talk about that.
I don't even know why. I know this is your channel. I can't really tell you what you want.
Yeah, I can't talk about that guy.
But I wasn't.
This man's got a baby in his stomach. He got a baby in his stomach.
Oh no!
I don't even know why would you even bring that up on a box.
Yeah, why you even bring that up, bro?
I'm shocked, man. I'm shocked, bro. I ain't because remember Wilder was talking about it. Remember Wilder might be thinking about getting it as well.
Ah man, you actually believe Wilder?
Huh? Well, yeah.
You actually believe him when he says that? Come on, man.
Wilder said, "I want to feel like it." Didn't he say, "I want to feel like it's like to be pregnant"? Did he not say that?
Yeah, that's just a metaphor. You actually think he really believes he wants to be pregnant? Yeah,
look, there it is. There it is on the screen. There you go. Like, low place. Look at that. That's what low place was going at Wilder for. I mean, that's crazy.
Man, come on, man. Why were you talking about this?
I was shook, man. I can't believe it.
AJ, I feel like you just attacking Americans now because y'all put up that.
No, hold up. Where's that baby coming out? He shit up. That's crazy. Yo, America.
Let's not talk about it. Not even think about that right now.
Americans need to calm down, bro. Yo, he's from Brooklyn.
You stop even talking about boxing for a second.
Yeah.
Right, let's go back to the boxing. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yo, all right. So where we at now? What we got here? Is this our fix for the day? Is this it? Is it what we got? Man, that's crazy. We ain't got nothing else.
Yo, so who like Plant? Who about to play?
I got.
If it happens, I heard Canelo was talking about he want to pull out if they keep bringing up the steroids. I'm thinking like, yo, shouldn't that?
We can too. And let's talk about that, YG. Good one. Let's talk about what's his name again? Thinking these steroids getting a pass from the steroids.
Oscar Valdez. Yeah, come on, man. You know it's funny though because let me say something about that. I'll look into Edward Reynolds' camp, man, because I find that suspicious that he's got like 3 or 4 fighters that keep coming up testing positive for some type of banned substance. Luis Nery, remember that situation? The WBC tried to cover that up, when it got leaked to the press about him failing his drug test before the Namiaka fight. The first one, not the second one, the first one. And then before that, I'm not sure Francisco Vargas was trained by Reynoso. I could be wrong on that one, but I have to go back and check. But then after that, you had the Canelo situation, and now you got the Valdez situation. All run Eddie Reynoso. All 3 of those fighters get coming up testing positive for banned substance. I look into that training camp if I'm some individuals, man, because I think that's kind of strange. That how come all your prominent fighters coming up popping dirty, man? What is that all about? And then you have the WBC coming in trying to cover the shit up. I mean, this is fucking madness, man. I mean, what's the point of drug testing if you're not going to hold these guys accountable? To be fair, you did hold Canelo accountable, but did he deserve more than 6 months? Yeah, some people would agree, but It is what it is. You know, he was held accountable to some extent. But Luis Nery, come on, you gave him a pass, and now you gave Oscar Valdez a pass, and you gave Francisco Vargas a pass. Come on.
Yeah. Hey, Dan Raphael says different rules in the UK. He goes, you know, why a draw and not a technical decision? What do you guys think?
It should have been a draw. It should have been a technical. It should have been a technical draw, not, or it could have been no contest. It could have been either way. If it was a no contest, then
No. It said why a draw, not a technical. Why a no contest? Like no contest is whack, man. A draw is better, man. Like in England, we don't like. I guess over here in the UK, we don't really like
well, I mean, to me, it doesn't really make much of a difference. Technical draw, no contest, and neither fighter won, neither fighter lost. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, like you can't get a, but that should just be a no contest. Like, that's not that fight didn't really happen because you got to draw your record when like he headbutted you. Like, nah, like that's gonna make you look down the road. You're gonna look at your record funny, like, yo, this guy headbutted me, and no contest, like, it don't go in your record.
Well, it goes. First of all, you didn't win the fight anyway.
No contest does go on your records, bro. It does go on your record, bro.
Yeah, it goes as a draw. Doesn't it?
No contest goes as no contest, bro.
Oh, okay. No contest goes. Oh, it has a different category. Okay.
Yeah. It has a different category, and that's why when you do a draw, it's to stay. No contest is another little category. You know what I mean? But that was that's a thing. But yeah, so Delo, so Oscar, so let's talk about what's his name again? Canelo Alvarez. Why do you speak and all that?
I know
yeah. That's what he always does. He can't help himself. Hey, so Canelo Alvarez's camp, he had the juicy beef. Now Oscar Valdez has got something. Andy Ruiz in that camp, they look like a little drug den. What do you think?
Yeah, something's going on there. I agree. Somebody needs to investigate that camp. I'm sorry. It's just that there's too many fighters coming out there popping dirty. I remember Dominic Ingle. His fighters kept popping dirty in his camps. You know what I'm saying? With the Billy Joe Saunders.
Yes.
Who else? There was other people too.
Kid Gallahan.
Many of his fighters. Yeah. Kell Brook didn't get popped or anything, did he?
Oh yeah, not yet, man. But he may be. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations that you got to look at these camps, man. See what they're doing in there, man. There's some fucked up shit. Yeah. You know what I mean? Reynoso camp, him getting trainer of the year and all that shit, great. But why are your fighters popping up dirty?
Yeah. And let's hear from Josh Warrington because he sounds really bad. You're right. Let's hear from Josh Warrington.
I'm sorry, we'll be back. Thank you, Josh.
Wow, get out of here. The fans are leaving. The UK fans and think they understand. It's a shame though. But I don't know if they got their money in totally. But here we go. Let's hear from Keith Gallahan, who's there. Keith Gallahan's in the studio with Tony Bellew. So let's hear directly what he has to say. Keith Gallahan's got his belt. See, this is the thing. He should have fought Keith Gallahan. And this
that would have been he could have won that rematch, man. But he decided not to take that rematch. That was poorly strategized for him to give up that belt.
Yes, absolutely.
Poor strategy.
I feel frustrated for him. I thought it was warming up to an exciting fight. Both of them landed some heavy shots in there. It was just, I'm disappointed.
I mean, you didn't. I mean, me personally, I felt you lost the fight anyway. I mean, losing it the first 2 rounds, I thought you were losing that fight. But it is what it is.
That's Spingy talking. That was Keith Gallahan talking, not just one.
Oh, okay.
Which is the correct thing to do.
It's Tony Bellew talking now.
He got caught a couple of times in the trade off, and he absorbed.
Tony Bellew. I mean, what does he fucking know? I know he's a fighter, but goddamn, man.
They said they all sounded like.
Yeah, they do.
It's poor, man. It's poor. Like, really and truly, I feel Eddie Hearn. This is Eddie Hearn's first big card on the zone, and they raised the money over at $7.99, and I'm telling you, bro, I ain't got my money's worth. People I know already unsubscribed when he raised the money up. You know what I mean?
Well, is it? Don't you think because Sky Sports is coming back and they're like really competing hard against Matchup?
Now Sky Sports ain't got no. I'm up. Look, $7.99 in general is okay, yeah. But bro,
that's just for boxing content. But if you look at Sky, they have like not just boxing. They have the NFL games. They got football. They got everything.
Yeah, they have. But the thing is, the boxers fighters they picked, they're not that good. Let me what from Barry says.
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, Eddie. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No. Okay. What?
So far for Josh Warrington, and I feel for him. He shouldn't apologise. He has no reason to
Yes, he
apologise.
does.
I have no
He stopped
idea
headbutting the
whether he
kid.
feels responsible. But this is going to happen sometimes. Well, it's very rare, but it is going to happen. It's one of these things.
Look at them. They're trying to spin
I
doctor.
can't lie. It looked extremely dangerous. Very, very heavy-handed. He looked in there.
Well, Lara.
Yeah.
I was there ringside, and there was.
You could hear them.
Lara,
Coming to an exchange
see?
at one point with dual left hooks, and both of them missed the left hook, and their forearms, the biceps of each other clattered against each other, and it was a hefty noise. And I just thought, oh, you know, and I know, when them little Reyes 8-ounce gloves are on, they are naughty gloves.
Yeah, just like the fly gloves, right? They're naughty too, aren't they, Tony?
Yeah, Eddie Hearn's here. This is what Eddie Hearn has
Yeah,
said.
but EJ,
Hey, Eddie, hey, hold up. Eddie Hearn looks vexed, boy. What Eddie Hearn say?
The second round, I mean, it got so exciting after the clash of heads because I think Lara feared that his cut was opening up. Josh Warrington knew that, you know, under 4 rounds, there'd be no decision. I'd love to have seen at least another round. I'll be honest with you, the cut was absolutely horrific. I didn't think it was when he went back to the
cut was terrible.
I almost felt that Lara was looking for a way out of the fight. They called the
Nah, shut up, Eddie. Shut up. Shut up, Eddie.
Right across the
Looking for a way out. It was Warrington to initiate the fucking head, the clash of heads. Eddie, what fight were you watching?
The show was so good. The Springwalk was one of the best I've ever seen. I wanted to see more rounds, but unfortunately,
Shut up, Eddie.
It's never happened to me before like that in a main event.
See?
I'm gutted for
It's
Josh.
never happened before. Bad luck, Eddie.
I know they've had a great night, but we really wanted to see that fight unfold because it was building up.
Rematch, Eddie. What are we doing?
What did Josh say to you?
What are we doing, Eddie?
Do you really think that Warrington wants that rematch again?
I'm waiting to hear what he has to say.
Lara can punch, but I couldn't believe that he knocked me out, and I felt so good in there, so comfortable. And you could see that as the fight unfolded. But in the second round, he just started to hold his feet a little bit more and trade, which is really the things that they didn't want him to do in this fight. But he felt comfortable. I thought he looked really fresh, you know, in body, in spirit, in face. And I really believed he'd win the fight tonight. And I still believe he would have done. But, you know, we don't know that now. And the one thing is for sure that, you know, he has a big future ahead of him still. I'd still love to do that fight again. I think he would love to do that fight. There are other options out there for Josh.
Hey, I wouldn't mind seeing it again, but does Warrington really want it again? Does he really want to do it?
As soon as possible. He's fresh. You know, he's done 2 rounds tonight. I don't know where that will be, but I don't see, you know, that cut's going to take months to heal. Lara's going to be out for 6 months. I'd like to see Josh back in the ring. If that's possible, we'll do it, and then we'll look to do that third fight would be early next year. It's always going to be a tremendous fight with Josh Warrington and Mauricio.
I mean, the divisional landscape has changed so much.
Gary Russell, man.
There are other options domestically for him.
Yeah, get him in there against Gary Russell. That's the case.
Well, if you were to look at options of those two.
Yeah, I mean, you know, originally, the Kid Galahad fight was a fight that Josh didn't really want to entertain. Kid Galahad went out on his own path, did unbelievably well. He won the world championship himself. So, you know, does Josh want to have another go there? Does Kid Galahad even want to give him the opportunity? I don't know. You've talked to him in the studio, but he's in such a brilliant position now, and he's looking for those big fights. He'll be out in Sheffield in November. But, you know, for Josh Warrington, the options are there. Even, you know, I always felt that he's been a featherweight for a long, long time. Is there a chance to maybe move up?
Shut up! What? He ain't got no power at featherweight.
Want to have this Mauricio Lara fight?
They're moving up to super featherweight? Nah, Warrington gonna get killed up in that weight class, man. Nah, keep him as featherweight.
I know Sean Gibbons was there.
And there's no reason now why he should wait too early next year to fight.
Just a word on Maxie Hughes, who put together.
I only hear about Maxie Hughes. What you got? Eddie Hearn, he didn't even mention Gary Russell's name, man. They didn't even mention Gary Russell's name. No? Come on. You can't even put Gary Russell's name in the equation. Granada, what's my man say about Granada? Granada's who was so disappointed. I wanted to beat up Granada's too. yeah.
You know, Eddie don't like to talk about other fighters on his platform. Get
him in there with Kid Galahad. That's what I'm saying. Get him in there with Kid Galahad. That's the fight. That's the fight that they know. That's a fight they could both make. You know, let me see if Kid Galahad. Actually, they're gonna put Kid Galahad in the studio. Let me see what he has to say. Actually, let me see what he has to say. They're gonna run it back. Kid Galahad's got a fight in Sheffield. Man, that's not the fight we see. They're gonna try to keep a UK bullshit over here, man. Why? Listen, everyone knows if you want the big fights, you need to go over to the States and secure a Gary Russell Jr. fight. That's the fight to give Gary Russell Jr. Gary Russell Jr. just give him what he wants, man. Whatever money he wants, and bring him over. Gary Russell was, so in my opinion, Gary Russell will beat them all up, beast them all up. That's what I think.
I mean, now that Shakur, everybody moved out the division, yeah, but before, he ain't want that smoke. You seen that in the name.
Gary Russell beats all of them. Let's see what Eddie Hearn said.
Doing that fight as well, she could be rewarded for that value. I think we can headline that fight at Madison Square Garden. By far and away the biggest fight in women's boxing.
Who's that?
To do that fight.
Katie Taylor and Jessica McCaskill.
Jessica's gonna batter her. Remember, Dan, I told you that.
Or Amanda Serrano. I think he's talking about Serrano and Taylor. I think that's what he's talking about.
Both of them are gonna beat her ass, man. Both of them. But you see, Amanda doesn't got the power. Amanda's gonna rip her a new one. Both of them American girls are gonna pull it on her.
Tremendous.
Katie Taylor, she might as well kiss her belts goodbye. Bye, Mr. America. Bye. I'm telling you, man, she's gonna get beat, man.
Yes. Like I said though, I think she hasn't. Those two Sarsoon fights took a lot out of Katie Taylor. I really think that has.
Yeah. But the Soon fight and stuff like that, we got Gary Russell Jr. Kid yeah, he should go against him. No one's trying to Gary Russell Jr. Yeah, Kid wants it as well. Yeah, Kid Gatland versus Gary Russell Jr. That's what we want to see. That's the fight that
that's gonna be an ugly fight, man. I mean, because technically,
no. Here we go. This is what he says.
Set that wrong right, and make sure when I come over, you don't need that ring.
Tony, how important is it that Josh gets back out there? We just had them talking about it. It's so frustrating for him to wait this.
So he even Kid Gatland wants to fight, but Josh doesn't want it. So Josh vacating his belt not to fight him. Tony Bellew, I can't believe Tony Bellew's got so much grey hair, boy.
I've never seen a promoter go, I want him to back out straight away before Christmas. Now, fairly unheard of for someone who's just gone in from a 12-week camp and just got 2 rounds out. Usually, promoters would be like, I'm worried about him again. The amount he's got, but he just said, I want to get him out again. So Eddie's right behind him and he wants to get him back on the horse. But listen, tonight it has been it's a tough one for Josh to swallow. But what a night for Maxie Hughes against Strafford.
I want to hear that bullshit. I didn't see that fight. I don't really care about that fight. I don't know about Maxie Hughes. I don't know. You guys see that fight? I don't know about that fight. Maxie Hughes. No one cares about that fight. Nah, I don't care about that fight. Dan, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Overall, like it's disappointing, man. I just have to tell it how it is, man. Man.
Yeah,
it's disappointing. Very disappointing. For Matchroom. Eddie said that's never happened to him before. But hey, Eddie, when you pick a card, and all your guys are supposed to win. I mean, the Conor Ben fight, Granadas just didn't want to fight, man. I don't know what he was on.
Yeah, that was disappointing. I mean, what was Granados thinking? He just came there just to get a paycheck. He wasn't thinking. He was like, man, what's the point? I'm not going to get a decision if I take this guy to the distance. I'm not going to fight. I'm just going to get my money. Huh?
Is that what you think? Yeah, I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what he believed. He's like, look, I could outcast this kid as much as I want to, but if I can't knock him out, which I probably won't, I'm going to get the decision. So I'm not going to waste my time and train hard for this. I'm going to just collect my check and go home.
That's a poor way.
That's all I'm going to do.
That's a poor way of thinking, man. That's a very poor way of thinking.
Well, that's a journeyman way of thinking. That's all it is. That's all I call it. Hey, and Ebony Bridges, let's be real. Again, she lost that fucking fight, and she knows it too. And I think going forward, they need to really train. She needs to learn how to fucking defend better and parry shots. So that's all I gotta say. But anyways, Katie Taylor, Jennifer Hahn, I knew that was a bit of a mismatch, but it is what it is to me. But Katie Taylor didn't knock her out. People expected her to knock out Jennifer Hahn, but of course that didn't happen. What else? You got the
Oscar Valdez is fighting next week, man. Against in Conception. I was like
Concepcion. Yeah, Concepcion is a very good fighter. He's a very good fighter. So
that fight's going on next week. Yeah, that's the 10th, and Tony Yoko's back next week on the 10th on ESPN as well. And where we got? Oh, Philip Hodovich is going to Marco. I don't know who the heck that guy is. Evander Holyfield next week. So that's right. Evander Holyfield, is going to get Vito Belfort. Anderson Silva versus Tito Ortiz. Shit, David Hay on that card. That's a good card. Hey, that Triller's card is okay. That's an okay.
Yeah, it's an entertaining card. Yeah, it's an okay and entertaining card. I'll give him that. That's on Fight TV. I mean, then you got, like I said, you guys got Josh Onusi coming up in 3 weeks. About roughly 3 weeks now.
Sonny Edwards defending his belt next week as well. And next week actually has got a lot of fights. Actually, there's a lot of fights. Nothing great, but yeah.
I'm talking about fat too, Dan, because once the football start up next Thursday and then Sunday come, the weeks just start flying by. When football season start,
yeah,
so fast.
But I've been watching the baseball season, man, because we was playing we had a family event and I was playing baseball, man. I'm like, I've been watching the baseball season, so I'm watching. That's what I'm watching right now. I'm watching some baseball. I know YG always watch baseball all the time, but I've been watching that. But yeah, like, hey, listen, the fights need to come thick. I'll be honest with you, man. I feel kind of drained, yeah, and I'm sure you fight fans as well, like thinking, oh man, this is gonna be a good fight, man. Actually, Sonny Estes has got a hard fight. This guy's got 16 fights with 16 KOs. He's 24 years of age. Yo, Sonny might get upset next week, bro. Sonny's only got 4 knockouts, and he's 5'3". This guy might come in. Where's this guy from? He's from the Philippines as well. I bet he's.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's probably coming in with that. Yeah, he probably coming with that Pacquiao thing. hey, talk about Pacquiao. Is he getting a rematch?
I don't know. He hasn't said anything yet about invoking it against Ugas, so we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
I advise against it, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll hope so. Ebony Bridges. I ain't seen the fight though. What's a shout out to Granadas who exposed Ben? Did he?
How?
Yo, speaking of that,
you go on.
I seen that Eddie gonna bid on the Crawford fight.
Yeah.
What? Travel on the zone?
Yeah.
Man, why he trying to get back at Bob Aaron? He needs to leave it alone. He's wasting money, man.
Nah, but that's not wasting money because people are subscribed over. People over here are subscribed to the zone to watch Terrence Crawford versus.
People ain't gonna go pay for the zone to watch Terrence Crawford versus Sean
Porter. Sean Porter, $20. Yes, they is.
No, they would. What? No, they're not, man.
No, they're not gonna. Wait, YG. They're gonna pay $20 just to watch that fight alone. That's it. Then they're gonna unsubscribe. That's all they're gonna do.
Yes. So, think about it. So if you still get that for the zone, if the zone would get an extra like 1 million buys for $20, then
there's no million people are not gonna buy that for $20. Not a million people. I don't see it. Maybe 300,000 at best may buy it, but no, not. I don't see a million people.
Maybe not, but it's a possibility though. Maybe.
Yeah, I would say close to 500,000. I will buy it, but.
Promote it right. I think maybe across the states. I think.
Are we talking about Chris? So she's having Sky Sports. Hey, she got to deal with Sky Sports, by the way. Chris Shields, right?
Yeah. And that's surprising too. She got to deal with Boxer and Sky Sports, and Savannah Marshall's there too. So maybe we'll get that undisputed middleweight fight happening. The fight people wanted to see for a while.
Hey, ain't no one paying no money for Crawford.
Well, but I mean, 300 buys at $20. That's still a good chunk of change, though.
Nah, Crawford ain't busy enough, and Porter ain't no one paying no money for Porter.
You hating on Crawford now? That's what I would like. Let's see where you land on. I don't know. I think more than 1 million people that's in the States probably don't got the zone, and if Crawford fight over there, I think they're gonna buy the fight.
All right.
Hey Dan, you about
what's up?
Fight Doctor and Librarian. Fight Doctor made a video trying to rinse out Fight Doctor, say Fight Doctor don't know nothing about boxing.
Who, Librarian said that?
Yeah, bro. Fight Doctor banging on him.
Really?
It also
I mean, look, Boxing Librarian. Well, he is what he is. He's gonna say what he wants to say. First, he says that I'm not gonna get involved in this. I'm gonna do my own thing, and then he wants to criticize people behind the shadows. Interesting. You know, that is what it is.
But Dan, it also depends on too who they have on that undercard too.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if they get a couple good matches.
Yeah, you know, that's a good point. If they have a very good monster undercard, then you probably can get close to that $1 million, not $1 million, $1 million, $20 subscription millions to subs, but that's just one time. They're gonna cancel right afterwards. So that's a $20 million grab right there that the zone just got. Maybe some of them will keep the zone. Who knows?
Because I'm about to say, how much you think that? How much? Bob Arum always say Terrence Crawford don't make no money. So how much? I can only see him paying up like $3 million for this fight. Cause that's how he just lost the purse bid for the Tiafimo fight. Cause he only put up like 2.
I know. Well, 1.2 actually put up.
So it's like, what do you see him bidding on? That's what I'm saying. I think somebody else is really gonna win this fight because I only see him putting up like 3 or 4 million.
Yeah, so Earn might double that, and then the Trilla may come in and swipe it up. Who knows?
Yeah, it's a what you call it? So they all write their bids in and the winner goes. So that's what I'm saying. So what for when what you call it says Eddie says like, yo, I think I'm gonna win this fight.
Yeah. Well,
so that's what I'm saying.
We'll see how they play out. I mean,
I think like 7 mil. I think will get this done.
Yeah. Well, it's possible. Like I said, though,
7
we'll see.
mil, promoted right. If you could get those buys, then you'll make 13 over.
It's possible, but they gotta have a good undercard because two fighters like Sean Porter and Terrence Crawford can't do it by themselves. We know that.
Yeah. So, they're gonna need a co.
I got one for you. So you get Sean Porter versus Terrence Crawford, and you put Conor Benn versus Adrian Broner. What do you think?
That's not bad. That's not a bad idea. I like that. That's if Eddie Hearn wins the first bid, he can put something like that on there.
No, I think he wins the purse bid though. Yeah, because unless what you call it, Al Heyman and them come up with a bid and outbids them too. They're on the table too.
Al Heyman don't care where Sean Porter goes, man. He knows Sean Porter gonna represent. He don't get.
Nah, it's not about Sean Porter. It's to get Terrence Crawford to fight on PBC and let him see how that feels. Remember, Terrence Crawford about to be.
That's a good point.
Terrence Crawford about to be a free agent. He can see how it feels to be in the TBC the PBC locker room and how it is when you you get the whole vibe. Let him do the press conferences over there. Yeah. You know what I mean? Show him his trailers and stuff. Next thing you know, Crawford could be like, man, what the hell is this? I could beat Sean and I'm coming over here. This is nice over here.
You're American, sound like you're enthusiastic about seeing Sean Porter. Sean Porter's okay, Terrence Crawford, Sean Porter. That's what I mean. That's that's supposed to go one way, man. You know what I'm saying? That's supposed to go one way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, that's why I'm still looking at the bigger picture of Crawford getting a chance to fight on PBC and let him see what it's like over there. But I know a lot of that lackluster is going to be taken out of the Spence fight because being that Spence got this injury, because that's going to be thrown out there, especially if that eyes doesn't hold up and he gets in there and fight Crawford and Crawford swell him up and they got to stop because of the eye. Like that, like.
Yeah, well, it's
right.
We're back on the talking. Conor Benn, what do you think about Conor Benn? I think Bernardes, if he wanted to, I think he could have put it on Conor Benn, man. He
could have beaten him if he wanted to really fight, but he just didn't want to fight. He just there to collect a check. That's all it was. And that's why it's so disappointing to watch that fight. Like I said, on surface, the card looked very good from Matchroom, but in actuality, it looked bad. Well, it's not on surface. On paper, it looked good, but on the surface, it was bad. Let's put it that way.
But the thing about listen to this, right? Let me show you something. Lara and Josh Warrington was this afterthought after Josh Warrington got his belt. So Lara really he didn't really deserve no main card status. He came in and upset the kid, right? But Josh Warrington is not a world champion. Yeah, he sells out. But at the same time, you're not a world champion no more. You know what I mean? So if it was a world belt on the line, but there's no belt on the line. I don't know what belt was on the line. I couldn't even tell you, right? So really, if you really think about it, and then Conor Benn versus Bernardes, that's another B level fight. Katie Taylor should have probably been the thing, but who's she fighting? Like she ain't fighting no top tier competition, picking girls from 2 weight classes down. So if you really look into the card, look into it, it was like, nah, it was never gonna be that good. But we're boxing fans. We come to watch, we come to watch. But that there is left me with a kind of empty in my stomach. Like, I don't know why I bothered. For real. I don't know why I bothered.
Speaking of that, who's on the undercard of that Usyk and Joshua card?
We don't know yet. I actually know. I think there's a couple fights been announced. I could be wrong. Yeah, who is on that undercard?
Usyk and Joshua. I got the whole card's already laid out already. You don't know?
Nah, yeah. Who's on that?
I can tell you, they know one you really care about.
Well, actually, no. Actually, you know what? They did have the undercard. They do have an undercard. It's bad. It's terrible.
It's terrible.
It's a terrible undercard. Let's be real. It's bad. It's not even worthy. I mean, look, on paper looks bad, but who knows? Those fighters may turn up in that undercard. So we'll see. Sometimes bad matchups turn out to be good matchups.
Who's on
on the surface?
Who's on?
Yeah, I'll tell you 1 second. All right. Lawrence Okoli versus some guy, Daniel Sutton for the belt. Callum Smith versus another guy I never heard of. Maxi Pardon versus Florian Markin. Oh man, Campbell Hatton. Chris man. Oh, this is terrible. 4 or 5.
Nah, that's the showcases.
Callum Smith, man, come on, man. No, ain't nobody.
Callum Smith, his first fight at light heavyweight. So
This fight against a guy with 20. Never heard this guy. Let me see how old the guy is.
That's
right?
why they show. That's what I'm saying. They showcase. Look, because you know a couple of those guys, they trying to really just get their name known because they really. A lot of people still like this. When you do the map what you said was the Hatton son.
Yeah,
Campbell Hatton.
Yeah, Campbell. Of course, like he's happy. He's fighting on the Anthony Joshua's undercard. He about to get his name really known. What you call
the problem with Campbell Hatton? He's just not a good fighter. He just doesn't have the goods.
Lawrence Coley going against undefeated guy, but I've never heard of these. Like these dudes, you can't be keeping giving me guys like what country is he from? He's from Mongolia, right? He's the number in Mongolia. There's only 2 fighters in that country, right? That's how bad it is, right? In their country, right? He's the number 1, and there's 2 fighters in that country in that weight class in Mongolia, right? Then in the world scene, this guy's ranked number 27. Number 27, Lawrence Okoli is ranked number 5 in the world, and he's going against a guy ranked number 27.
That's bad. I mean, look. Let's put it this way. It's his first title defense. If you want to give him leeway for that, I get it. Because many great fighters have gotten some soft touches in their first defense of their title. So I guess I'll give him a pass for that. But overall, the card is bad, dude. I'm sorry. It's a bad card. But again, who knows? It may turn out to be a good card on surface. We'll see.
Man, Matchroom's thinking at the place as usual. The main event, looking at like Lara's a good fighter, but he hasn't earned the right really. And the thing is, it's a shame, that he was denied the world belt. You know what I mean? I think Kid Gallahan, if Lara comes back, he should give him a title shot. Or Gary Russell.
I think Lara should get the title shot against Kid Gallahan. He should get it.
Yeah, he should get a title shot, man. Should get a title shot, Should. I think anyone could beat him though, because he just don't box. He just comes in swinging. You know what I mean? But he
comes in swinging at you. Yeah. The thing is that if you stand in front of him, you're giving him the only chance to win the fight.
Yes.
That's the only chance he wins the fight if you stand in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's up?
The undercard is nothing to be excited about though, for real.
Yeah, it's a terrible undercard. Look, I get it because you're paying Joshua and Usyk. They're very expensive. That's the reason why the undercard is shaped up the way it is now. You know? But overall, it's a bad undercard. And it hurts. Like, who cares? Anthony Joshua's the main attraction, and you got Alexander Usyk. That's all I need. I'm going to make money. I'm going to make money on this card no matter who I put on here.
Yeah.
Some of those guys, that's what I'm saying. They just put them on it so they get their name up.
I mean, look, they already have names. Cal Smith has already got his name out there already. So did fucking Lawrence Okoli. But again, it's all about the purses. Eddie Hearn just can't afford to stack up a card like that because the Joshua and Usyk are too expensive.
Mm-hmm. You know, really, and there's nobody really out. Like sometimes we be forgetting. Like these guys everybody fighting at different times. Some guys not even ready to fight.
Yeah. We'll see, man. I have a feeling that somehow Joshua Usyk may be I'm not saying it's going to stink up the joint. It may be a stinker, man. It could end up that way. If it's a stinker, then I think Usyk that benefits Usyk to some extent. It may.
bad stuff there, Dan, man. It's just I don't want to be depressed about it. Come on, someone give us some good news in boxing. What we got? Hey, I got some news for you. Tyson Fury's in training camp and he's looking good. He's getting ready for the Wilder fight. So that's
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's promising. Yeah, so it looks like he's on. It's possible. It's more like he's on his way to October 9th. Wilder's looking good too. Wilder looks like he's in good spirits. He hasn't been posting too much. But training.
That's why we almost got it. But because of Josh, even if Joshua loses, he got a rematch clause, right? So they're gonna have to run that back, right?
Yeah. Oh, why do you think Joshua ain't gonna lose against Usyk? Usyk old, man.
It don't matter. I don't know about that.
He trimmed down. He gave away the size and muscle advantage that he had. He gave that up. To me, he's trying to go more into a boxing role and trim down, but he got to the title being muscular and knocking people out.
Yeah, I get that, YG, but at the same time, it also cost him a loss in his record too by fighting the way he was originally fighting. Being aggressive. Being aggressive. Wait. He was being aggressive, not having too much regard for defense. He was getting tagged in fights that he should have been getting tagged in. He almost got knocked out in some of those fights. So I'm just saying, though, Joshua's done a great job to overcome those situations, but. Let's be honest here. He's already taken a lot of punishment early in his career that he should have. Let's be real. And after that Ruiz loss, this tells me after that Ruiz loss, he hasn't quite gone over that psychologically. So that's why he's taking that approach after that loss, where I'm not going to be too bulky going to fights. I'm not going to come gunslinging like I usually do. I'm going to go in and I'm going to box extra carefully. I'm going to be very conservative in my fights. And that starts with my endurance.
Yeah.
So that's what's happening. Be fair, that's smart way of thinking, because it's all about adjustments in boxing. But again, psychologically, I don't think Joshua's got over that Ruiz loss. That's still in the back of their mind. Let's be honest.
I get you what you're saying with that. I still always take that loss as more of the situation than more of the fighter that was in front of him. I always felt like he was going to lose regardless because the way Eddie was talking, him fighting Madison Square Garden, the lights being bright. I just feel like he was going to lose that fight. Yeah, Luis did something special. He got up off the canvas and came back and whooped Joshua. But I think he was there for the taking. He was.
Yeah, because Joshua was already. Yeah, he was going. Let's be honest. He was going to that fight with an injury, and we know that. And I said this before too. And some people thought, nah, that's nonsense, Dan. He's not going in with an injury. Yes, he is. He's going in with an injury. He looks off. Even in the media day workout, he looked pretty off. And I was like, look, something's wrong with that guy. He's not right going into that fight. So I think, look, no excuses. He went in there. He got beat. He redeemed himself. He came back and he won the fight against Ruiz in the rematch. Okay, I know Andy Ruiz was out of shape. I get it. Some people say, well, Andy Ruiz, if he was in the shape he was in the first fight, Joshua wouldn't have won. Okay, what is could have, should have. But the fact is, Andy Ruiz has himself to blame why he lost that fight. He did come in shape. He ate his weight. He's the one who fucked himself up. He fucked him out of that undisputed fight with Wilder. So it is what it is. It is what it is. So
that was good booking by Eddie and them. They like, yo, let's get him after Thanksgiving. He got all that money. He gonna eat swell. It's like,
yeah, look. It is what it is. That's the past now. That fight was almost 2 years ago. So it is what it is.
Just over that stuff, man. Come on, man.
He ain't over that Andrew Ruiz loss. I'm telling you that right now. He's not over it. No, he's not. Psychologically, he's not over that loss. Okay.
Joshua, he's heavyweight boxing. Yeah. As Joshua gets hit, he can go down. It's how you get back up and continue. So for Joshua, I showed if you're a fighter and you're training for him, you can hit the sweet spot, and hit him and hurt him. That's what Pulev was hoping. But bruh, you gotta take a whole heap of beating. Joshua's got better on stop looking at that. Usyk has to deal with Usyk's whole thing is he has better conditioning than you, and he works the whole thing. Joshua's got to detonate his punches in the right place and to hold Usyk. Usyk to me is not very hard to hit, and if he's not very hard to hit, Joshua should be able to bang him out. But the thing is, what you're worried about is Joshua going to get tired trying to bang him out. You know what I mean? That's what you're worried about right here.
And that's the whole point. He's going to get tired. And here's the thing. I think primarily why Joshua lost to Ruiz and primarily the reason why he was getting tagged in fights and getting hurt is because of his endurance. his stamina is plagued him.
Nah,
It's plagued him in fight.
Nah, man. He run, bro. You saw what happened in the thingy fight. He ran in. He ran.
He still won, but that doesn't mean that his endurance won't plague him in future fights. And I said this too. Wait, hold up. I said this after the Klitschko fight. If he continues to fight like that, he's going to end up losing in a bad way. Even Rob McCracken even told him that after that fight. He told him that.
He went 12 rounds with Ruiz, so his conditioning is fine.
Well, I'm just saying before the Ruiz fight. I'm saying after the Klitschko fight, Robert McCracken was not.
You're going back too far, Dan.
No. I'm telling you, my point is that if he didn't, thing is that if you don't do something about your conditioning and endurance, it's gonna be detrimental towards you in other fights, and that's what happened with the Ruiz fight. Now going into the rematch, he understood that. I give Joshua full credit. He understood that. He made adjustments. He wasn't going to stand in front of Ruiz and trade with him. He knew he was not going to win the punch exchange. The fact is that after that fight, he hasn't quite gotten over it psychologically. Look how he fought Pulev. Yes, he dominated the fight, but he could have gotten him out earlier in the 10th round, 8th round. But he didn't want to pull the trigger because he didn't want to take the chance of getting caught like I did against Ruiz.
Well, yeah, the bottom line is that Joshua is the most exciting fighter on the planet. Even if you think he's going to lose, he's the most exciting. Wilder's same thing.
Wait, what was it I heard? Joshua's what?
Joshua's one of the most exciting fighters on the planet. Whether you think
he is one of the most, I wouldn't say he's the most, but he is one of the most.
Yeah, he's one of the most exciting fighters. Whether you think he's gonna win or lose, you want to go watch him fight. Like he's the biggest draw in UK boxing, regardless of if you think he's gonna win or lose, and he brings in the money right now. And we can put out about Usyk, but most observers say Usyk gonna get his ass beat, bro.
Well, we'll see. Don't be surprised if Usyk wins that fight. I'm telling you that right now. Don't be surprised.
I ain't gonna be shocked, man. I ain't gonna be shocked.
Yeah, don't be shocked then. And then all those people who talk all that shit about him being just a cruiserweight, you might be eating your crow come September 25th.
I don't think so.
Usyk is getting knocked out. Of this, I have little doubt.
Well, you say that, fight doctor, but don't underestimate the will of Alexander Usyk. I'm telling you that right now. Don't underestimate that guy. Don't do it. Don't do it.
We will see soon enough.
Well, Vladimir Klitschko understood that. We all remember those sparring stories. He understood that many years ago. So I'm just telling you that right now.
Vladimir Klitschko, I don't know why everyone talks about him because I couldn't wait to see Vladimir Klitschko lead boxing. You know what I mean? I know why everyone's holding him in such high regard. Andy Joshua and them guys are more exciting than him, but yet we keep talking about Vladimir. Vladimir fighting bums for the longest, holding on people. Joshua and Wilder are far more exciting. Even Fury, he's more. But the thing about Fury, we ain't getting him in the ring against good A-level competition. That's the thing, bro. People complaining about he hasn't. Why'd you be killing me? People complaining.
That's not me making noise. That's somebody else.
Nah, it's you, bro. It's you. You're back, man. You're clicking, bro. It's you. You're clicking.
No, that was. I heard that same sound. That was definitely not me.
All right, I'll put you on mute for a second. Let's see what's going
on. Nah, that's probably me. Hold on.
Hold on. No, it's not. It's YG. It's
not me.
Yeah, it's YG. I told you, it's YG.
Okay.
He don't know. No, people complain about Fury hasn't defended the belt. I don't care about that stuff, man. Like real talk. This fight, he's beat Wilder. He beat Fury. He's beat Klitschko, right? He's beat the top tier. All the only person he's got is AJ. AJ left, and that's it, right? That's thing. But when you see Wilder, can Wilder turn back the clock, and bring it back with what all the fight I ever wanted to see was AJ and Wilder. That's all I wanted to see, bro. I got it on my phone. I got it in my phone picture. That's the fight. And Eddie Hearn, I blocked that fight, and he tried to block the Carissa Shields and Savannah Marshall, and now he's not in the way. That fight's actually happening. So it just shows you how Eddie Hearn was blocking the fights. This guy, and people say he's good for boxing. Bruv, listen, this guy is bad, man. He's about all he cares about is the bank balance. He doesn't really care about exciting fights, the bank balance. Because look, Mauricio Lara was cheap to bring over. Real talk.
Yeah.
It was cheap. He wasn't even supposed to beat Josh Warrington the last time. You know what I mean? And who advised Josh Warrington to vacate the belt? I'm sure
it was Hearn that did that shit. Come on, man.
EJ, and if Fury wins, I want to see Fury fight Dillian White or Usyk. I want to especially if they book that fight over there. Like I want to see.
Ain't no one paid for Dillian White. No one's paid for that, man. Dillian White used to spar Tyson Fury. Ain't no one trying to see that from him.
So you wouldn't want to see Dillian White fight Tyson Fury for the WBC title?
Nah, I'm not interested, buddy. I'm not interested.
I mean,
I want to see Dillian White versus Wilder. That's a good fight. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Yeah, that's a good fight.
I wouldn't mind seeing that either, but I wouldn't mind seeing Tyson Fury fight Dillian White in England either.
Why, man? Dillian White ain't gonna beat Tyson Fury.
Huh?
Dillian White ain't gonna beat Tyson Fury, man.
Neither is AJ, but you're still want to.
AJ gonna beat. Everyone know AJ gonna beat Tyson Fury. Get out.
No, I'm sorry. No, I don't know about that. What do you? I do not know about that one.
Come on, man. Stop the bullshit.
Look, styles make fights, man. Look, fights. No, I just look. I don't know. Look, as much as I criticize Fury, but styles make fights, and look, that's a fight. I think that's a terrible matchup for AJ. I'm just being honest. Terrible matchup.
Why would you say that? Like Fury can't fight inside. He likes to hold.
What? Have you not seen him fight inside against Otto Wallin when he smothered him and Steve Cunningham?
Yeah, who is Otto Wallin? Like, I don't know who is he.
Well, he's been on a winning streak after that fight against Fury, and
who is he? What's he done? What's he done since?
Okay, he's beat Brazil. He's beaten who else? Yeah, he's had a couple wins coming back after that loss. So
I don't listen, Dan. I don't rate
Dominic Brazil. Doesn't that count for something?
Nah, man. No, it doesn't. Brazil, but after Wilder slept him, yeah, that was it, bro. After Wilder slept him, that was it. He's done for, man. Come on, Dan. Stop it, man. Stop it. Stop trying to boost up guys. Fury fighting the whack ass opponents, bro.
But the point is, he can fight in the inside. He can mix it up in the inside.
No, he doesn't. No, he does not again.
Yes, he can. Stop it, EJ. Stop it. Come on, you know he can. Yes, he can.
Fury's arms are too long, Dan. He's not AJ. If he gets him with AJ mid-range inside, AJ blasters him out. That's what we do know. That's a fact.
All right. Okay, that's if he. That's if they.
Vladimir Klitschko, right, is better inside game than Fury, and look what happened to him against AJ. Got banged out, bro. AJ likes Mike Tyson. That was his favorite fighter, and that's what he works on the combination. But the only thing is, when he tried to get Ruiz was better at inside than AJ.
Yeah, EJ, that's what I was saying before, though. But now that he cut that weight, like that guy that you just named that sits down on his punches and throws his weight behind, he doesn't have that weight no more to punch like that. Like, he's fighting now to be like an outside boxer on the end and just outbox you. Like, he's not gonna win that fight versus Tyson Fury. He's not. He's not that fight that box on the outside. And he not jumping in and knock you out. Like, he would need to put that weight back on, be muscled up, and catch Tyson Fury and knock him out. Like, he can outbox him.
You say be muscled up? Is that what you said?
Yeah, like that. Like he dropped mostly muscle.
Listen, YG, bro. Listen. I don't know where you lot are going with this. AJ,
he dropped muscle mass.
AJ beats Fury. But you know what the funny thing is, when I saw Wilder, against Fury, I couldn't believe how sloppy Wilder looked against Fury. Fury made him look like the kid can't box, man. He don't know how to box, you know. That's
he could do that same thing to AJ. He does that to everybody. He does that to everybody. He made Vladimir Klitschko look like he didn't deserve to be in the ring with him. So let's be real.
Yeah, he did. He
did. You know that, EJ. Come on, now. You know it. Don't dismiss it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just said, he did. I agree with you.
All right. Okay. All right.
That's on one, you know. That one. I agree with you, bro. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that I know Fury right now, right? He's in training in camp. Wilder, listen, I think he's taking it seriously now and getting down the weight. You know what I mean? I think that's what he's doing. That's why he took longer, because he wasn't in weight. We got my man.
No, he's got about 5 weeks. Let's hope he can get in shape in time.
Because what I'm hearing is you almost
let's not do it on the pass. My man said let's not do it on the pass. Anything's possible in boxing. That's why it's too interesting. What's Mo Boxer saying? I don't think Fury can beat Wilder fairly. Fairly, you know. What are you trying to say? What Mo Boxer? You trying to say man's got something in his glove? Talking about Wallin was what? Why was the fight against Fury not stopped? And the cut was that bad. Yeah, Lara is not. Lara's not that worse. Listen, I told you, bro. The cut.
No. You know what? Wait. Hold up. Mo Boxer. That's P Boxing. He has a good point though, because Tyson Fury cut was horrendous. It was just as bad as Lara. Why wasn't that fight not stopped compared to this? That's a good point. That's a very good point.
He wanted to fight. When they asked Lara, "Did you want to fight?" He said that like good.
No, the referee stopped it. He didn't want him to continue.
Yeah, like he let him say like, "Yo, I'm cool with that." He was cool with it.
Well,
Like,
yeah, look, I'm not, saying the stoppage was wrong, but applying up standards on both on the same situation in certain fights, like Mo Boxer says, if you're gonna do that to the Lara and the Warrington fight, why wasn't that same standard applied to Fury and Wally?
because that fight was in England, and the fighter didn't show no aggression. Like, yo, nah, give me another round. He didn't say like he just let him stop. Like when the referee not even the referee, when the judge acts like, yeah, I'm gonna stop it. He didn't even be like, yo, let me get another round. Like with Tyson Fury, that whole he was like, nah, I'm good. He was letting him know. When they looked at it,
Don't matter what you think, the doctor will tell you, okay, he could still go.
I can
the doctor
get that point. No, Dan, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying when the doctor looked at the eye, Lara was like okay with it. The same way like Mikey Garcia did the same thing when he got headbutt in his nose. And they told him like, yeah, like we can stop it. You up like he was okay with it, like, all right. Like you give that body language to the judge, like, yeah, like I'm good with you stopping this. Like he was cool with stop. He didn't like says he didn't show no like yo get say none of that. So like he just gave the pressure. I'm cool with you in it. Like that's what like that's why the doctor like debated.
Yeah, YG, you are cutting out. Hey, YG, you cutting out badly though. You need to come back in. Come back out.
Yeah, you sound like a robot, YG. You need to go out and come back in. You go back and come back in. What's Mo Boxers saying? Mo Boxers on this thing. Salute Dan. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Mo Boxers. No, what I'm saying is this, yeah, right? In regards to Fury, you know what I mean? He's taking it seriously now. He's actually getting the weight down. You're talking about unfairly, the egg weight and all that stuff there. Hey, listen, if you get away with it and the referee can't see it, then saying the referee was involved, saying your trainer is involved. Listen, all the talking stops now, bro. All the excuses stops now. Sonny listened at that when Ali beat him in the first time because he couldn't believe it. George Foreman said it. I don't know what it is with these big punches when they lose. Josh Warrington, you know what I mean? He just lost. He's trying to make up.
Manny Pacquiao with the Ugas situation, and before that, the Floyd Mayweather situation.
Yeah, when they lose there in their brains, it's like they're so used to getting gassed up and people telling them they're the best in the world. Like Manny Pacquiao got a whole country behind him. Yo, all he got to do is make an excuse and they jump on it. Oh, he had he had cramps or something like that. It was whatever.
Yeah, Ugas was an easy opponent, but I lost him because I had cramps. I was compromised in the fight. So basically he was not trying to give Ugas no credit for the win. Just like he did Floyd. He did Floyd, even though I didn't like Floyd, but he still won't admit that Floyd beat him that night. He still won't admit that loss.
Eric Morales, he said he didn't like taking blood after that fight. He said, they took blood and stuff. He said, I don't like taking blood. Like, why not? Because you're cheating. So, listen, these guys make excuses. The bottom line is when you get back in there, you need to Ali was saying the same excuse when he lost against Joe Frazier.
Yeah.
He should have taken it more seriously, but he came back and he beat him, beat him in the second fight. Yeah, he could have stopped him in the second fight. And then he came back in the third fight and it was a war. And and that's what happened. You know what I mean? But all these guys, at the highest level, they make Josh Warrington to me. I look at Josh Warrington and say, bro, that teach you for going low level, trying to pick an easier opponent for your fan base. I want to beat up on a Mexican. Well, you got a Mexican there. You headbutted him. Cut his face, if I was Lara, I say, I ain't fighting this guy again, man. But you know what? For Lara had to go fight because Lara's biggest payday. I heard you know what I'm saying. So he had to fight him, and this is the thing with Eddie Hearn, right? If you fight Eddie Hearn, you get your biggest payday. But at the same time, bro, you might get jobbed on the scorecards. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Eddie looked disappointed too because he was banking on Warrington to win that fight. He really wanted him to win. Really wanted him to win that fight. Because he's putting so much stock into Warrington, and now that Warrington, lost the fight, got a technical draw. What else are you gonna do with him now?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do with him now?
Bro, my man said he suddenly took a dive. Well, I don't. He took a dive when Ali hit
in the second fight, maybe. The second fight.
When he took a dive,
you gotta put him in there with somebody big and get your money's worth right now. Like he got to make the Kid Gallagher fight, or like how y'all was saying before, the Gary Russell Jr. fight.
Oh, you talking about Warren?
What Eddie could do with him?
Warren's whole thing is, I sell tickets. I'm a big crowd. Yeah, we can see you draw crowds, but bruh, let me tell you something, bruh. It's more than bringing crowds. You need stylistically. See, Frank Warren stylistically put him in some good fights, some good boxers, and Josh Warren's a pressure fighter. See, him and Lara, they're both pressure fighters, really and truly. Like, he wanted to fight someone to stand with him. He didn't want chasing around these boxers, but that was good for you chasing around these boxers because they didn't want to engage. They want to outbox you. So that's your fault. You lost, bro. You know what I mean? That's your fault. You lost. You know what I'm saying? Right. I don't know. You know what I mean? And the whole thing with Gary Russell Jr., bro, like, listen, he's got the WBC belt. Your fan base, if they can bring that fight over, or you can go to a States, take the fight, man. Take the freaking fight. You know?
Yeah.
That's why I say, man. You know.
I mean, that's the thing, dude. That begs a different that begs a question. What's Eddie going to do with him now? I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Very disappointing card on the surface, as I have to mention it again. Very disappointing card. Definitely, in my view, will it drive subscribers on your side of the pond, EJ, based off this card? I mean, it should have.
No. People drop. No, I tell you what. I tell you straight what's happening, and I swear out. People unsubscribing from the platform for it. They're unsubscribing. They're gonna unsubscribe like this, bro. People unsubscribe because first of all, you raise the price up, and then you give us some shitty fight, bro. You know what I mean? When's the next one?
You're not gonna unsubscribe 3 weeks before the Joshua fight.
We don't get it.
Joshua was on Sky.
It's on Sky. We have to pay for it, YG. You see?
Oh, it's on Sky. Oh, yeah, got it. I thought they. Oh, yeah, Joshua signed the Sky.
Nah, Eddie Hearn makes us pay for it. If the zone, if the zone has, Eddie tried to be smart. If the zone was smart and they made us, exclusively on that, bro, we would, all the subscribers were boxers. They would leave Sky and go to Think, but because he keeps making us pay, we stay on Sky. That's why people is gonna be, they're gonna stay with Sky. Eddie's on some bullshit with YG. I like Eddie Hearn, but he on the bullshit. He's taking our money, right, and we're not giving us the fights we want. So I'm not happy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not happy at all.
Yeah, but I said Sky taking John.
Why are you breaking up for? What's wrong with your Android phone? What's wrong with your phone, buddy? What's wrong with your phone? Keep breaking up. Cracker biscuits, man.
It's this platform that's trash.
My platform, man. That's your mic was trash, bro. Like,
we're using that StreamYard, man. Like,
StreamYard is acting a little funny when it comes to audio. I guess it's still trying to work out the kinks and mechanics of it.
Hey, we got a donation. Go Nation, thanks for the boxing talk. EJ,
oh, yeah, that's what's up. You got your first super chat, EJ. That's what's up.
Yo, what's up, man? There you go. That's more boxing. Yo, appreciate it, man. The £2 donation, I should get that rattling thing right, like Rafi. But it's, hey, listen, hey, appreciate it for boxing. Now, on the rules, on the rules, I like Eddie Hearn. You know what I mean? I'm a big supporter of the UK boxing scene and stuff like that. But I honestly feel boxing and Joe have gone away from great Hall of Fame fights the nights that we can sit back and watch, man. They've gone away from that. It's more on ticket sales and how much money we can get A side, B side, rather than giving us like great fights. Like Gary Russell was right there. You know what I mean? When Kell Brook was the champion, they were talking about all these big names. Who did he fight? Jojo Dan and Kevin Bizier, and then you end up going fighting Triple G. You know what I mean? Like that was dumb. Like Kell Brook was on the precipice of being a WB world champion. Keith Thurman was right there.
Yeah, Kell Brook could have been a very good welterweight, man. He could have been like the guy.
Yeah,
but
guys be pushing for the super fight to make the most money. So
he ain't trying to. He's not trying to. He's not. The only super fight he's ever done, in my opinion, right, is Vladimir Klitschko Anthony Joshua, which was a huge and still stands out as one of the greatest fights of the recent time. That fight was amazing, bro. Other than that, bro, where's Eddie Hearn's legacy? You do big crowds.
Did he book the Dillian White and Joshua fight? That was a good fight.
Yeah, that was domestic level. Good. That was a good domestic level scrap.
Yeah, domestic. That was years ago, bro. Like Dillian White's been arguably
So was that?
Dillian White, yeah. Dillian White has been in exciting fights and draws more attention in that regards. But right now, in terms of like fights that I'll sit back and watch, Anthony Joshua get losing, Anthony Joshua winning the belt. That was probably that was like must watch TV, bro. That was some good shit. You know, I like Anthony Joshua, but it came at a time when we was pissed off that Anthony Joshua wasn't fighting Wilder. It came at a time. That's what now Wilder has been put in that same situation. He's lost against Fury. If Wilder brings back the belts, now we can start renegotiating the talks between AJ and Wilder again. What do you guys think about it?
But AJ,
Well, you know, that's a good point. Hey, you know, what to think about that. Hey, just to think about that. You know, I was thinking about the scenario. Adam Smith was just saying recently in an interview that he's confident AJ is going to stay with Sky Sports and not go to the Zone.
Yes.
So if he stays with Sky Sports, and Wilder has a good relationship with Adam Smith, so if Adam Smith signs Wilder to boxer or in the UK, could they make that fight if Wilder wins?
Yes, that's what the fight fans want to see, man. That's what the fans want to see. That's the fight fans want to see. They want to see that. They want to look, man. Look, they're talking about unification in the women's division. Ain't no what that's all well and dandy, but you need to put some meat on the bun. Put some meat on the bun, man. You know what I mean? Where's all these great fighters? Where's all our great fighters? Where's this generation's like standout great fighters? No, Katie Taylor is not one of them. I don't want to hear. She's not the greatest. Ebony Bridges, yeah, she's got big bridges. I ain't even seen. I'm not interested in that fight. I'll probably watch that fight. She probably lost. How many rounds was it, Dan? How many rounds was that fight?
It was 8 rounds. She lost that fight, in my view. But they gave.
How many rounds did you give her?
Huh? I only gave her 2 rounds. I only gave her 2 rounds of that fight. That's it.
Really? 2 rounds?
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's all I gave her. It was an 8-round fight. I only gave her 2 rounds. She was getting beat up. Her eyes were busted up by the French, by Glock. So it was just that right there. Look, I understand I know Adam Smith. We all know about his story. So.
Bro, man call him Mr. Dean, yeah? I didn't put the Yorkshire the Yorkshire Ripper. But go on, Dan. Tell me so.
I was gonna say though, Ebony Bridges. I know she's the attraction. You know, she's the one who draws people to women boxing to an extent. So that's why you got to have her win. But if you put her back in there against a top level fighter like a Shannon Courtney or a Rachel Ball, or even what's the other one they were talking about? I forgot her name, but anyhow, you put her against those 3 women, Ebony Bridges is going to get beat up, probably worse than she got beat up in the Courtney fight. Worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. But obviously, she did definitely lose the Courtney fight. She got beat up pretty badly in that fight.
Well, so Shannon Courtney and Ebony Bridges. Listen, when I watch them, their level is like still domestic. They're still domestic. You know what I mean? They're still domestic level. Like they're not what you call top tier. Like Amanda Serrano, Jesse McAllister, and you know the thing is, I don't know why they can't get Cecilia Brækhus, a fight with Katie Taylor. They should try and get that fight, man. But I don't know if she.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect time to beat Cecilia. But you know what? I think the weight is the difference because Katie going up to 147 and there's no catch weights involved.
Yeah.
And Cecilia is too big. I mean, I don't know how she still makes 147, but she's big to be in that weight class, and that would be a disparity. And I don't think
you know what? She came down and they actually drained her, made her come down to like near 140. You know.
Nah, Cecilia cannot make 140. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
Against Jesse McAllister, she actually wasn't at 147. I don't think the weight they actually drained her, and I mean they drained. That's why she looked so awful. But I listen, that girl, she's robbed so many people and done so much wrongings. When she wasn't with the Sowlands, people just effed her off. That's what boxing people do. They don't listen. In boxing, you start good and everyone's on your case and they want to be your friends. But when they get rid of you, bruv, they do they. You know, they do.
Yeah. So is Cecilia going to retire? Because what's going on with that situation? I know she lost the McCaskill rematch, but well, what's else for her to do? I mean, she's 40 years old right now, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, hey, listen, she should have fought certain girls there. I don't know, women's boxing.
Carissa Shields, maybe she should have went up to 154 and fought Shields.
Her and Savannah Marshall gonna get the beating of her life, bro.
Yeah. Look, Savannah Marshall, yes, she beat her in the amateurs years ago. That was a close fight, though. But at the same time, look, that was years ago. Clarissa Shields is a much better fighter after that. Much better fighter. So Savannah Marshall hasn't really fought anyone other than Hannah Rankin. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Clarissa fought that same girl too and went the distance, but come on, man. That was a Hannah Rankin that came in pretty out of shape, who took the fight the last minute, and Savannah Marshall was there was there and had her, then took her out. I mean, come on, man. Seriously. I mean, okay, it's a decent win. I'll give Savannah Marshall credit for that, but I mean, unless if she could get a Hannah Gabriels or a Christina Hammer fight on her resume, then yeah, okay, great. Okay, you can prop her up properly. But everybody's talking about, oh, she could beat Shields. Shields ducking the fight. I'm like, okay, well, she hasn't even fought Shields level opponents. Now, I'm not saying that's not how that doesn't mean she's going to win the fight, but I don't know, man.
Yeah,
She just hasn't been. She hasn't been active enough. That's a problem.
No, look. So Cecilia Brackers came in at 144.5. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
And you see, and this is what I'm saying. She's before that, right? Before the McAllister fights, right? She was at 140. She's at 145, 146.5, and she's been 146.5, 146.25, 136, 145. So she ain't never been no 144, bro. And that's at a late age. They made her come in. They made her come in.
Oh, for the McCaskill fight?
Yes, they made it at McCaskill fight. They made her come in at 145, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
Wait, what was that? Was a catch weight?
Yeah. No. Anything above 140 is 140. Anything under 140, 147, and above 140 is welterweight. So
yeah. But what you're implying is that they made her come in at 145, which is okay as a catch weight. You can't go above that.
She came in. Cecilia Brackers came in at 144.5, bro.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's too much at her age to cut that much weight at her age.
Yeah,
that's too much weight.
Yeah, and then the first fight it was 144.25. Second one was 140.5. So she was more or less battling weight. Where Jessica McAllister usually fights at this is McAllister, right? She usually fights at 138 and
140. Yeah.
No, under 140. This is what I'm saying. I've got it all here. 138, 138, 132. So she's used to this weight. So coming up that was easy for her. But that's what they actually made a kind of in between. But it's still welterweight. But it was at 144. But I knew that would take more out of Cecilia Brackers, who usually fights at 145 and above. And that's what happened to her. You know what I mean? But these are little things. I don't know who the promoter. Let me see who the promoter was for that fight. But these are the little things they do in boxing, and she took it. Guess who was the matchmaker and who decided that fight? Matchroom.
Matchroom.
Yeah. Eddie Hearn. They sold her out. They done it on purposely. They digged her out purposely to make McAllister and kind of drain her, so they could make the Katie Taylor fight again. I reckon they did that purposely. That's how deep these people are, you know.
Right.
I mean, I ain't got no proof of it, but it's like they're the look. I've got it here. It said Matchroom. Look, Matchroom. What is it? Eddie Hearn was the promoter. Gosh damn, Eddie Hearn's deep. This guy's bad, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they made sure they drained her, man. They drained her, but she took the fight because I don't know, maybe she had nowhere else to go. And so
she had nowhere else to go. Obviously, she's going to get her biggest payday. That's why she took it.
You know that all they want to do is set up her against McCaskill because they can rob McCaskill. Because who's McCaskill? Who is she? Who's her promoter? Like they could see in women's boxing, they can rob them and there's no appraisal. Nothing can happen.
Yeah, she really doesn't have a promoter in the US but Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn's her promoter and Rick Ramos is our manager trainer. So yeah, other than that, she hasn't been active after that Cecilia Brackers win. So that's disturbing to me. She got to get some fights going in. I like Jessica McCaskill. She got to get going. I don't know if they're waiting for the Taylor fight to be remade again. I think that's what they're working on to sign that rematch. I don't know. That'd be a good rematch. I think Jessica may be able to pull it off this time around, given the fact she's gotten better after that first fight. So we'll see. I mean, me personally, I want to see that Serrano fight. I really want to see it. But Amanda Serrano, she's made it clear she has no intention of making that fight right now. She doesn't want to do it right now. I think she's waiting for Katie Taylor to slow down even further. I think that's what she's waiting on. Yeah, Serrano's being very careful here. She's waiting for Taylor to slow down a bit further. I think that's what it is, in my view.
Yeah, well, it's just all these little maneuvers. Eddie Hearn, Yeah, boy, people say Don King, bro. Don King gave you the fights, man. I don't think he was on this training shit. He went on this training shit, man. This, you know what I'm saying? People say, look, these guys, and Bob Arum's not really on this shit either. They're using all these little tactics to just get all these little advantages, man. McCaskill was actually at the fight with thingy.
Wait, I know you ain't just say Bob Arum. They be booking a lot of catch weights over there too. Half of that Manny Pacquiao run with nothing but catch weights.
Yeah, well, you know, that's Freddie Roach, isn't it? Warrington was going to knock him out. Yeah, he that's a hooligan. Warrington was gonna knock no one out. The only one he's gonna knock out is with his head, Ram Man. That's what he's gonna do. I don't know what you talking about. You know what I mean? See, the talk about women's boxing killed my viewership. There ain't no one want to hear about no women's boxing. Hey, we should hear about Fight Doctor and the boxing librarian round 2.
Well, they had a debate.
Nah, they you know, he called him out. Fight Doctor called him out. Fight Doctor, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't think he wants to debate.
If he does, yeah,
But,
I suggested it go on Dan's channel, then I changed my mind and said that's not a good idea.
Nah, don't have him on my channel. Forget that.
He tried to come at Dan. He called Dan a dog, innit, Dan?
Don't remind me, because if he still has that resentment towards me, that's on him. But he needs to grow the fuck up. That's all I got to say.
And him and Dan were good boys. They were boys, you know. You see the Fight Doctor? Fight Doctor and him would probably be big pals, but I don't know why he's choosing to have a bark at Fight Doctor on his platform by talking by himself. Because I tell you, if Fight Doctor was there, he would be saying.
Well, how did this all started? Forgive me here. Did Fight Doctor go at him, or did he go at Fight Doctor for no reason?
Well, before yesterday or the day before, I had never heard of the cross-dressing librarian. So I'm not quite sure what set him off. Maybe I said something offensive to his boyfriend. I don't know. But apparently.
Well, who are you referring to? Joshua?
I'm referring to the cross-dressing librarian. Maybe I said something offensive to the cross-dressing librarian's boyfriend. I don't know who that is, but something I said apparently set him off, and he decided to call me a Muppet and a clown. And made an hour and a half long video about the subject.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, all I gotta say is don't give him that attention that he's craving so much. Don't do it, man. It's not worth your time. I'm just being honest.
No, I get it.
I want to see it. I want to see that. I want to see.
Of course, you want to see it, EJ. I'm just telling you, just don't give him I'm telling Fight Doctor, don't give him the time and attention. You don't need that Fight Doctor. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, well, I doubt that he, shows his face, comes from behind his mom's skirt. So, listen, the guy's making hour and a half videos about me. So I'm actually quite flattered that, I can live in his head rent free. So,
yeah.
Carry on. Okay. Carry on.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, he'll be, that's just him. Let him be who he is for the rest of his life.
Hey, what was he upset about? What exactly point was he upset about? What exactly did you say that he was upset about, Fight Doctor?
Oh, I didn't listen to the video. I listened to like a couple of minutes of the video, and I'm not quite sure what it set him off. I guess he thinks that I don't know what I'm talking about. Or, honestly, I have no clue. But personally, I think I probably said something offensive to his boyfriend, and he, and it didn't sit well with him. So,
well, who's his boyfriend that you keep referring to?
I'm just theorizing. I have no idea. I'm just, trying to figure out what it is that I've done.
Well, who's his boyfriend? You keep saying about you offended his boyfriend.
Right? No. I have no idea what I said that set him off. I'm just suggesting that maybe perhaps I said something to his boyfriend, and that's what set him off. But I have no idea what set him off.
Yeah, you're talking about you're talking about his boyfriend on Rival. That's what you're talking about. Come on, Fight. Tell the truth. Come on.
Right.
Are you talking about a Rival?
Yeah. No, not at all. No, not at all.
DJ just trying to be an instigator and start.
Yeah, we know that. We know he be instigating. But it's all good though. But look, like I said, Fight Doctor, just don't pay your mind attention. You don't really need that time and energy right now. Just stick to boxing for now.
Yeah, no, I I issued my challenge. I doubt that he's going to accept, and I'm fine with that. He can continue making hour and a half long videos about me. I will continue to not give a damn.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking forward to it. That's gonna be a good debate. You bet, if anything, yeah. I listened to the video. He was talking about what Fight Dog was talking about world champions. He said Fight Dog said that the current undisputed champions are not current. They're not real champions because they didn't fight. They didn't fight all the top guys. That's what Fight Dog was talking. And he goes, "How they not?" So basically, he's saying Joshua. He's saying some of them guys there, like Josh Taylor's not a real undisputed champion because he didn't fight all the top guys.
I never recall saying that Josh Taylor is not an undisputed, is not a real champion. I never made that comment. You know,
you said there's no real undisputed champion because they didn't really think they fought for vacant belts and all that. They didn't really fight.
Well, Josh Taylor didn't fight for a vacant belt, so he fought for all his belts.
Who was the champion?
Yeah, he beat every single champion at light welterweight. He did so. He actually did that. Did he not? He beat Barancek. He beat Prograis, and then he beat Ramirez. Those were all champions. He took their belts away from them. Isn't that not true?
No, I mean, Liberian was saying that they are the top guys. Fight those say you try to say there's no real undisputed champion like there was back in the day when there was one world belt. You know what I mean?
Are you talking about that one belt theory again? All right, look. All right, okay, look. I understand back then there was one champion, one division, a division, one champion. That's it, right? One division, one champion, right? I get that, but you have to understand is that boxing has progressed over time, for good and for the worse. I get it, but right now the rules and standards have changed. We have 4 sanctioning bodies that grant champions. So if you collect one of those belts, which are recognized by the the International Boxing Hall of Fame, by the way. So if you're a champion with one of those recognized sanctioning bodies and you make a great run with it by beating top tier opponents, some that would be deemed as, Hall of Famers, then yeah, you deserve that recognition as a champion. I'm sorry to say that. Okay, look, I get the whole linealship and all that. That's the more let me see, what's the word I'm putting? That's probably the longest recognition in history that you can achieve as a fighter. But at the end of the day, the lineage is not going to just get, that is not the only thing that's going to get you into the Hall of Fame. All right, because I can tell you, there's many great alphabet champions who were never lineal champions. All right, that's a fact. There's many of them. There was one of the worst fighters I've seen in my life became lineal champions, and they didn't turn out to be great fighters. So I'm just saying. My point is that the linealship is just as equal as the alphabet lineage. I mean, as an alphabet championship. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I'll leave that one alone.
Yeah, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, fair and fair.
The only thing that I say, what happens in this era with all these belts is now that's why we don't get, everybody don't fight each other, because if there was just one title, then people would have to fight to get to the top. So then like all these matchups would have been happening. Like that Spence and Bush call the AJ and Wilder fight, that would have been happening, because if one man just got the title, then they would have been, but like he wouldn't have been the Eddie and them wouldn't have been like, well, if Wilder would have had the title, if Wilder would have been the one champion, like there wouldn't have been no ducking the other man, because their promoter would have been pushed for that fight, because like their guy's never gonna be recognized as that guy without that title. So just one champion, then these fights would have been booked.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And trust me, if I was able to go back and turn back the clock, if I had a wish, I wish that we could go back to the days of having one Division I champion. I think that would be great for the sport. That'd be great for the fans. But since boxing has evolved for the better, for the worse, as I say, I just think that it's just that now that all these sanctioned bodies has gotten involved and they've gotten a hand in that pot, as I call it. It's just that sadly we're not living in that age anymore. We have to deal with what's for the situation for what it is, the reality of it.
But here's the issue, right? Now the sanctioning bodies and the sanctioning bodies and those who would put forward the idea that these sanctioning bodies make champions or crown champions, This idea is essentially asking you to vacate common sense, to vacate your common sense, right? And here's the reason why. So, for instance, in the NBA, right? When the NBA season is over, the NBA season concludes when a champion is crowned. And then for that season, you have a champion, and then that's it. Like the NBA season, when it ends, it does not end with multiple champions, right? You have one team, and that one team is the world champion for that particular season.
Yeah.
And then the next season, the process is repeated where all the top teams from the East and the West, they play each other. And at the end of that season, a champion is crowned. Not 2 champions, not 3 champions, not 4 champions, just one. Because at the end of the day, there is only one world. As such, there can only be one world champion.
Yeah.
Right?
But see,
in the NFL, you have the same process that happens in the NBA. All the top teams in the playoffs, all the top teams, they play each other. And then at the end of the NFL season, at the very end in February, a champion is crowned. Not 2 champions, not 3 champions, but one champion.
But see, fight that.
Wait, hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. The same process happens in baseball. You have all the top teams at the end of the regular season, they square off. And at the end of the baseball season, one champion is crowned.
Wait, hold up, Fight Doctor. I got to stop you right there. Hold up. I got to stop you right there. First of all, Major League Baseball, the NBA and NFL, that's a team sport. Boxing is an individual sport. Two major differences, bro. Two major differences.
The major difference is you play basketball, you play football, you play baseball. You don't play boxing. And
only that, they're controlled by one governing situation. They have one. Yeah, that's not the same thing. Hold up. That's not the same thing because those organizations are governed by one I'll say one individual, but one big party. They're the ones dictate who becomes a champion as far as tournaments are concerned. That's why they have tournaments. Boxing, there is no uniformity when it comes to that. You see what I'm saying? There is no one person or one body that controls the entire sport where we can have tournaments like that. We don't have that in boxing. There's all individuality, as I said. So the fact is that, you can't compare Major League Baseball to boxing. You can't do that.
Okay, you're right. I can't. However, what I can do is I can use common sense and simple logic and reason. Now, simple and logic and reason demands that if there is only one world, right? If there's only one world, then there can only be one world champion in a given weight class at a time. You can't have multiple world champions when there aren't multiple worlds. There's only one world.
Yep.
Now, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but if there is more than one world, then in that scenario, you can have more than one world champion. But that's not the case. So if we go back to, listen, there were multiple world titles when Muhammad Ali beat Sonny Liston, right? And I think Muhammad Ali, at the time of his first reign, there was someone else carrying a world championship title, right? I don't know who that person is. Was it Ernie Terrell?
Yeah.
Right? But the history books do not record Ernie Terrell as being a world champion.
Nope.
After Cassius Clay beat Sonny Liston. The history books record Sonny Liston losing to Cassius Clay changing his name to Muhammad Ali. So the record books record from 64 to 67, Cassius Clay and Muhammad Ali were the world champion during that time frame. Now, during that time frame, you had Ernie Terrell proposing as the world champion in the WBA, but nobody recognizes him as a world champion. Why? Because he did not beat the man who beat the man, right? Now, does anybody dispute Muhammad Ali being the world champion between 1964 and 1967?
Hell no.
Right. So why are we doing that now? Because that's essentially what's happening, right? Because right now, what we're saying is Muhammad Ali wasn't really the world champion. Muhammad Ali and Ernie Terrell were co-world champions. That's what we're saying now. So that's the logic that's being used right now. So I don't understand how is it that we can use the logic today, but we can't take that same logic and apply it to eras gone by. Because if we're going to be consistent with our logic, then that is what we must do. Why is it that those rules apply today, but they didn't apply when Muhammad Ali was world champion? How does that work? Why
I get what you're saying. What I'm trying to tell you is that the rules have changed. Those rules don't apply anymore. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
But why? How?
I understand from a morale standpoint. Look, wait, hold up. I understand from a morale standpoint. From morality, it shouldn't have changed. I get that. But with the governing bodies involved now, with the power that they have now, those rules have changed. I'm sorry, and the International Boxing Hall of Fame has adhered to those changes too.
But my question is this: why have these rules changed, and on whose authority have these rules changed?
Money, influence. We all know that money and influence change those rules. Just like money and influence changes the rules of the NBA, money and influence changes the rules of the NFL.
Yeah,
that's just the way it is, man.
Yeah, Vidos doesn't have to recognize it though.
Yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't have to recognize it, but at the same time, you have to. You don't have to recognize it, but that's the reality for what it is. I'm just sorry to say that.
No, here's the reality, right? The reality is that organizations like the WBC, WBA, and these TV networks and these promoters, they are in a sense like Donald Trump, right? Now, Donald Trump wants to convince the world that he did not lose the presidential election last year, right? However, logic and reason demand that we count all the votes and tally up, and whoever has the most votes won the election, right? That's what logic and reason dictates. Now, if we follow logic and reason tells me at least that what the WBC has to say, what the WBA has to say, what these TV networks have to say, and what these promoters have to say is total and complete foolishness, nonsense, and that I should not pay attention to it because it defies logic and reason. So my question is this: are we going to use logic and reason, or are we going to listen to people who are known to lie, like Bob Arum, Mr. Yesterday I was lying, today I'm telling the truth, Eddie Hearn, who cannot keep his story straight? Are these the people the WBC, who break their own rules? The WBA, who have multiple champions within the WBA in the same weight class. Are these the people we're going to listen to? Are these the people we're going to let dictate to us who are and who are not champions? Or are we going to use logic and reason? 1 + 1 = 2. The WBC, the WBA, Bob Arum, Eddie Hearn, DAZN, they are asking you to believe that 1 + 1 = 6 and not 2.
All right, well, let me ask you this, Fight Doctor. Let me ask you this. Okay, when Bernard Hopkins was the Ring Magazine light heavyweight champion, and you had the lineal champions already in Germany fighting, who's the better fighter between those two?
Hopkins.
Okay, then. So what you're saying, despite the fact that Zoe already had a lot of title defenses with that linealship, and Hopkins fought better opposition at light heavyweight, even though he wasn't the lineal champion at the time, you've admitted that he's the better fighter, better champion.
True. Yep.
Better champion. Wait, hold on.
The better fighter. But
better champion, though. He had an alphabet belt, though. He had an alphabet belt.
But having an alphabet belt does not make you a champion. It makes you a title. Yes.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Okay, let me ask you this then. Matthew Saad Muhammad, you remember him, right?
Yes, I do.
Was he a great fighter?
Of course he was.
Okay, but he was never a lineal champion?
Okay.
Okay, then. So, my point is you just admitted right there. Okay, he wasn't a lineal champion, but he was a great fighter.
But you're asking two different questions now.
It's not. Yeah, the fact is, you pretty much recognize the fact that he was an alphabet holder. That still made him a great fighter, even though he never held the linealship.
Listen, if the question is, can you have a great fighter? Listen, we have fighters of the past, like for instance, I'm thinking of heavyweight Sam Langford. right?
Okay.
Now, would you agree that Sam Langford was a great fighter?
Absolutely. He's probably one of the greatest of all time.
He was never the heavyweight champion, though.
Of course not, because back then it was one belt, one division. Matthew Saad Muhammad never fought in the era of Sam Langford, so you can't really compare the two. What I'm telling you, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, what you just said right now is that you just admitted right before us is that Matthew Saad Muhammad was a great fighter. We all agree he was, but he was never a lineal champion. He was an alphabet champion. He was a WBC champion. He was a world champion, whether you like it or not.
He was an alphabet title holder. He was not a world champion.
But he was a great fighter, though. Right.
So, Dan, you're asking two different questions, right? Now, we can talk about who is or who is not a great fighter. That's not the question that's not the issue that I'm addressing here. The issue I'm addressing here is who is not a champion and how one gets to be a champion, right?
Yeah.
Now, being a champion and being a great fighter are two different things. You can be a champion, but you can be a sucky fighter, or you cannot be a great fighter. Lots of fighters have been champions, but we're not great. Jess Willett comes to mind. Willett beat Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson, great fighter. Jess Willett, trash.
Terrible. We know that. Go ahead.
Okay, but that doesn't detract from the fact that Jess Willett was a champion. He's not a great fighter.
Yeah, that's my point. I never disagree with you. I never said the lineal champion is never should be recognized as a champion. My point is that again, I'm not saying, well, let's just say this. I'm just saying that some people like you are putting too much stock into the lineageship. The lineageship is not the be all of boxing. It's just not anymore. That's the whole point. Things have changed, man. I know you don't like it. I don't like it, but that's just the way it is. You don't have to accept it, but that's the reality.
I would agree that that lineage is not. It does not have the same distinction that it once carried, because of this confusion that has been injected in the sport by the sanctioning bodies and by the TV networks. However, again, the issue that I'm addressing here is, are we going to use simple logic, or are we going to allow ourselves to be confused by people who their whole motivation is to confuse us, right? I mean, the WBC, listen, if you look at the WBA, if you look at how they have handed out belts, look, the WBA has 3 champions in each weight class. Now, if the intention here is not to confuse you, then I'm not sure what is. But I suggest that what the WBA is doing, what the WBC is doing with their franchise title is to confuse you.
Yeah, that part I agree with you on. Now there's no disagreement there, and the International Boxing Hall of Fame doesn't disagree with us either, because they don't recognize those second tier belts at all. So whoever grabbed those belts, they're not champions. I don't give a damn what anybody says. If they're not fighting the champion of that sanctioned body or recognized by the International Boxing Hall of Fame, then that's it. That's just the way it is. Okay. So, like for example, Gennady Golovkin, yes, he was a regular WBA regular champion for many years. They had all those title defenses. To me, that's not an actual WBA title defense, because you can't even unify with that regular title. So the fact is that, yeah, I agree with you on that one right there. My point is that, again, rules have changed. There have been great fighters who've had alphabet titles that were recognized by the International Boxing Hall of Fame, which got them into the Hall of Fame, by the way, like Matthew Saad Muhammad. Him being that alphabet holder got him into the Hall of Fame.
So let's look at another situation, right? Let's look at Roy Jones Jr. So Roy Jones Jr. in 2003, he goes up to heavyweight, beats John Ruiz for the WBA heavyweight title. Now, should I consider Roy Jones Jr. the heavyweight champion of the world?
Well, if you're talking about the recognized heavyweight champion of the world, no. But is he a heavyweight champion of the world? Absolutely, he's a titleist.
So again, where the sanctioning organizations, the promoters, the TV networks are asking us to ignore the fact that Lennox Lewis was the heavyweight champion. Again, you can only have one champion at a time in a given weight class.
And that's why you have unifications. You forget Lennox vacated that belt after he beat Holyfield. You do understand that, right? He vacated that belt. So you do understand that's why we have unifications determine the undisputed, no question who the real champion is, because lineage is also on the line.
Once again, we are being asked to ignore the fact that Muhammad Ali was a heavyweight champion of the world and insert Ernie Terrell.
No, we're not ignoring that. No, we're not ignoring that. What I'm trying to tell you is that all champions are equal. That's what I'm saying.
But how can that be? So all right. So if we're going to go with the logic that all champions are equal, then Ernie Terrell is the equal of Muhammad Ali. Is that what you're telling me?
What I'm saying is, let me backtrack that. What I mean is equal is it depends who holds that title, how great that fighter is, how they make up that title. That's why I brought up Bernard Hopkins with the Zoerty situation. That's why I brought up Matthew Saad Muhammad, and that's why I brought up these other fighters to compare and contrast. Okay, I get what you're saying. Again, a leadership is not the all-be-all team. There's been guys who held that title who's been terrible fighters. I'm telling you that. That doesn't make them better than the other guy who had the alphabet belt, who had a recognized sanctioned body belt. Okay, that's my whole point here. That's the only disagreement we have here.
Right, but again, so you use the term recognized, right? My question is, why are we recognizing these titles?
Well, you do have to take into account that the talent pool of fighters have grown greater over the decades. You do understand that, right? So that gave the sanction. You gave the sanction body enough power to infiltrate boxing. Put it in there, and that's why they create these belts. So that way they can collect money for the sanctioning fees, and then they can get these fighters and call them champions. We do understand that, right?
At the end of the day, these sanctioning organizations are not in business for the betterment of the sport. They're in the business for the betterment of their bottom line. So it's all about
their pockets. Yeah, we understand that. Like I told you, the NBA, the NFL, the same situation. Why do you think they keep expanding teams? Why do you think they keep expanding playoff regulation, tournament regulations? It's all about the money.
It's all about money. But
exactly, same thing with boxing.
But my point is that capitalism and the pursuit thereof does not dictate who is or who is not a champion. Champions are made in the ring. So we remember Muhammad Ali for being champion because of the fact that he beat Sonny Liston, not because of what the WBA, WBC, IBF, WBO, what they have to say. Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, what they have to say means nothing. Look, Larry Holmes in 1983, he dropped the WBC belt, picked up the IBF belt.
Yeah.
On the day that he did that, was he any more, any less of a champion?
Okay, well, that case is your logic is Zoerty was actually the better champion because he had the lineage than Bernard Hopkins didn't have. Correct?
It wasn't the question of him being the better champion. It was a question of he was the only champion.
Well, Zoerty, but the problem is that your logic falls short because Zoerty never fought any of those guys. He never fought Hopkins. He never fought Pascal. He never fought Clinton Woods, Chad Dawson, amongst others. He didn't even bother fighting those guys. When he when he beat Julio Cesar Gonzalez, took the lineage away from him in the WBO belt, he kept defending against a bunch of nobodies, and he once fought a blown up fucking Brian Mitchell, I believe. He fought him, a blown up super middleweight at a cruiserweight at one point of his career. That's how bad his career was, how bad of a light heavyweight run that he had. Nobody even talks about the guy. And yet he was a lineage champion. He was a lineage champion at the same time. Bernard, John Pascal, Chad Dawson, Clinton Woods, Glenn Johnson, Roy Jones, when all those guys were fighting each other. So, the point is that lineage is not the end of be all. That's my point. The fact that Bernard and those guys were better champions than he was. They were. But they never had the lineage. They never did.
Bernard Hopkins was never a champion. Well, he was. He did end up winning a lineal title, but he wasn't lineal title at the same time that Erday was champion.
Of course not. Of course not. But does that make Erday a better fighter than Hopkins? So that's what I'm asking.
But you're asking me two different questions.
No. Come on. Just answer. Was he better champion than Hopkins? Yes or no?
If the question is, was Erday a better fighter than Hopkins? In my mind, no.
But was he a better champion? Yes or no?
So how do you define better champion? Because again,
what I get is that you're trying to put the lineage as the end of be all. That's what you're doing. That's what you're angling for. That's what you're doing.
What I'm doing is I'm using simple logic, which is this.
Okay.
Is that if you can look, there's only one world, therefore there can only be one world champion at a time. So if Ergay is the champion at light heavyweight, then that excludes Bernard Hopkins. So
why?
Because Hopkins is not the champion. He's a contender. All right.
Okay.
So again,
Okay.
I go back to the Ernie Terrell situation.
Well, you know what's funny about that, because let me say this, Fight Doctor, real quickly. It's funny you say that because nobody knew who Sir Ernie was until some of us brought him up.
Well,
nobody knew who the guy was, and nobody knew he was a lineal champion. So that's how bad and forgot this guy was. But go ahead.
It's not a popularity contest. And again, I go back to the Ernie Terrell Muhammad Ali situation. All right. If Ernie Terrell is if Ernie Terrell is the heavyweight champion, then who is Muhammad Ali?
I get what you're saying. That's why they both fought each other to determine who is the champion. We all knew Muhammad Ali beat Sonny Liston. We all knew that. He was the recognized guy. They had Ernie Terrell, the WBA champion, to settle the disparity. They fought each other, and Ali won.
But how is there a disparity? But how is there a disparity?
Well, because look, here's the thing: is the people are calling Ernie Terrell some type of champion. Okay, great, because he had a couple title defenses. Okay, great, but then he fought Muhammad Ali to settle who was a better guy, who was a better champion out of the two, and the fact that Ali won.
But again, how is Ernie Terrell a champion? He never beat Sonny Liston. He never beat Cassius Clay. He never beat Muhammad Ali. He never beat the man who.
Well, we get it. He fought Ali. He fought Ali to determine if he was good or not. The fact that he didn't beat him, he lost his alphabet title. Ali took it, and he became the undisputed champion. So
okay,
the fact is that.
But my question is, how is it that Ernie Terrell can be considered a champion when he never beat one to become one?
Well,
in order to be a champion, you have to beat a champion. Ernie Terrell never beat the champion, who was Sonny Liston.
We know that, but the fact is that again, rules change when the alphabet bodies get involved. Then when they have the money and influence involved, they can go ahead and manipulate the rules. Now the rules have changed after I'll say the 50s or the 60s. I get that, where you have you have more than just one champion in every division. You may not like that, and I don't like that, but that's the way it is, bro.
But I don't accept that the rules have changed.
You don't have to accept it, but they actually changed. I'm just telling you.
Well, but that's not a fact. What that is.
It is a fact. They've changed.
But no, that is not a fact.
Okay, if that's the case, then every lineal champion should go into the Hall of Fame, then, right?
Well, no, that's not. Again, that's a separate question. That's a different question. That's a different question, right? I mean, because at the end of the day, if you say the rules have changed, then is there more than one world? Because last I checked, there was only one world. And if there's only one world, then logic dictates that there can only be one world champion at a time. So
he won the vacant belt versus Eddie Machen. But who did
Eddie Machen? Yeah, we all know that. Yeah, we know that.
But why was the belt vacant? Like what? See, the thing is, they didn't like Ali's stance when he turned into Muhammad Ali and this and that, and bro, they made their own thing. They in 1965 they went and made their own corporation. Therein lies. Because of Ali and because that's how the proliferation of the belt started in 1965. You know what I mean? So it's been happening from time. Even though Ali.
I think that's part of it. I think that the Bob was losing their control.
I guess who's got the belt now? Guess who's got the belt now? Trevor Bryan.
Exactly.
Are we gonna say? And this is what the fighters say. Are we gonna say Trevor Bryan is the real world champion when you got Anthony Joshua?
No, of course not. We don't recognize. I even said it. I don't recognize second tier belts. We don't. Even the Boxing Hall of Fame doesn't do that. We know that's bullshit. We get that. So the fact is that there is, with these sanctioned bodies involved now, rules have changed. They have their own sanctioned belts, and the International Boxing Hall of Fame recognize those guys, recognize those sanctioned bodies. Whoever grabs a belt is a world champion. Now, if you want to talk about the recognized world champion, that's a different story. That's determined by who fights who's number one, who's number two. That's the whole point. I get that.
Madness, bro. Madness.
Yeah, it is. I know it's a lot of confusion, but my point is
what fight does saying, like, look, when it started off, the concept was very simple. There's one world champion, there's one world champion.
I get that.
And that's where we are. And I agree with you, Dan, of where we are now. But at the end of the day, this is what to try and bring sense of everything, Who do we recognize as the guy in each division as the champion? Because that's what we scrap every time we sit there. EJ, we're scrambling. Go ahead. Go on. Why do you interrupt
on the real? Fight Doctor already gave us the answer to it. at the end of each year, we should have unifications in each division.
Right,
And
I agree with that.
That would clear it up, like as like a championship, but like you have unification at the end of each year.
Usyk, like the World Boxing Series, like Usyk and you already
like,
knew
Usyk and Gassiev.
But them tournaments unfair, man. You already knew who was gonna win them tournaments.
Because they got it right that year when they did the
every favorite one that
year they did the Super Six though.
Yeah,
if they would do that more and more divisions.
The promoters, yeah, they tipped it so their guy could win. You knew Inoue was gonna win. You knew Josh Warren's gonna win. You knew Usyk.
You mean Josh Taylor?
Josh Taylor. You knew he was gonna win. So these tournaments are not like even the Mike Tyson tournament. You knew Mike Tyson when these tournaments done. They know Mike Tyson was gonna win that joint.
I was talking about the time they did it.
Well, what about the Super Six? Nobody knew Andre Ward was going to win that.
You know what? Hey, you know what? That's one I can't even argue with.
I did. I knew that Ward was going to clean up.
I don't know about that one. No, don't do that, Fight Doctor. Nobody gave Ward. Wait, hold up. Nobody gave Ward yet. Nobody gave Ward a chance to win that tournament. No one did.
I knew before. Listen, I had been following Ward's career leading up to the Super Six. I knew that he was going to win. There was no question.
Well, maybe you were one of the few, but nobody gave Ward a chance to win in that tournament. No one. I didn't either. Nobody did. So come on, man.
No, listen. There was no question in my mind who was going to win. In fact, in my mind, it was a foregone conclusion.
Okay. I don't know about that. All right.
Come on, Fight Doctor, man. Come on. I thought it was deep, you know. Deep, oh my God.
I mean, that's the first time I've ever heard someone say that I knew Ward was going to win that tournament. But hey, it is what it is.
Going into the tournament, the best two super middleweights in my mind were Carl Froch and Andre Ward. Right?
What about Arthur Abraham? Arthur Abraham, was he not?
No, he was. Listen, Arthur Abraham was a good middleweight.
Right? Like an issue.
He was a good middleweight. But in my mind, the two best super middleweights going into the tournament were Froch and Ward. And look, I had Froch losing to Jermaine Taylor up until the point Taylor got stopped. So in my mind, it was like, yeah, Ward got this. Ward is going to beat them all, and essentially that's what he did.
Well,
all right. Well, I don't know about that, but okay, fair enough. Doctor, fair enough.
I'm looking at they had this guy Shagarev, yeah. This guy Shagarev had the belt for a minute. Why David Hay had the belt at the minute? So WBA, what they've been doing, they actually started this joint. And they've been consistently splitting their belt up, making their belt worthless. Listen, they've been making their belt worthless, man. How can you have two world champions and the same holding the same belt? Like, man, that's madness, bro. Like, what are they doing?
Well, first of all, thank your guy who, your British all-time, probably the greatest British fighter of all time, Lennox Lewis. He's the one who suggested that idea that there should be a secondary belt for that fighter to fight mandatory. So you do understand that, right?
So because he said it, don't mean they have to do it. What kind of dummy?
That's true, but he influenced that.
I don't know. He's not from my country. He's born in Canada, so he's from where you are. So don't try that shit.
He ain't born in no Canada. He was born in the UK and then wins raised in Canada.
Right,
so get it right. Get it right, man.
I'm not owning him on this one. Bruv, it's madness, bro. It's absolute madness. And the belt was inactive, yeah, from Manuel Chan and Ustinov from 2017. Then they reactivated it with Trevor Bryan versus Bermain Severn. Like, what the heck is going on, man?
Yeah.
I mean, the state of that belt, that WBA belt, is absolutely crazy. Anthony Joshua, and the thing is, I'm going down this thing, and Anthony Joshua's name's not even on this thing. This is WBA Association, WBA World Boxing Association World Heavyweight title. Where's Anthony Joshua? What belt has he got then? Like, what's going on there?
He's not on there?
He got that IBO belt.
No, he's the WBA belt, bro. He's got the WBA, bro. Why is Joshua's not on this list? This list I got in front of me. Like, 4 factors are saying it's madness, Dan. It's absolute madness. Like, it's got all these names on it, and Joshua's name's not in here. Like,
the only thing though
it should be wait. It should be way at the top. It should say Super Champion. You see that?
Oh no, I ain't got super champion. I just got champion.
Yeah, it should be super champion. Yeah, if Josh's name is super champion.
Yeah, but how can it be a super champion? It's a champ. Oh man, Dan, this is bad, bro. This is
I know. I agree with you guys on that one. I think this whole sanctioning body. See, there should have been some regulations of not allowing them to do this crap.
no, they
To
shouldn't be
begin,
allowed to do this. No,
they shouldn't have even been allowed to do that. That's why that WBC franchise championship. I know people want to call Teofimo Lopez the undisputed lightweight champion, but no. In actuality, Lomachenko gave that belt up because he didn't want to fight his mandatory in Devin Haney. Okay, so that's a fact. That recognized that franchise belt is not even recognized.
They did improve on that though. Now that they're gonna start, you could lose the franchise title. That makes sense though. So that's
no. But first of all, it's not even recognized by any sanctioning body. So
not
I don't.
yet, but it's gonna like as much as the person defends it, then it's gonna catch weight. Just like how the when they first came out with the Ring magazine.
So I have a question, right? So
when they came out with the Ring magazine title, they were like that was just a myth at first, and then it grew.
No, it wasn't. I mean, it was in a way. You got a point there. It was in a way.
Like,
back in the day.
So I have a question, right?
Like you bring up all of those sports too. Like every year, like they started giving out the MVP trophy, and then they made up the finals MVP. So each year, like they add something to it. That year before that wasn't before. There was no wild card games. Like they just added that on in all the sports.
So here I have a question, right? So, for instance, in the WBC, they have this franchise belt. Why is it that we can't give the franchise championship just as much credit and not just as much weight as the regular championship? I mean, ultimately, they both come from the same place. So why is it that we should make a distinction between the two? How come one can't have as much weight as the other one?
I mean, the belt is just new. The belt not even 20 years old yet.
Why do you laugh, man?
So is that the criteria that a belt must be 20 years old before we can take it seriously?
But like basically, what our time is, situation got to kind of grow on you. Like usually things don't. Only some things really just take off like that. As soon as you put it out there, just take off. But sometimes things like it gotta grow.
I mean, because if we're going to be completely honest, right? If we're going to be completely honest, the WBC regular, quote unquote, regular title comes from the same place that the WBC franchise title comes from. They were both created out of thin air.
Yeah.
If we're going to be honest, they were both created out of thin air. One day they didn't exist, and the next day they did.
Yeah, that's right. Boxing's in a bad way, man. It's in a bad way with all these belts. But I continue trying to understand it. But this right there is having, all from 1965. They've been tampering, all because they want to get back at Muhammad Ali. I mean, what fight did I say? Eddie Machin. What did they do? Sonny Liston was the fucking world champion. Why are you making another belt?
Well, wait a minute. Wasn't the WBC belt created too? Yeah, the WBC belt was created before then, right?
Right then, when they did that belt, right, just to do that to Ali, the rest of the boxing commission they should have sued that and kept it in, because someone should have reined it in, because people talk about they had all these belts in, but someone should have reined them in from there on, because the 2 belts, then it became 3. Now we're on 4. I mean, someone should have.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to figure out how can you say that when the WBA was the NBA, which is a sanctioned body that existed in the 1920s. So how's that possible?
Man, but listen, no one I didn't know about them. The belt was called the World Championship. I don't know about no NBA.
Yeah, the NBA.
But the NBA title, right, is again another title that was created out of thin air, right? We'd already had
the National Boxing Association. Yeah, back in the 1920s.
Right. And a title that was created out of thin air, right? So ultimately, the NBA, the WBA, the WBC, IBF, IBO, IB, whoever, are all titles that were created out of thin air and are next to meaningless. In fact, they're less than meaningless. They have no meaning whatsoever. None.
That's only if you take that, but by them opening those sanctioned bodies and doing that, they gave a lot more people opportunities. A lot of people got a chance to put food on the table. You looking at it from that angle, but there was another whole big angle to make money. Like, we could chop this thing down in 4, spread it out, and we could all make money. See, that's the part that it like sometimes they add a little bit too much water, but it worked at the same time.
Yeah, well, listen, I mean, if your argument is that the sanctioning organizations are great for marketing, right? I would agree wholeheartedly, because now instead of having one world champion, you have a world champion for every day of the week. Yeah. And in boxing, that is what we have literally right now. In every division, we have a world champion for every goddamn day of the week.
Super champion, right? Franchise champion,
world champion,
regular champions. Yeah, okay. I know.
Diamond champion. Okay. All right. Backdoor champion. All right. Right. You have a champion literally for every day of the week. So,
He's right.
So now when you have a fight to put on, well, I have a myriad of champions to pull from, so I can market this fight as a quote unquote world title fight. Oh, world title fight. Well, that certainly sounds interesting, right? So yeah, listen. If the question is, has this confusion, which is what it is, that has been injected by these sanctioning organizations, if it has been good for the business of boxing in terms of their bottom line, then sure, yes, it's great for marketing. And yes, YG, I agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying. It has created opportunities for fighters to get more exposure, and it has created opportunities for promotion. And yeah, it's a great marketing tool. But at the end of the day, it's confusing. And, as boxing fans, as the casuals, as they graduate into hardcores, what's going to happen is they're going to look at me and think, you know what? I thought that man was crazy, but now he's making sense, because this is all confusing. And you have a champion for every day of the week, and none of them are fighting each other. So what's the point?
Yeah.
Right? What's the point? What's the point of having all these goddamn champions if nobody's going to fight each other? Yeah, and settle the confusion.
Yeah. They're not even trying to fight each other. And that's the thing that's the whole thing. The reason why I got the belts, like we saw, but Ali said, what he say he's a champion? Where he at? They're not even trying to, like, we got Terence Bud Crawford and we have Errol Spence. And Errol Spence is clearly, in my eyes, ducking a thingy. He's ducking him, bro. You know what I mean? Like, Errol Spence, he go get a belt. He went and got a belt. So what's the problem now? You know what I mean? Like clearly, like, he doesn't want to fight him. You got Anthony Joshua over there, Wilder. Wilder wanted to fight him. Joshua said, I ain't, Eddie Hearn tried to block that fight. So what's the point of having these belts? Like, they should fight each other. It's like everyone, like what YG said, they're trying to make money, and then it's like, what, are you trying to not make the big fights? That's the reason why the money's there, to make the big fights so we can see it. But then they're not even trying to make the big fights, man. I mean, this is just ridiculous, bro.
But let me ask you though, do you think the boxers will be like, you know what, from now on, this one sanctioned body is the champions and the rest of them don't count? You think they'll be willing to do that? No.
I don't know what.
Yeah. Hey, y'all, listen, I got to get off, guys. It was good talking to y'all, all right?
No, yeah, I enjoyed that. Nice to, hey, good catching up with you, Dan. You take care of yourself, Dan.
All right, you too, y'all. All right, man. Bye, doctor. Yes, all right, you too, man. Good conversation. All right, shout out to YG, too, man. Take care.
Yeah, take care.
Peace.
All right, peace.
Nah, man, it's just like boxing right now. It ain't a bad state, but this you just want to see the best versus the best, and then you can say, feel good about yourself. Like, that guy's the real champion, man, and you want to follow him, you know what I mean? But they just don't want to. They want to deny us, man. Now, I'm not rolling with the UFC because I don't rate the UFC. I don't rate how you can get a title shot. You get a title shot as long as you suck up to Dana White. That's how you get a title shot. Where did Brock Lesnar get a title shot against Randy Couture? So don't be talking about no MMA bullshit to me. I don't want to hear that bullshit, for real. I got a poll, by the way, in the chat. So I can tell you the poll right now. So I put the poll as calls Josh Warrington versus Mauricio Lara 3. All right, so we start from the bottom.
Nah, but you got to think about it, though. That was a special, because it's not like Brock Lesnar was just some regular Joe walking off the street. He was Brock Lesnar.
Did he deserve a title shot against Randy Couture?
Only because, like, and his
came off the street from WWE.
But the thing is, though, EJ, the thing is this, right? His
CM
profile is so high that
yo, YG, I know what YG. I know all that stuff. YG, he doesn't deserve a shot. That's what we're saying. He didn't deserve a shot, right? So because he sucked up to Dana White and he was on wrestling, he had views. They made him get a title shot, and that goes into Jake Paul. That's what people are pissed off with Logan Paul and Jake Paul. Are you gonna tell me that Logan Paul deserved to fight Mayweather? Go on, tell me that one. Go on, make a case for that one. Huh? Yeah, that's what.
That was exhibition.
See, bruv, did he deserve to fight Mayweather? Exhibition or not?
And Mayweather chose to fight him. It's not like that.
To fight Mayweather.
It's not like that was a sanctioned body.
Why? I don't care about that stuff. Did he deserve to fight Mayweather in anything in his life? Does he deserve to fight Mayweather?
He got
to get in the ring with one of the pound for pound greatest of all time. Does he deserve to get in the ring with him? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean,
That's what his Instagram followers. That's what at. All right, let's get to the poll. All right, so let's go to the poll. So I got the poll. Josh Warren, Mauricio Lara 3. All right, so on the poll, with a high whopping 57%, people say yeah. No, people haven't even voted on no. Don't care, 14%. Moving on to someone else. I should have put someone else. I just put someone. That's what I meant. Someone else. 29%. So people want to see the third fight. What do you guys think about that? They actually want to see the third fight. People are actually interested.
I'm interested. I'm curious.
You interested? Yeah, I didn't think there was a demand for it.
I'm curious to see if it even happens. Okay.
Yeah,
that's the first thing.
Eddie said it's gonna happen. He said he gave Warrington another fight, and then he said it happened. So, I'm not interested no more. You know what I mean, it's lost. That first fight was amazing, and you know, it's just it's not a main. I can tell you what, right now, it's not a main event fight. That's what happened. It's an undercard fight, man. This is not a major fight, bro. These little guys, yeah. Really and truly, Josh Warren was pretty good with the featherweight division, you know, bringing the country like Nassim Hamid, bringing a lot of fans and stuff like that. But bro, you listen, bro, like you got to fight better than that. I don't know where are you going in with your head. You know, clearly, you know, I've got a picture here. Clearly, you chose to just do Ram Man on him. You know what I mean? You just you clearly chose to go in with your head. You know, I'm not saying you did it deliberately, but I think the tactics was try and hold him. And it just wasn't working. I mean, Warrington doesn't even fight like that normally. You know, he doesn't fight like that. He usually just throws a lot of hook. Look at that. See, this is how the head clash coming. As he's trying to go to the body, and Lara's Warrington's a southpaw. That's how the head clashes started coming in. I mean, it's clear to see. What's my man saying? Anthony McKinn, EJ, I don't care. Move on, yeah, same, yeah, exactly, same thing, yeah, for me, exactly. I don't care. Like I'm in the UK. I don't care to see that third fight. No way, man. Not on a major card again. YG might be on that, but not me, man. I don't know. Fight Doctor, whatever. I don't know. I'm with Fight Doctor. I'm with Fight Doctor all the way when it comes to world champions. Because when I go back 20 years or something like that, I know there was two. Like I remember there was a fight between Eusebio Pedrosa and I think it was Salvador Sanchez, and they didn't fight. I mean, that would have been an epic fight, you know. Eusebio Pedrosa had 15 defense of that WBA title. I think it was WBA before Baron McGuigan beat him. And, you know, Salvador Sanchez obviously died in a car crash. And then Baron McGuigan refused to fight Azuma Nelson. You know what I'm saying? Actually, Azuma Nelson, was it featherweight? Yeah, featherweight. He didn't want to fight Azuma Nelson. And this continues, man. You know, these are great fights in history that never happened. You know, we can just duck him in history, or we'll think. But you never fight that guy with Riddick Bowe, Lennox Lewis, Andy Joshua, Deontay Wilder. I mean, God, man, it's just like, why? Why are you taking so long? And when they give it the fight, they give it when it's stale. Mayweather and Pacquiao, the fight's stale, man. Stale like bread, dry bread on the corner. Why would you do that to us? Why what do we deserve? Yeah, why do they treat us like this? You know what I mean?
Because we're boxing fans, and we have a high tolerance. Unfortunately,
is that what it is?
That appears to be what it is. Okay, because they keep throwing muck at us, and we keep accepting it.
Yeah, they treat us bad, man. They treat us bad. Is Eddie Hearn doesn't care. I mean, he's making his fighters money, but bruv, in terms of like matchups and exciting and all-time fights, see people look Don King, yeah. Of whatever you're saying, they're talking about Hall of Fame fights, man. Like you're talking about real great fight. I remember the best thing the Mike Tyson thing. That's one thing about Mike Tyson and Don King. They were busy, active, fighting good contenders, man. Good live contenders in action-packed fights. You know what I'm saying? That's what you want to see. You want to see your guy busy. You want to see your guy active, and you want to see knockouts. Torrey Morrison, you know, Ray Mercer. The American public, there's a man that now we're gonna talk about this Caleb Plant ring right here. Caleb Plant, yeah, he needs to beat Canelo, bro. I'm telling you right now. But I don't know what kind of champion will he be. Because you see, America needs a champion, bro, that they can recognize, you know. I'm not saying I need a champion, but America needs a champion that they can say, yo, this guy's from America to get the country together. Because you ain't got one. Who's your American champion? Huh? Who's your like icon American champion right now? Because we got one in the UK. His name's Anthony Joshua. Who's yours?
Charlo.
He's your icon American champion.
Well, we're kind of short in that department right now, I think.
You haven't got icon that. Floyd Mayweather, I think Floyd Mayweather was your last icon, isn't it?
Yeah, so yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it was your last icon. You haven't eclipsed that. Is Tank Davis gonna be an icon? What do you think?
He has the tools. It's just that he just needs to beat somebody. I mean, he has all the tools.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, all Americans are young. Like the champions, they're young. They're under 30.
They need to. When I say America, listen, America used to have champions.
I guess the one that we can really point to it would be Terrence Crawford.
He's your icon champion.
But right now, yeah,
he needs Errol Spence to make. He needs Errol Spence.
He's still the guy that a lot of the young fighters look up to.
Yeah, but I don't care about. Look, that's not the question I ask, man. I want to.
Yes, it is.
I'm talking about icon.
That's what an icon is. An icon is somebody that people look up to.
Icon is a person who catches around the world, bro. And like America used to have that, like Marvin Hagler, Sugar Ray Leonard, Tommy Hearns. Yeah, these are icon fighters.
The young
Floyd Mayweather, Oscar De La Hoya. You know what I mean? Oscar De La Hoya, like for Mexican fans and some Mexican American fans,
that's
icon.
What I'm saying. And for of course, even the guy, the young guys coming up, they look up to Crawford. So that's
who's he fighting? Who's he fighting to be an icon?
Who?
So listen. I'll tell you what.
Ask me if I tell you that the young guys look up to him. You can't ask me who like turn around.
I didn't say they're not looking up to him. That's not the the thing. YG. The comprehension here is very simple. Icon is the word. Yeah, icon. Not look up to icon. Yeah, icon. Yeah, that's the words I'm using. And all the fighters, standout fighter around the world. Terrence Crawford is not that. He ain't that. Just simple.
Well, I tell you what. I think that both Terrence Crawford and Tank Davis are one or two fights away from becoming those icon fighters. Okay, if they can get the right fights.
There you go. Now listen to this. I'll give you one. I'll give you one. If them Charlo brothers beat Triple G, I reckon that could be an icon fighter right there. You know what I'm saying? If you beat him, or what about what's his name again? Devin Haney. If he beats Lomachenko, that would make you an icon right there. You see what I'm saying? You need to beat down a legend. That's why Anthony Joshua needed Vladimir Klitschko. The thing is, Dan can say all about what's happening now, how boxing is, but you need a legendary guy to beat down to solidify your name as an icon. And that's what I'm talking about. And boxing has one in Anthony Joshua over here. We have one. In America, right now, you haven't got that. And you used to have loads of them, bro. Like, shit, everywhere we turn, you had one. You got guys in the division, but you haven't got that solidified, like, bang out start. And I think Wilder wants to be that guy. Wilder's dying to be that guy, in fact. But he's just been denied in opportunities. He needs to get past Fury. And in England and UK, we have Tyson Fury. He's an icon type of guy. We have Anthony Joshua, another guy. And we have, who else we have here? Josh Warrington. He's an icon in Scotland, but not around the world. Not around the world. But in Scotland, I guess he's a big deal in Scotland. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I think boxing in general needs like that. If no one's going to be that Muhammad Ali. No one seems to me in this era is going to be that Mike Tyson. But you see what's happened? These YouTubers, they're trying to fit the bill. They're trying to be that icon guy. They're trying to be that Conor. They want to be that Conor McGregor. They sat down and saw Conor McGregor versus Floyd Mayweather, and then here comes the Logan Pauls, man. I was like, where do these guys come from? So you have a race for someone trying to be this generation, when you look back at this generation, that standout fighter or person that people gravitate to. You know what I mean? And that's what boxing's missing. That kind of marquee worldwide star. Katie Taylor's not that. They say she's the best world woman. Kate, right now, we're going to have a matchup between two of the greats, two of the best. Savannah Marshall versus Clarissa Shields. Right? That's to solidify right there and then that Clarissa Shields is the best pound-for-pound woman in the planet, off the planet. You know what I mean? That was just not, I know she's going to beat her anyway. I think she's going to beat her anyway. Right there. And, you know, boxing needs that. Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury. Anthony Joshua versus Deontay Wilder. Then we have him, you know, because he needs America. Shit, he needs America. He does. I don't care. He does. He needs America because America, you know, pushes, you know, you got the Vegas and all that. Vegas, New York. New York is still the Mecca. It's still the place that everyone needs to go to solidify. Lennox Lewis used to have big fights in New York, right? Do you remember YG? No, you're probably too young for that. Fight does remembers.
Yes, I remember. Yes.
Lennox Lewis brought back big boxing back in New York, right? It was good, isn't it? The capital, because New York didn't have no big fights in there for age. And around the 2000, Lennox Lewis was doing big fights in New York events, Savannah Holyfield. That was great to see since Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier, them times there. So, you know, America's still the big place where you go where the world can watch. That's where, because when they have to fight in America, the world watches. You know what I'm saying? In the UK, yeah, we can watch, but in America, it seems like it's like they got all the avenues for the whole world to watch. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is. Go ahead, fight, Doctor.
No, I was saying that even before Lewis was fighting in New York, you had, you know, other fighters who were fighting big fights in New York. You know, Mike Tyson, he fought there a lot. So yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. New York is still the place, you know, because the media level is like, that's the media capital of America. I know Washington is the capital, but in terms of the media in New York, it's nothing like it. That's where the basketball teams, they get, when you're in New York, like Brooklyn, you're getting different attention. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is that with boxing right now, we're looking at Marquis Start. I don't think, Gary Russell wants to be that guy. I don't know what Gary Russell's on, man. I couldn't even tell you. You know what I mean? You knew Josh Warrington and Lara's fight. Why don't you just get a plane trip, come over and come ringside and say, look, I want to fight the winner. You know what I'm saying? And just be there. Just be there. Be relevant, man. Be relevant. Like, why dudes don't do that no more? You know, like you used to always see Fight Doctor, the guys who wanted to challenge the winner, they used to be ringside waiting. Remember Fight Doctor? Remember them days?
Yes, I remember those days. Yes, I do.
They don't do that. Yeah, like waiting, like I want my shot. I remember Michael Nunn came over, right, and he was waiting for the winner, and Nigel Benn and Chris Eubank too. He was there like with Don King, but the fight was a draw, and like because he wanted the winner, and like, you know, he never got that fight with them guys there. You know, Nigel Benn went on to fight Gerald McClellan. Unfortunately, that was, you know, that's a bad thing. But America, what's he say? America KK doesn't have the big stars like one time. Yeah, like one time. They got stars, but they're not marquee because it's not. They're not
icons.
No, that's the word. That's what it is. And to be an icon, to be fair, you have to win in a certain way and get the public behind it. Now, who looks like Gervonta Davis with Floyd Mayweather? I ain't gonna lie to you, Floyd Mayweather. If Tank wasn't with Floyd Mayweather, I don't think he gets that shine. I just don't think it's happening. I think Floyd's doing a tremendous job with Tank, getting him the fights.
So wait now.
You good?
I have to disagree with you there, and the reason being is that Tank is fighting in a very exciting style, and he's winning in a very exciting manner. So I think the Mayweather, you know, shine, or should I say the Mayweather assistance, is certainly helping, but I think ultimately it has a lot to do with the whole package. You know, the five fingers are, you know, the hand is greater than the five fingers. You follow what I'm saying? Whereas you have Gervonta Davis who's doing his role, then you have Mayweather with the assist, and that makes the whole package better. So I get what you're saying, and you know, while I agree, at the same time I disagree. I agree that Mayweather is certainly that bump that Davis is getting from Mayweather is helping his shine.
Yes.
And maybe perhaps he would not shine as brightly if he didn't have the Mayweather assist.
No,
right?
I don't think so.
I agree with you there. Yeah, I agree with you there.
Yeah, I don't think so either. My man Anthony agrees with me as well. If Tank leaves to Floyd Mayweather, the wheels will come off immediately of his career, 100%. But that just shows you, like, with Floyd, being around you helps you, right? Being around someone like Tank. But, you know, the Charlo brothers, to me, at some point, I mean, one of the brothers, I like the way they fight. They fight top contenders. But, man, I don't know how long they got in the game, because they talk, they're on that Keith Thurman thing, yelling and screaming. But, bro, they getting some hard fights, man. Like, they being some... They ain't getting no easy pickings, them Charlos, bro. Them Lions only ain't picking no easy pickings, man. And you know, go ahead.
Yeah, them guys are 31 years old, aren't they?
I'm not too sure. YG knows the age. I'm not too sure. YG knows that, because that's YG's boys, isn't it? But I said to myself that you know, they but I like the way they think. I like the way they fight top tier competition. The rest of the media like disrespects them, their opponents. Like, how can you disrespect their opponents, man? Like, one was trying to unify, they were trying to for undisputed, and the other one was fighting a top tier guy who got knocked out by another guy. It's like, I don't know, the media, they're killing boxing itself. I mean, what are they doing when you're sitting there, you're criticizing them? Who are you trying to please? You know, it's like they're self-indulgent in their own self, not really thinking about the sport as itself. Like, people who sit there and critique and criticize the sport, all you're doing is killing it. Like HBO, right? And I watch a lot of HBO fights, right? Because they were covering it. But my gosh, they done a good job of killing. They did a good job of digging the sport as grave. I'm telling you, man. The amount of disrespect they show to some of the fighters, it's crazy. You know, only in the UK, you know, they're not really do that. They might favoritism some guy, but disrespect, no, they're not really on that sort of level of disrespect. And, you know, Anthony Joshua was getting really disrespected by some of the UK media, unfortunately, saying, oh, who you fighting next after you beat Thing? Are you going to fight this guy next? I just won my fight. Why am I talking about another guy? But Anthony Joshua, I say to myself, look, boy, that's the fans want to know if you want to fight another guy. But he still wants to celebrate his win. And that's like, well, bruv, there's still work to do, my friend. That's why, bruv. You know what I mean? You're not going to bask in the sun of a beating Pulev. It was a great accomplishment, but that's how people are. They want to know you're next. They want to know you're next. And I guess that's the way we are as fight fans. I don't want to be too negative. I love boxing, but we didn't get our just desserts today. What's that Charlo fight? Top tier competition. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, well, you tell me. The guys they fought are in the top 5. That guy he fought is the Mexican guy he fought, one of the Charlo brothers. That was a great fight. He was in a fight that day, bruv. What's the guy's name again now? Montiel. It was Fernando Montiel's brother. That Montiel guy, that's a classic, bruh. That was a classic. Yeah, top tier competition. That Mexican guy was tough, man. He gave Charlo a hard fight, bro. And then the other brother tried to get in a unit. The other fight was trying to be undisputed. And it was a draw. I think the fight was rendered a draw. So yeah, they're fighting top tier competition, man. Top tier competition. Guys, and they're fighting, and they're actually doing old school things, right? They're actually fighting guys who deserve a title shot. That's the thing. Some people fight guys and they pick them up, like Conor Ben, like Grenades, man. I'm like, bro, like, oh, you know. But Conor Ben, you can understand they're still trying to season him, but the kid wants to fight top tier. I think he's gonna be ready for a world title, man. I think you should give him a world title shot. I think they're holding him back too long, man. I think you should just give him a world title shot. He's at 147. Who do you think Conor Ben can be at 147, guys?
You know what? I'm going to have to go back and watch the fight from earlier today to answer that question, because I missed that fight. Because when I got home, the Lara Warrington fight was essentially queuing up. So let me go back and watch his performance from earlier this evening. Then I can answer that question. Okay,
fair play. All right. Well, listen. Well, we know who's got the belts at 147. At what? We know who's got the belts. YG's bounced out because he can't take. There's no icons in the sport. Why Steve goes icons? Why'd you give me Joe? Yeah, I think Conor Ben, look, right? Conor Ben is not beating no Terence Crawford. If he know Terence Crawford, Amir Khan would be good for Conor Ben. That would be a good fight. Adrian Broner is a dangerous fight. Though, don't get it twisted. Adrian Broner, yeah, he's flat-footed, but he's still got hands. He still has more experience than Thing. He's still been a world.
I think there's been some whispers about making that fight.
Yeah, there is. No, he's not whispers. No, Eddie Hearn said it today. Said, yeah, we're looking to make whether Eddie Hearn needs to stay. But that's the fight that would get people juicy, like, you know what I mean? Like Conor Ben could beat Adrian Broner. I mean, if he could beat Adrian Broner, that's almost like winning a world title for him. You know what I mean? Because where he come from, to beat someone like Adrian Broner. I mean, Adrian Broner can hit, man. He can still crack. Yo, he can still crack. He'll come in and sell the promotion though. Hey, imagine Adrian Broner in the UK. Shit. People in UK like Adrian Broner, you know. They're like the can man, you know. The can man. Any man can do it. Americans, Africans, Mexicans. Yo, people.
Listen, there's no doubting his marketing ability. Okay, I mean the man is an excellent self promoter. I give him that.
Yeah. I think he'd like the UK. I think the holiday would do him good. You know, coming to the UK and doing that. You know, Conor Ben will be on it, but I think Adrian Broner would do all right over here. He'll talk mad gas. He'll gas it up. I think Eddie Hearn would need that kind of guy. But in the performance, Adrian Broner will be like, shit. You know what I mean? Like, he's too flat-footed. Conor just box him and keep moving. But, you know, I don't know what AB was going to turn up. He's still deadly, man. He doesn't throw that many punches around. He's still deadly. He can hit hard. You know what I mean? He even wobbled Madonna. If you look at that fight, the last round, Madonna was getting wobbled up.
I think it was the 12th, yes.
Yeah, he wobbled him up. He's the first guy. He's one of the few guys that knocked down Sean Porter, right? Knocked him down.
Yes, he dropped him, I think, 11th or 12th round.
Yeah, you see, that's what I'm trying to say to you, bro. So he ain't no clown, bro. He's not no clown, you know what I mean? Or they can do Conor Ben versus Mikey Garcia. What about them fight? What about that fight?
Honestly, I would be hard pressed to pick against Mikey Garcia.
I like that fight though. That's a good fight, right? Very
I
high.
agree. It would be a good fight, but I would have to go with Mikey Garcia. Garcia is a damn good fighter.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Like, where did Eddie Hearn pull the trigger? We have to see. Josh Warrington. There's only one fight I say for him going against Gary Russell Jr. I'm not really interested in the Kid Gallagher fight. The Mauricio Lara 3. Let me see. The polls changed. Fight doctor. Let me tell you what it is right now. So, moving on to fight someone else. 25%. Don't care. 12%. Like, they don't believe that the third fight should happen. So no, 12%. And yes, coming in at 50% that people want to see the third fight. I'm actually surprised, man. I don't know. You guys want punishment. That's just that's what Fight Doctor was saying. Use lot like punishment, man. The fight fans, they glutton for more of that stuff, right? You know, most of the fight fans in the UK, if you saw, they're all drunk and they all drink and ringside. They're all drunk, man.
Hey, what better way to enjoy a fight? Okay,
is that how you enjoy? Is that how you enjoy the Fight Doctor sometimes?
Well, listen. Typically, if I'm having a fight party, then by the time of the main event, everybody has a good amount of good feeling in their veins.
Yeah. Hey, you know what I do when I'm watching a fight? I'll be talking the most crap to tell you. Yeah, man, whoop his ass. You know what? I tell you one fight. I remember fighting. I had people around. I think the last time I had people around was Conor Ben versus Floyd Mayweather, because people didn't want to pay for the fight. So my brother came, our friend came, and we was watching the fight. Listen, mate. I must admit, listen, that fight there, I was cheering for Floyd to bang him over, brother. You know that? Bang it. Robert Bird, I'm still pissed off he didn't let him get. I wanted the kid to hit the deck, man. Why you let him hit the deck, man? Floyd was turning it up on him. So, oh man. Conor McGregor, man. That was a beating. All that stuff Floyd took over the years from this, the amount of disrespect Floyd got over the years was amazing, bro. Floyd, I tell you, Floyd's actually a very tough-willed man, because he took a lot of stick on social media, had his head on Kentucky Fried Chicken and all kinds of things. He beat all the guys that they said he wasn't gonna beat. He beat every one of them. Not when they want him to be, when he wanted to them, and he beat all of them. Exactly. All of them. Every one of them guys there, you know what I mean? And they still won't give him credit. Lying on his name, say he cherry picked. Everyone bloody cherry picks in boxing. I don't know what people are talking about. Here. But anyways, Fight Doctor. We need to do one of them old school fights. Well, when Dan said about Matthew Saad Muhammad, about the multiple belt. But see, the thing is, when Matthew Saad Muhammad, he was the number one light heavyweight champion though. In terms of the multiple belts, that he was the guy. Like Matthew Saad Muhammad was that guy. The WBC belt was regarded as the top tier belt, and he had the WBC belt, and he was the top tier guy in a division of great other guy. And in fact, he fought all the good guys. You know what I mean? John Conte, he lost his belt. Matthew Saad Muhammad. He got his belt back off John Conte. Gave him a rematch. You know what I'm saying? Eddie Mustafa Muhammad, and then all of a sudden, Michael Spinks? Michael Spinks came along and done them all. Michael Spinks came and done everyone over there. He done all of them. He done everyone. You know what I'm saying? Beating all them guys. They beat every one of them. He had a mad run. He had a really good run. Michael Spinks at light heavyweight, right?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah. His run was good against Khalid and them guys there. Eddie Mustafa Muhammad, all of them. Like I don't know what it was. What Spinks was packing that day, but he came with his TNT, fast, hand, speed, power. Yeah, he was. Yeah, that Michael Spinks, it was bad. I mean, he don't look the same guy when Mike Tyson knocked him out, but he was good. Is that TBE? I heard from TBE for a minute, bro. I ain't seen this guy for long. Conor Ben's not ready for prime time. You think so? What's he ready for? What's he ready for? PMT and the disrespect. Yeah, that Ronda Rousey could beat Floyd. Yeah, what a damn cheek. 100%, man. That was a cheek, boy. 100%, boy. That was out of order. And then where is her now? Where's all the people talking ish about Floyd's name? They disappeared. Michael Spence, very underrated history. Michael Spence was a savage, man. Savage. The run he had, was crazy. I was looking at Iron Barkley's record as well, and he fought he had a miracle of losses, yeah. But bruv, he just fought top tier guys back to back to back. Iron Barkley. If you look at his and it's like people just look. It's like what? Okay, let me pull it up right to show you what I'm talking about. I'm gonna pull it. I'm not gonna put it on the screen, but I'm just gonna try and making a thing of look at the guys he fought back to back,
James Toney.
People, yeah, this is back to back Iran, yeah. Imagine his name, Iran, Iran. When I used to think about Iran, I used to think about the country,
Yeah, that's what. Right.
Iraq. I always think about that because it's where they come to terrorize. All right, let me look at and the thing is, he actually fought heavyweight, which he didn't get. He lost against this guy called Keith McKnight. All right, let me just run down this little run he had. Right, let me get a wicked run against top tier. Okay, look at this. Right, so let's start. Okay, let me start from here. He went against Sambu Calabe. He lost by unanimous decision. Sandalye Williams. If anyone knows about a tough tier gatekeeper, was Sandalye Williams. If you thought he was anyone, you had to fight Sandalye. He has split decisions against Michael Olajide. He stops him in the 5th round. Then he goes against Tommy Hearns, one of the greatest first multiple world champions, I think 5-weight champions in the history of boxing. Beats him in 3 rounds. Then he fights Roberto Duran. Listen, hear what I'm saying. Sambo Calambe, Sandalye Williams, Michael Olajide, Tommy Hearns. This is all right. These are all back-to-back fights, right? Roberto Duran, Michael Nunn, Nigel Benn. Look at this. This is from 1987 to 1990. You know what I mean? And he lost the last 3, Roberto Duran and Michael Nunn. And arguably he beat Michael Nunn. It was a majority. So that's a close fight actually. And then Nigel Benn, he lost in a technical situation where they had that free rule on the WBO, the dumb rule they had that if you got knocked down in the round 3 times, they stopped the bout. That was dumb. Because I'll tell you what. Yeah, I'll let it right down right now. If that 3 knockdown rule wasn't in effect, Ben would have lost the fight. I'm telling you. Because Iron Barkley was warming up, man. He was warming up. You know what I mean? He was surprised the fight got stopped. What do you think?
I would agree. I would agree.
Yeah. And so out that little run, he won. Out that little run from 1990, he won 1, 2, 3, and that's the Sandalye Williams, Michael Olajide, and Tommy Hearns. I mean, that just Tommy Hearns won right there. Michael Olajide only had 1 loss at the time. Sandalye Williams was a tough guy there. Look at Sambo Calambe. People don't know about him fighting Italy. He was a tough guy, bro. He was a tough campaigner, bro.
Yeah, Barkley actually beat Hearns twice, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he did, but I was talking about this little run from 1990. You know what I mean? I was just talking about that little run. Because when he fought Hearns the next time, he had another run, yeah. He fought Daryl Van Horn. That's when he captured the IBF belt, and then he fought her. He moved up to heavyweight to beat Tommy Hearns at light heavyweight. So imagine from some super middle moved up to light heavy and beat Tommy Hearns. Then he fought another guy, and then he come back down to fight James Toney for IBF belt. See, that's why he got battered. That's why he got battered, because someone wasn't looking after him. So basically, you got this right. After Hearns, he fought Hearns at he weighed in at 174 because the fight was at 175. Hearns won it at 174 and a half. He weighed in at 174. Then he fought this other guy called Robert Foyley at 177. So from 177, this man dropped 10 pounds to fight James Toney. 10 pounds, and he had 3 months to do it. So whoever wasn't looking after his career should have stayed at light heavyweight.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then after that, he went all the way up to 190.
Right.
Yeah, like 190, and he had a fight where he won by KO, and then he lost another fight. He fought this guy at 205 pounds. So this is where the abuse starts kicking in. You know what I mean? Where they just used his name, fighting guys that, didn't even debut the great Iran Barkley. You know what I'm saying? And this is how they used him up. They used up his name and just used him up, man. You know what I mean? Really and truly, James Toney would have been a good fight if he was at the weight. But last time he fought Van Horn at 92, then like he fought James Toney in 93. So that was the last time he actually fought at that weight. You know what I mean? And I don't know why he even came back down. I mean, why would you drop 10 pounds? You see, the people need the money. That's the offer. They offer you that money. Yeah,
money.
They did the same thing to Archie Moore. Archie Moore, he fought Thingy Valdez at heavyweight. Then he came back down, and then he fought Bobo Orson at Bobo Orson. Listen to this, Bobo Orson at light heavyweight. Then he went back up again to Rocky Marciano.
Yeah, well, what happened to the Mongoose, the old Mongoose, was just criminal. I mean, they wouldn't let him challenge for the light heavyweight title until he was 40?
Yeah, 10 years. Yeah, all them guys there, they avoided him. Credit to Joey Maxson to give him a shot, but he had to beg. Yeah, but he had to give up whole heap of money in that. Should have won the fight. He should have won that title years ago, man. Years ago. But that's what I'm trying to say to you. That's all boxing was. They just, but the thing is, funny thing is, yeah, when it comes down to the greats level, that's why people don't remember them guys' names. The people who did that, they may have made money, but no one remembers their names. I think the guy's names was it was some guy, Fricks Exhibit. Was it Fricks Exhibit? Not Fricks Exhibit. It was another guy. He had a funny name, but he all the guys who did that, people don't remember their names because they did them heinous things, They did them heinous things, but some of the things they do in boxing, it's ridiculous, it's just bad. What's his name again? What's his name again? Olajide was like Michael Jackson in boxing. Yeah, he was, bruv. He was in it, Fight Doctor. Michael Olajide. He was like the Michael Jackson.
He was. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. I remember watching him on. He used to fight. Was it Tuesday night fights? I think it was. I used to watch him.
Yeah.
Way back in the day.
Yeah. Sambo Calumet was no mug. Ask Mike McCallum. That was a hard fight, bro. He beat him. He beat Mike McCallum. Mike McCallum struggled with him, bro. He was no joke. Those days of fights actually fought, and that's what I'm talking about. So no one can, and that's what I'm talking about. See, because you see me when people making this argument, oh, this, that, the other, this is the way it is, because they've killed the sport, man. They killed the sport. The sport could be what it was if they just narrow down the belts, and make the 10 contenders fight each other. Then, because they'd have to fight each other. These days is what incentive do I have to fight this guy? Why don't and then that leg? Well, he ain't bringing no money. What do you mean he ain't bringing no money? Well, it's a dangerous fight. Every fight's a dangerous fight, you pussy. Or what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, that's why no one remembers your name. You remember, like, Troy? He goes, that's why no one remembers your name. That stands right now. That's why no one remembers your name. Josh Warrington is for all he does, he's a good fighter. But, bruh, like, is he gonna be one of them guys that you vacated a belt because you didn't want to fight a guy? That's how you remember Josh Warrington.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But we live in a different era now. Where
no, we don't. That's who's tells you that. That's what they're telling you. I don't believe that shit. Go ahead.
Well, and here's what I mean when I say that. Years ago, guys would fight for legacy.
Yeah, legacy.
But guys don't do that anymore. They fight for money now. Boxing is more of a business than a sport. And you have guys who are fighting for legacy. I'm sorry, fighting for money. Legacy is secondary or tertiary, or actually, for some fighters, not even a consideration at all.
Okay, let's talk about that, right? So all the guys, yeah, Floyd Mayweather had legacy, so he had legacy because he beat Fernando Hernandez, he beat Angel Manfredi, he beat Diego Corrales. As far as he could say, the legacy was there already. He's one of the greatest super featherweight champions of all time. That's the way he sees it. You know what I mean? At lightweight, he was just going up. So after a while, I said, yo, I got legacy in abundance, but I need some money. You know what I mean? I need some cash.
Right. Listen, look, once legacy has been achieved and you wish to go after the money, more power to you.
And that's what Floyd's been doing when he fought Conor McGregor and doing what he's doing. He got legacy already jacked up. Legacy's already there. It's already, if you want to know what historical great fights, check him out against, against Diego Corrales. Check him out against Fernando Hernandez. Check him out against, Arturo Gatti. Check him out. There's legacy fights all over Floyd's career. But the bottom line is that he need that pay-per-view money, because that's what they were trying to see. They try to treat him like they treat Pernell Whitaker, right? Because Pernell Whitaker, he tried to be, and this is where Pernell Whitaker and some of them guys tried to see, the guys you roll with is the guys that control the decisions. Don King had Chavez. Simple, right? Now, Chavez sells a lot of tickets, bro. You was with main events. They don't pull as much power as Don King. So when it came down to the judge, and the funny thing is, the English judge who had that fight a draw, right? When it came down to it, they said, "Yo, bro, I'm getting looked after by Don King. I wanna come back to Mexico. Shit, I'm gonna make this fight a draw. Shit, who cares? I'm out of here." You know what I mean? And they robbed Pernell Whitaker of that victory. You know what I mean? And you could say that day when they robbed him of that victory, he descended into the coke. I'm not saying it was that day, but that coke powder started going around his nose, man. For real, what do you think, Fight Doctor? Is that true?
Possibly. I mean, maybe. I mean, it's hard to say. I don't know. It's hard to say. But
why are people trying to say about Floyd fought 20 world champions and his legacy? No. I think P Boxer said that overrated champion. I think he mentioned overrated champion was Floyd Patterson. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Floyd Patterson, like, he was a light heavyweight. Floyd Patterson was a game champion, but the thing is, the heavyweight division has these contenders that people, and it happened for years, because Rocky Marciano has good contenders, but he didn't fight them, right? And and those guys heavyweight champions, and also Jack Dempsey, because there was other guy. There was what's his name again? The Big Panther, Harry Thingy Wills. Thingy Wills wanted to fight him. There was always some serious big black contenders who didn't get the title shots, so they kept them away, and they were trying to do that. Sonny Liston, what would the history look like if Sonny Liston never got his shot? Because I tell you what, if Sonny Liston Floyd fought Muhammad Ali and he didn't fight Muhammad Ali would have beat Floyd Patterson same way. So Floyd, you in boxing, heavyweight boxing, or just the world boxing, one world champion, you only have a short time where you can hold that heavyweight belt for. Trust me. Yeah. You're not going to hold that belt for.
Listen. So, interesting, you should bring up Floyd Patterson. He's actually in the record books twice. Right? Because he's the youngest man to win the heavyweight title, right?
Yes, that's right. 20.
That's a record that has yet to be broken. And he's also
Mike Tyson broke it, but go ahead.
No, sir. Mike Tyson is the youngest heavyweight titleist. It's a difference.
Oh, undisputed.
Tyson didn't actually become a champion until he beat Spinks.
Oh, he's talking about undisputed champion. Okay, I got you.
And when Tyson beat Spinks, he was older than Patterson, right?
Yeah, you're right.
So Patterson is the youngest man to ever win the heavyweight title, the legitimate heavyweight title. Yeah. And he's also the first man to regain the heavyweight championship.
100%. Fight Doctor, thank you for that correction. And that was put round. He's the youngest guy ever to get the championship at the time, but he wasn't like undisputed, right? You know what I mean? But because Trevor Burbick wasn't the real champion. The real champion at the time was Michael Spinks, right? So he had to beat him, because Michael Spinks beat Larry Holmes, or don't even beat Larry Holmes, but
he won the beauty contest.
But I think it was a close fight though. It was a close fight though. The Fight Doctor. It was a very close fight.
I agree. It was a close fight, and Holmes didn't look stellar in that fight. But a lot of some people think that Holmes got robbed because of, and it's unfortunate. But leading up to that fight, Holmes made some disparaging remarks about Rocky Marciano, and at the time, so Larry Holmes going into the fight with Michael Spinks was 48-0, and I think there was a press conference leading up to the Spinks fight where Larry Holmes essentially said that Marciano wasn't qualified to carry his jockstrap.
Now let's talk about that. If they fought each other, who do you think would win?
Holmes, easily.
Nah, why would you say that?
Okay, so let's look at Rocky Marciano, right? Now,
Yeah.
Rocky Marciano, when he won the title off of Jersey Joe Walcott, he knocked Walcott out in the 13th round, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jersey Joe Walcott was 38 years old, and Marciano was losing the fight.
Mm-hmm.
Had that been a prime Larry Holmes, Holmes would have knocked Marciano out.
All right,
I have no hesitation, no doubt. Holmes would knock Marciano out.
All right, let's talk about it. So, if that was a prime Jersey Joe Walker, you think Rocky would have knocked him out?
He probably would have lost.
What about a prime?
Losing. In fact, he was losing the fight. He was down in the knockouts.
What about a prime Joe Louis against Rocky Marciano? Who wins?
Lewis.
Okay, so you just think like Rocky's shit, right? That's what you
say. Listen, what I would say is this: is that Marciano dominated a weak heavyweight division.
Oh man.
Now, if people, I'm not going to deny Rocky Marciano was a great heavyweight. Now, I'm not going to, I won't deny that. But then at the same time, I don't promote that idea either. Okay, because the whole mystique around Rocky Marciano is his undefeated record, and I find it most interesting how a particular crowd gives Floyd Mayweather a bunch of shit about his undefeated record, but at the same time, they want to praise Rocky Marciano for having done nothing other than remain undefeated. I mean, let's be honest. The only reason why Rocky Marciano is in the record books is because he retired undefeated and is the only heavyweight champion to have done so.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at his title reign and what he did as a heavyweight champion, he defended the title 6 times against old men and light heavyweights. Okay? Let's be completely honest.
So
that's what he did.
So listen, right? So Ezra Charles is one of the greatest light heavyweight champions, was a heavyweight champion. Then Jersey Walker was another champion. Them two names there, and then Archie Moore, one of the greatest light heavyweight champions. These are all Hall of Famers, all 3 of them, right?
Listen, if the question is, does Rocky Marciano have some great names on his resume? Yes, right? Mm-hmm. But the question is, was Ezra Charles a great heavyweight, or was he a great light heavyweight, or was he a great middleweight? Because he actually began his professional career at 160.
Well, listen to this, right? Have you seen the first fight between Rocky Marciano and Ezra Charles?
It's been a long time since I've seen that fight.
All right, so we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna have to sit down and do that, right? Because I tell you what, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm being controversial with it. I'm telling you, Ezra Charles won that fight. You know.
Listen, Marciano lost the first Esparza fight. He lost that fight.
I ain't even seen that. I've never seen that.
If you go back and read the press, what the press row, most of press row who watched that fight, they thought Marciano lost.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Fight Doctor, we're gonna stamp that one. Hear that? Me and Fight Doctor, we're gonna go and watch the Ezra Charles fight. We're gonna go watch we're gonna do Rocky Marciano. We're gonna watch both of them fights there. I don't think them fights are so far back in history. I don't think YouTube gonna come after me. So I don't know. I might have to put it on my backwater channel.
Right.
I don't think I'm gonna pull up my regular channel just in case they said they going stupid. But I think me and Fight Doctor are gonna have to do a fight night on that one. And then what I'll do, I'll put it on my main channel, advertise it, and say where you can find it. But we're gonna do that on that one because but understandably, like Larry Holmes, in my opinion, he a good fighter.
Holmes,
very confident fighter, good fighter, right? But there's some guys in his division he never fought, right? You know what I mean? He never fought George Foreman. You know what I mean?
But Holmes wanted that fight.
Yeah, I know.
Foreman duck Holmes. I'm sorry, but he did.
Yeah, he didn't want that Ali work. He didn't want that Muhammad Ali work, right?
He didn't want that work. No, because it would have been Zaire all over again.
Yeah. And who else was there? There was other guys there that he didn't fight. But Larry Holmes' run, they try to disparage his run as well. They disparage his run. I mean, he carried that belt. 5 years, 6 years he had that belt from, and he was active and busy, man. Larry was busy, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, see, I think somewhere along the line people disrespect it, but active and busy and always seeing him on TV. That was good for boxing. I mean, that's when the merge of the lightweights came in. The Leonard, the Hearns, the Hagglers, and these guys came in when Larry Holmes was the champion because people just looked at Larry. They wasn't interested in Larry. Larry wasn't Muhammad Ali. It's hard to come back off the back of Muhammad Ali. Larry Holmes never really got the credit he deserved. Yeah,
no,
he lived in the shadow of Muhammad Ali. Okay,
yeah. Now that's actually a part of the problem with Larry Holmes' legacy is that he was coming on the tail end of arguably the greatest heavyweight ever, and so he suffered.
He didn't get no credit until he beat Muhammad Ali up, man. He didn't get no credit. Yeah. That's crazy. And Joe Louis is strange because Joe Louis when Joe Louis got beat up by Rocky Marciano, he that was bad, man. That was a bad. Some people still thought Muhammad Ali could beat Larry Holmes, but Muhammad Ali was taking them pills, man.
Well, I mean, listen. By the time of the Holmes fight, he was suffering from Parkinson's, syndrome. He already it was a done deal. He was done. Okay, he was done going into the first Spinks fight. He was done. He was done.
But the fight is the last person to see it. You know what I mean? The fight is the last person to see when they're hurt. This boxing thing is cruel. It's cruel, man. It's cruel. Also, Sugar Ray Robinson's fight against Randy Turpin. If you ever see that fight, the man just fouled him. I don't care. He fouled Ray Robertson.
First fight, and that fight happened in London?
Yeah. It was Royal Albert Hall. He fouled him. He fouled Ray Robertson all over behind. The referee never said anything. He hit him around the back of the head, in the balls. I mean, it was just full of. And this is what Josh Warrington was trying to do to Lara. That's what he came in with his head. He was trying to show him like, yeah, I'm gonna headbutt you. He was trying to be more aggressive than him, but he wasn't actually using his boxing. And Lara's like, yo, man. Yo, why can't you use your hands?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, you're coming in, your head button, your head's low, man. Like, you know what I mean? That's why I say that I don't really want to see the third fight, really and truly. What's my man say? TB, I see TB for time, bro. If you ain't check out my man TB's channel, man, check him out, TB. People hate Holmes, for beating Ali. Yeah, they did. Especially since Holmes gave him Mercy beating. Tyson said that he's the reason why he knocked out Holmes. Well, Larry Holmes was salty against Mike Tyson. He said he's young, he's a punk, and Larry Holmes said some wicked things about him. I hated Larry Holmes there and then. I didn't like him. I didn't like Larry Holmes. He said some wicked things.
No, well, listen. Larry Holmes was not a popular heavyweight at all.
He said some wicked. See, Mike Tyson was popular, right, with the younger crowd. And when, who's this old guy talking shit against Mike Tyson? I wanted Mike Tyson to knock him out because he was talking. But that's what Larry Holmes wanted. See, Larry Holmes is smart though, right? Because I was listening to it. I was listening on Glad TV, and he said, "Yeah, I said some stuff in the pub because I knew that would get him my rate." And I said, "Yeah, I know he's a young bull. He's gonna come for me." So when he was coming for me, I was like, "Come on, dummy, walk into this uppercut."
Exactly.
So he was just jabbing him. He was trying to set him up with an uppercut, right? And then when he tried to uppercut, he goes, damn, his arm got caught in the rope. He goes, the uppercut, if it landed, it would have been perfect on Mike Tyson's chin. It would have been perfect, yeah. But his arm got caught in the rope. He's like, damn. And then Mike Tyson came with them hooks. And that was it. And you know that? Listen to this, people. That's the only knockout. Listen, people. Only knockout on Larry Holmes' career. He's only ever been knocked out once. Only once.
But now there needs to be an asterisk next to that win, and I'll explain why.
Oh,
so
here we go.
Larry Holmes was actually a replacement opponent for Mike Tyson. When that fight was originally scheduled, Tyson was supposed to fight someone else whose name I can't remember. But whatever reason, that person that Tyson was originally scheduled to fight couldn't. I don't know what happened, but Holmes came in as a late replacement, and he had been off for 2 years. And he only had 6 weeks to train for the fight. So he wasn't exactly in fighting shape, to be completely honest. And to be fair to Larry Holmes, he wasn't really up for that fight. Now, had he been active, and had he had a proper training camp, who knows what would have happened? I'm not saying he would have beat Tyson, but maybe the fight would have looked different.
He was on the slide from the Spinks fights because when I saw him get the Spinks, that wasn't the same guy. I thought because he left Don King. You see, him and Don King had a fallout, right? And then Butch Lewis was the promoter. Butch Lewis used to walk around with a suit with no chest
and a bow tie, right?
Yeah. He was the promoter, right? So he crossed over And that's why he lost, in my opinion. Because again, the promoter runs everything, isn't it? Right? Like Chavez and thing. These promoters, I mean, when it came to the decision, it was like, yo, well, Butch Lewis, you couldn't blame Don King because Don King wasn't the promoter. And Don King told him, right, if you go in that fight, you're gonna lose your record, champ. I'm telling you, he goes, nah, but you stealing money and this, that, the other. He goes, look, I ain't stealing no money. I gave you what I told you and gave you. And then Larry was like, I should have got more. See, the problem with Don King, everyone argues, they should have got more money from him. Like Don King said, how much you want? And they say, I want that. Fine, done. Shake hands. He give them what they want. The problem is people will speak up, man, you should have got more money, man. Why you mean? Look how you selling this and that. That's the problem Don King always had. It's like, man, well, if you had a problem with me, then you go say it, because Nigel Ben said it the best. He goes, I ain't got a problem with Don King. He asked me how much I want. I said $1 million. And he gave him my meal. I think it was $2 million or $3 million. And he said, Don King paid me my money. Nigel Ben said that up front straight. The problem is I was listening to Tim Witherspoon. Tim Witherspoon said the problem with Don King is that, boy, when I signed with him, you know what I mean, I was unknown. I became famous. I was still getting to pay money. I thought my money would go up. But that's not what you negotiated, though, was it, Tim Witherspoon? See, I ain't trying to be no Don King. That's not what he negotiated. So then his problem is, well, I deserve more money. But he goes, but my contract says that you're only getting this amount of money. That was the problem, because Don King was making more money off you because he knew overall how much he could get. But that's to do with you and your percentage. Because before you got with Don King, who was you before you came with Don King? The moment and Don King is the best promoter. So he's taking his promoter fee of building you up, which is true, but then he's not giving you no more money than what you negotiated for. That was the problem. All the time I found out with Don King that people wanted more money than they felt, because they realized when his media spin started going, it's like, right, the money's rolling. The money's rolling. The money's rolling. You know, Kevin Rooney said something about Mike Tyson when he fought the spin. He goes, I know exactly what Mike was supposed to get. So he looked into the paycheck here and he said, well, we should have got more money. But I don't know. But Kevin goes, where's the rest of the money? Where's the rest of the money? But that's not what they negotiated, man, because Bill Caton was the manager and Bill Caton wasn't involved. So you know what I'm trying to say? When they cut out Bill Caton, then don't listen, boxing's cruel. And Mike's not the smartest person. To be honest, Jim Jacobs was already negotiating with Holmes for the fight before Tyson fought, Marvis Frazier. That was a terrible fight, the Larry Holmes and Marvis Frazier. But Holmes was asking, is Marvis Frazier was supposed to fight Mike Tyson? You hear that fight, Doctor? But Holmes was asking for too much money. Tyson wasn't the champion. You hear that fight, Doctor? It was Marvis Frazier. Okay. And the fight wasn't supposed.
My bad, I was on mute. My bad.
It was Marvis Frazier who was gonna fight. Marvis Frazier. Mike Tyson was the original opponent. And the fight was supposed to be later in the year, but they sneakily brought the date up forward. Well, listen, they weren't trying to give. They wanted Mike Tyson to keep winning. They want no Larry Holmes again, bro. They wanted Larry Holmes to be the champion, boy. Has this poll changed any? 55% people want the rematch, man. Oh, we've got no's now. Some people say no, don't care, 18%, move on and fight someone else, 18%. So the polls moved on since. My gosh, man. Well, me and Fight Doctor, so we're gonna have to cover one of them old fights, man. For real. You know what I mean? Hopefully, YouTube don't chase me down and say, yo, you taking fight footage and stuff like that.
If there's a fight that's already on YouTube, that shouldn't be a problem, right?
Nah, it is, man. Because sometimes they got the rights for it and stuff like that. Marvis Frazier wasn't the opponent before Larry Holmes. Who was it then? Who was it? That's the one fight that I was asking about. I thought that's the one who was supposed to fight Mike Tyson. Nah, you're right, because Mike Tyson not Marvis Frazier. Marvis Frazier should never have been I don't know why they. Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier was a bit of an animal, bro. He was really good, man. He was really good. What's this guy say? Okay. 3 leads, Lara. Okay, Warrington. Now, okay, you want to see it? Okay, Killer Boxer. He wants to see the fight. Okay. No, what I'm saying is that I can't remember what I was talking about now. What was I talking about, Fight Doctor? I can't remember now.
So we were talking about
Marvis Frazier. That's what I'm talking. Marvis Frazier. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm saying the Jim Jacobs wanted Tyson to fight Holmes earlier on his career. Okay. Real? Well, maybe Holmes weren't gonna go nowhere. I don't know why Holmes took the money. So he saw that money. He said, "Bro, took that money from thing." Because Holmes, he fell out with He fell out with Don King, but after he lost, he was upset. Don came knocking on his door. He said, "Look, man, I want you to fight Mike Tyson." He goes, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, got a lot of money. Get ready, champ." Go, "How long?"
Right, 6 weeks.
Yeah, because 6'2", that's not enough. He goes, "Well," and they moved it forward. You see what I'm saying? They say that one, but you ain't supposed to win, champ. They just want your name. You know what I'm saying? He should ask for more money. He should look, there ain't enough money, bro. It's you want my career, you want my title. You should have asked for more money. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm talking about with Don King, man. It's like, I mean, you need, and you know, funny enough, yeah, even though he was out of shape, he gave Mike Tyson problems in the first 3 rounds, didn't he? He gave Mike Tyson problems, man.
Yeah, he gave Tyson a couple of problems. He did.
Yeah. It was frustrating though. I remember Mike was getting frustrated. Yeah, I'm saying Jim Jacobs wanted Tyson to fight. I was after. Okay, Don King gave him, how much he gave him? He gave him that much cash in his house. Yeah, shit, my man Anthony McKinnon knows that.
Yeah, but listen, that's what Don King used to do. Okay, he actually bought the IBF title off of Lennox Lewis for, I think, I forget how much it was. It was maybe 100 or 200,000 in cash plus a Land Rover. He shows up.
Lennox Lewis.
Lennox Lewis, yes. Don King bought the IBF title off of Lennox Lewis for the price of a suitcase full of cash and a brand new Land Rover.
What was that when he's undisputed? Is that was undisputed?
That's when he was undisputed. Chris Bird was the mandatory in the IBF. And Lennox Lewis figured in his mind he wanted no parts of Lennox. He wanted no parts of Chris Bird.
But who was Chris Bird's promoter? Don King?
Don King, yes. Don King.
You should have left Chris Bird alone, bro. You should have left Chris Bird alone. Because Chris Bird, see all them guys, they're trying to control the heavyweight division with them American guys there, bro. Shit, Chris Bird, I like Chris Bird, man. But you know, the Vitaly Klitschko fight, I mean, Don King wasn't. I don't know if Don King was promoting that one. Vitaly Klitschko, the fight, you know, versus Vladimir, and them fights were too hard, man. And he had some hard fights, Chris Bird, man. My gosh.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was a small heavyweight, you know, and at this time, you know, all the top contenders, you know, were essentially super heavyweights. Yeah. You know, you had Andrew Galata, Jamil McCline, Lennox Lewis. Right. So the heavyweight division was loaded with super heavyweights during those days.
Yeah, they were big, man. They were big guy. And then Don King still got heavyweight champion right now. Trevor Bryant, so-called heavyweight champion. So Don King still holding on the heavyweight division on his last legs, man.
Exactly.
Chris Bird, Trevor Bryant. See, this is the thing. Dillian White should have just went for Trevor Bryant, man. See, I don't know why he didn't go for that. Like, what if I was Wilder? I'd go for Trevor Bryant as well, man.
What I don't understand is why hasn't Dillian White, you know, I think at this point he needs to look at a lawsuit. Or did he? Did he file his last lawsuit against the WBC?
Hell no, man. He ain't doing no lawsuit, bro. Hell no. He just he's out there talking. They ain't doing no law. That's what he said he was gonna do, innit?
Yeah.
What grounds has he? He can't really sue them because they offered him many fights. He turned them all down. Though they said you need to fight this guy. Finally, he said no. How many times did they offer him against Brazil? He said no. They offered him against who else did they offer him against? Another guy. He said no. Every time they offer him of eliminate, he turned them down. So what grounds has he got to sue?
I don't know, but he needs to figure something out because it's not working out for him in the WBC. I mean, because he's going to be, you know, this time 2 years from now, still waiting for his mandatory.
Well, I think Eddie Hearn wants him to do that and to stay away from Joshua. I think that was the game plan. To go, look, you go that way, and Anthony Joshua go that way. And he just lied. Tell Dillian White. Dillian White didn't realize that the WBC. See, Eddie Hearn could have got him a title shot a long time ago, but Dillian White was the one choosing not to fight certain guys. He didn't want to fight Dominic Brazil. He didn't want to fight Luis Ortiz. So he hasn't got no ground to sue anyone, in my opinion. And then you lost against Usyk. How do you lose your number one contendership and then get it back? Does that happen?
Well, he did suffer the knockout to Povetkin, which was the biggest boneheaded move that he could possibly make. How do you allow yourself to lose to an old man when you're the number one heavyweight in the WBC? Guaranteed a title shot at some point. All you have to do is just play your role and behave yourself, and you can't even manage to do that.
Well, he's doing it now. What do you think he's got? He's got his position now. What's he doing now? He's sitting down, but you're sitting down getting stale. So I don't think I think at some point you just say, you know what, forget this belt. I'm going somewhere else, man. I mean, I just like forget this thing. Why don't we just go somewhere else? Like and this look, Trevor Bright, go fight Don King's fighter, WBA. But even if you back that, but that means your man should fight Anthony Joshua. He don't want to fight Anthony Joshua for no reason. So he's just stuck in limbo, man. He's stuck in limbo. I give him credit though. At least he wants to keep busy. He doesn't want to sit down and just that. But if you fight anyone, you might lose against Dillian. That's what he might be worried about now. You might lose your contendership, isn't it?
Well, he needs to fight somebody. Yeah. That's what he needs to do. All right. He needs to fight somebody because look, at the end of the day, if you're just gonna sit up and knock over tomato cans and wait for your mandatory, you'll be waiting. And next thing you know, you'll be an old man, and one of the tomato cans who knocks you out, one of the tomato cans that you attempt to knock over will end up knocking you out.
Yeah. My man.
So he needs to, right. And so, I mean, I miss the days when guys would create demand. And when I say that, what I mean is you do something where the guys at the top can no longer ignore you.
Yes.
Okay, well, and that's what Dillian White needs to do.
Well, Dillian's kind of there, but he's a bit picky. He's right there, but he's a bit picky. My man says it right here. White is comfortable picking up checks, fighting pensioners. And
that's essentially what he's doing. I agree wholeheartedly. But that doesn't create demand. That doesn't capture the imagination of the boxing public. It doesn't, because nobody cares, right? But if he would take care of business, then there will be demand that the guys at the top see him.
Yeah,
but instead of creating that demand and taking control of his own career, what is he doing? He's getting knocked out by old men. So
yeah. Why?
Look, I feel no sympathy for Dillian White. None.
Nah. Which Zoro said it right. He's being pushed and controlled by Eddie Hearn to do the bullshit, and he's just there as a AJ protector. And that's the thing about AJ, right? AJ, listen, if Usyk gets the belt, that belt ain't no one seen that belt. No way, no two. In the Ukraine, the belt is gonna be covered by this in the Ukraine, but it's gonna be on another Vladimir Klitschko thing. And there's a couple of them. There's the Filihodovic coming through. You know what I mean? There's a couple of them guys coming through, man. Like dudes need to get busy and fight active guys here. Because I'll tell you what, man, I can't have the belt going back to Europe and just this no one cares about it, man. People said that the Klitschko should have been on US TV because they were bored. Do you think HBO made the right decision not putting the Klitschko's not on US TV? I think. Do you think they made the right decision?
The Klitschko's were on American TV. They were featured on HBO for many years, but I think ultimately it was so. Vitaly was a favorite on HBO.
Yeah, he was.
And I think after Vitaly retired, Vlad's style is not the most fan friendly. And I think the American TV audience, they just didn't sort of receive Vladimir the same way they received Vitaly.
But that's rubbish, though, because when he got knocked out by Corey Sanders, I thought to myself, I think what it was is that it was the fighters that they chose to fight. I think HBO had a problem. It was like, you want to fight this guy? No, that's not worthy to put on TV. That was the problem. It was. I don't think it was him fighting style. It was the guys that they chose to fight. It wasn't. They wasn't fighting. I remember Tim Williamson said, "I wanted to fight Vladimir," and they didn't want to fight him. You know what I mean? Like there was guys like that American public member. They wasn't fighting like member. Like that's a lot of time when you got to knock off the guys who were formerly on TV to make your name. And I don't think they were trying to do that. They were trying to fight guys, and that's what Tyson Fury does. He fights real sketchy guys. He don't want to fight former guys that people remember. You know what I mean? That's the problem. They fighting some guys that no one ever heard of in their life. You're trying to tell me that this guy is the one when there's the other guys that people actually remember and have names. And that's what the Vladimir was trying to do. And the UFC, we're not going to buy that. We're not buying. You're not putting that on our network to fight this guy that we don't know about. The American public will not buy it. That's why he had to fight in Germany, fighting them guys that no one cared about. The Corey Sanders fight, by the way, should have been on USA TV, but no one cared about Corey Sanders.
I think that the Sanders fight the Sanders Vladimir fight that was on US TV. That was on.
No, it was in Germany, but it wasn't. It was in Germany. So HBO never bought it. Like, that's what I'm saying. It should have been in America because he's from South Africa and he got knocked out by Hassan Rutman. So they thought, why are you fighting that bum for? You're fighting another top tier bum. That's what they thought. You know, that fight should have been in America. People would have loved that. They would have made Corey Sanders a fan favorite. And then his brother Vitaly batted him.
Right. Yeah. Well, it was an entertaining fight while it lasted, but
it was.
You know, it exposed the myth that is Vladimir Klitschko.
Well, but they had the Corey Sanders fight and Vitaly in America, you see, because that fight is, we've got another fight. And so that fight was exciting. Well, my thing is this year, Anthony Joshua, you know, I remember saying, why do we need to go America when we got it over here? Okay, so you fought in America and then you lost. So why didn't you come back? Why didn't you come back? You know what I mean? The Usyk, what do you think? You think the Usyk fight would have been bigger in America than in the UK? Which fight? Where do you think it would have been bigger?
No, I think it's bigger in the UK. I mean,
but the UK, but you know the UK fans travel, right? You know,
I do, but it's still given the current state of the world, it's a bigger fight in the UK.
But listen to this, right? But let's go back to Lennox Lewis, right? Lennox Lewis could have fought in the UK, innit?
He could have, yes.
But he used to fight in New York. You know why he likes to fight in New York as well? Because enough Jamaicans are there as well. He get his beef patty and then he get his Jamaican food.
So
he like New York. Go ahead.
Well, I think ultimately Lennox Lewis's target was Las Vegas. Reason being is because there's more money over here for certain fighters than it is, in other parts of the world. Okay. It just depends on the division you're fighting in and who you're fighting.
And see the thing with Showtime, Anthony Joshua was on Showtime, and they built him up. What I'm trying to say to you is that at some point, Anthony Joshua, look, let me fight, and he fought in New York. I think Rui's fight was in New York. I think it was in the Barclays. I think it was. So what I'm saying is that at some point, just go, look, I'm a world champion. I can fight anywhere in the world, like he fought in Dubai. You know what I mean? I can fight anywhere, but really and truly, you want to fight where the whole world can see you. Yeah, they're gonna see you in UK, right? We already know you got that audience, but the UK fans would go follow. Like, half the people in the UK got on the planes to follow, and they come to New York to watch Anthony Joshua to see him lose. They were heartbroken, bro.
Listen, I recall when Hatton, when he crossed over to the UK from the UK to the US, and he started fighting over here. That his fights in the US were actually UK events that were happening in the US, because he would bring half of the UK with him when he fought here in the States. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Yes, exactly. And the Mayweather brought all the celebrities, and he brought all the attendance fans. That's where it made a massive event. Racket, you know what I'm saying? It made a like that. Like all now, still that's one of the greatest spectacles. It's greatest spectacle. See, because you know what it was, right? Hatton's promoter at the time, Frank Warren said, "Nah, you shouldn't fight Mayweather." Like he said, "What do you mean I want to fight him? No, he's the best. I want to fight him." Because nah. They wanted him to fight other guys so they can get run. He said, "No." That's why he broke free from them and went and done his own thing and fought Pacquiao and fought Mayweather, because they said that you're not going to beat them guys. And they were right. But the thing is, he wanted to find out for himself. That's why Hatton is held at high regard. Another guy is Carl Froch. You know what I mean? Carl Froch is one of them guys that say, "Yeah, I want to go against the best." Who's the best? Who's they saying the best? I'm the best. I'm going to fight him. You know, the only thing about Carl Froch that he missed, he should have fought Sakio Bika, and he would have been the first undisputed super middleweight champion. He didn't want to fight him. I think he was looking to fight in Vegas or whatever, and Sakio Bika had the WBC belt, and he wanted to fight him. But Carl Froch just said, "Nah, I'm not going to fight you." I don't know why he did that. He should have fought him. It would have been a good fight. He should have had that fight in Vegas for undisputed.
Yeah, well, listen, you can't deny. You can't deny that Ricky Hatton was one of those throwback fighters who fought. He fought for country, and he fought for legacy.
Yes, legacy.
I was and remain a huge Ricky Hatton fan.
There you
despite his shortcomings, I was a huge Ricky Hatton fan.
Because he fought for what we all want to see, to be the best, right? I want to be the best. I want to be the best in my division. You know what I'm saying? He did. And he was like, listen, I would have liked to see him versus Toro Gatti. I would have liked him versus see Corrales. I would have loved to see him against Arturo Gatti, Mickey Ward, and Diego Corrales.
Listen, Ricky Hatton cost you a Foul Fest classic.
Yeah, it was. He fouled the shit out of Costa Zoo, man. He battered Costa Zoo with his balls and everything. He didn't care. And that's what Josh Warrington tried to do with Lara. He tried to batter him. He tried to do the same thing. He tried to do that same thing. He tried to come in with his head and rammed him up. He did. You're funny, you know, it's true though. But Ricky Hatton was box office. He was sensational. And unlike Joe Calzaghe, who fought at the same time, Ricky Hatton was, and Joe Calzaghe was probably more comely because he beat Roy Jones and he beat Bernard Hopkins. Now, in your opinion, you said Bernard Hopkins beat him, right?
No, the fight was close. And, me personally, I think you probably could have given it to Calzaghe because Calzaghe was able to frustrate Hopkins. I mean, if you go back and watch the fight, Hopkins was just, I had never seen Hopkins react the way he did in the Calzaghe fight. Even in fights where he lost, his reaction to what Calzaghe was essentially putting Bernard Hopkins on Bernard Hopkins, right? But Bernard Hopkins, one of the things that he likes to do, so there's two things he likes to do. He likes to take away your main weapon, and then he likes to frustrate you with his tactics. And he has, a repertoire of things that he does to keep you off balance, frustrated in your emotions. And that's how he beats you. That's kind of like what Calzaghe was doing to Bernard Hopkins. And if you go back and watch that fight, Hopkins was frustrated, beside himself, kind of looked off balance, didn't like he didn't know what to do next. So I think the decision was fair. And while maybe it could have gone either way, me personally, I think the right man got the decision. Now, what should have happened is that fight should have happened closer to Bernard Hopkins' prime. I think it would have been a different fight.
Well, maybe. But Roy Jones, what about the Roy Jones one? He lost that one. And he battered Roy Jones, man. Battered Roy Jones.
Well, yeah. So again, another situation where the fight should have. Okay. Joe Calzaghe, he has the two legends on his resume, and he has to get credit for beating Hopkins.
20 defenses of the WBO as well.
Yeah. So he has to get credit for that.
Undefeated, never lost.
Right. And he has to get credit for that. But listen, as far as I'm concerned, he hit at 168 away from Jones, away from Hopkins until they were old men. Right? That's just what happened. Besides Hopkins and besides Jones, who did Calzaghe fight?
Well, he fought hey, listen, I like the Hacker fight. What's his name again? Thingy Hacker. What's his name again? Not Maurice Hacker. What's his name again?
It's Andre or something to that.
He's from Philadelphia, right? He's a guy that Bernard Hopkins didn't want to fight either. What's his name again? Thingy. But Joe Calzaghe beat Eubank, right? And Eubank, he said Eubank gave him his hardest fight ever in his career because he won ABA titles in thing, whatever. But what I'm saying is this, right? When it all comes down to it, and people can say, he didn't fight them in his prime. He didn't want to fly over and all them things there. But Frank Warren controlled his career. And when he got rid of Frank Warren, then he made them big fights because Frank Warren was kind of stopping them big fights, you know what I mean? And a lot of the promoters, to me, they prevent, because out of their own selfish interest, they stop a lot. Like Ricky Hatton had the fight with Mayweather and had the fight with Pacquiao because he got rid of Frank Warren. If he didn't have Frank Warren would have made that fight. Nassim Hamid wouldn't have fight with Barrera if Frank Warren was there, because Frank would have said, advisors, nah, I don't think you should fight him. So sometimes I think these promoters, they don't really care about legacy fight. They care about how much they can get out of the proceeds. And they feel, well, if you're going to lose, I don't think it's worth it. They don't really care about legacy that we as fans watch. We sit there and like I can sit there, and a lot of people still will probably see the Nassim and Barrera. They sit there and watch that fight all day. See Nassim Barrera beating up on Nassim Hamid. Because Nassim Hamid used to beat up on a lot of people. And Barrera was always in and out of fights, whether he lost or win, he didn't care. Barrera was a classically entertaining, didn't give a shit kind of guy. I always liked Barrera, man. I thought Marco Antonio Barrera was a bad boy. He was good for boxing. Him and Morales, they were good for boxing. Marquez earned his way up and got his way up there, but I thought them too. But when Pacquiao got them all at the right time, though, innit?
So Pacquiao got Morales. Morales was on the slide in the first fight when he beat Pacquiao. He was already on the slide. All right. So yeah, so Pacquiao got those guys at the right time. You know.
Yeah. Barrera got shocked, man. Barrera wasn't ready for that. He didn't realize how deep he had to go in against that Pacquiao. Pacquiao shocked the shit out of him. He was surprised how fast the kid was and the guy's resilience, because I don't think he prepared for that. I think De La Hoya prepared him. He maybe thought it was going to easier fight, and I think his trainer died going into that fight as well. Barrera, no excuses though. Pacquiao beat him still. So
Pacquiao beat him. Yeah.
Yeah. Did they have a second fight? Did they have a second fight?
They did.
Yeah, he beat him in second
Pacquiao,
fight as well.
I think Pacquiao, did he stop Barrera in the second fight? I don't recall.
Nah,
he may have stopped Barrera towards the later rounds in the second fight.
I don't think he did. I think he went the distance. But I don't know if they had a second fight. I know Marquez.
No, they fought twice. Yeah, yes. I'm reasonably sure that they fought twice.
Yeah. But it just shows you Pacquiao. You know, Pacquiao just like wars, man. Barrera was good at that. Morales was good at that. Marquez was a bit better boxer. I used to like Marquez's brother, Rafael Marquez. He used to be my favorite, man. When he beat Tim Austin, right, who had 15 back then there was loads of guys who had belts. They had like 15 defenses. Like Tim Austin, like they called him a Cincinnati Kid. He had a lot of defense of the IBF belt, right? And then that Rafael Marquez went in there and just, mate. I was listening to Arrow Snowwell. And they go, look, man, let's get closer. Get in that pocket. Get a bit closer, man. Listen, bro. He got closer. He got put on his ass, bro. You know what I mean? And Tim Austin, because I think he was trying to get that Barrera fight. He was super bantamweight for a long time, but it was just the wrong time. And then Rafael Marquez went on to beat Thingy Johnson. Is it what's his name? Thingy Johnson. What's his name again? It's not Stevie. It's Thingy Johnson. I'm
drawing a blank.
What's the other guy, Johnson? What's his name again? It's not Thingy Johnson, because there was Stevie Johnson. There was another Johnson. Whatever. Anyway, he beat him. But Rafael Marquez was my favorite. He was one of my favorite fighters. You see the fight of him and Israel Vasquez versus Rafael Marquez?
It's been a long time since I've seen those fights.
Classic, bro.
They fought like 3 or 4 times, if I'm not mistaken.
4 times. Yeah, 4 times.
Yeah.
And you know, Thingy lost his eye recently, innit? Israel Vasquez. El Magnifico. Yeah, he lost his eye, innit? One of his eyes. He's only got one eye now.
Wow.
Yeah, you see? All them fights.
Yeah, that's the reason why cheating needs to not be tolerated in this sport, because you know, boxing is a sport where you're guaranteed almost to walk away with some type of brain damage, or you lose an eye, or whatever it might be.
Yeah. It's not Tom Boom Boom Johnson, not him. It's another Johnson. It's another Johnson. It's another Johnson. I can't remember. It's Mark Too Sharp Johnson. That was it. Mark
Too Sharp Johnson. Yes.
Yeah, that's his name. Yeah, Mark Too Sharp. That was another one. He was a great fighter from Washington DC in his own right. You know, he was a great fighter. He was a long time. He was a freeweight champion. He was a freeweight champion or 3-time WBO champion. He was a freeweight champion, man, in his own right. And the thing is, around that time there was so many great champions. Keith Holmes, he actually came to the All Stars. He was another fight. He fought Rob McCracken, Anthony Joshua's trainer. That's actually on YouTube. You can check that fight. Keith Holmes was a good wiry tool.
Keith Holmes was a good solid middleweight. Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was. Hopkins, I give Hopkins credit. Hopkins mugged him, man.
Hopkins' run at 160 is underrated. It was actually pretty good. You know, if you look at the names on his resume at 160, it was pretty good.
Near the end of the career, to get to undisputed, I think that solidified him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the Trinidad fight and the Keith Holmes fight was good.
Yeah, and you know, he's the only man to hold a stoppage win over Glenn Johnson, Bernard Hopkins.
Yeah, he stopped him.
Yeah, he stopped him. He's the only man to stop Glenn Johnson.
Yeah, EJ. So yeah, for real. Yeah, man. That was a good fight actually with Glenn Johnson actually. But you see, Hopkins was in the shadow of the division above him. Super middleweight was popping. You know what I mean? That's where the division. But he just wanted to stay at middleweight and say, I'm just gonna stay here, defend my belt. How many defenses? He got 20 defenses, wasn't it?
So he defended his IBF belt 20 times.
20 times, man.
Yeah.
20. You want to say 20 times? 20 times.
20,
Joe Kazaki 20 times. Spent, boy, my gosh, man. The people then was different caliber. And you know the funny thing is, no one cared. No one really, it was like, yeah, so what? Yeah, 20 defenses. So what? Like, I think these days people would marvel, the new generation now and the social media. I think they would marvel at someone having the belt defend 20 times. I think Wilder was the last long reigning champion, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
He had 15 in it. Was it 15 defenses?
10 or 11.
Man, Wilder was doing all right. Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? Pretty good.
Yeah.
And he was active as well, busy.
And he was an active champion. Yes, he was.
Yeah, good. See, people criticize the level, but so. You can only beat what's in front of you, man. Shit. Could beat what's in front of you. What's the man saying about Hopkins? Hopkins is not my favorite, of mine. But anyway, who had such a long run. Yeah, 160 deserves the credit. Yeah, he does deserve credit for real. Hopkins had 20 defenses. Yeah, he beat Hagler's record. No, he didn't. No. Let's talk about that. The fact already showed me already. Like, because we had I made the claim about Mike Tyson being the youngest champion, beat Floyd Patterson, but he actually didn't. Because Floyd Patterson was undisputed. He was like, when there was one belt, Floyd Patterson. So that record's never really been beat, right? So when Mike Tyson beat Trevor Burbrick, it was just one belt. And when he finally got all the belts, he was over the age of Floyd Patterson. So Floyd Patterson was 20. Was he 20, right?
He was 20, yes.
Yeah, 20. So no one's actually beat the undisputed. No one's ever gonna beat that. Then, so let's talk about the 20 defenses that you mentioned about Hopkins beating Hagler. No, he didn't beat Hagler because Hagler had 14 defenses.
14. So
Hagler was undisputed. Go ahead.
Right. So Hagler defended the lineal title 14 times, whereas Hopkins, he has 20 defenses of his IBF title, but Hopkins didn't actually become the middleweight champion until he beat Trinidad.
Yeah.
And so every title defense after Trinidad figures as a legitimate title defense because now he's defending the legitimate middleweight championship, the same legitimate middleweight championship that Marvin Hagler defended 14 times.
And that's twice. He done that twice. I think he beat one guy, Maurice Hacker, or was it Hacker? I think it's him. He undisputed, and he beat Howard Eastman, and then he lost against Jermaine Taylor. So it was only a 2 defenses.
Right.
Of undisputed. So it's listen. And the thing about it, right? In fact, Hopkins was the first guy in the modern era to have all 5 belts, actually, because he got the WBO belt of De La Hoya.
Yes, he did. So he was Ring Magazine, WBA, WBC, IBF, WBO,
everything.
Champion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He was the guy, man.
And lineal, so 6. Actually, if you want to count the lineal title, so that'd be 6.
And you know the funny thing about it, right? Getting that goal, being that goal, that was a notch on his resume. But at the same time, people still. I mean, I thought Jermaine Taylor would be a long reigning champion, but he never lived up to what Hopkins. But I think he's defensive or harder, man. Jermaine Taylor had harder defenses, though, ain't it? Because he had harder. Because Jermaine Taylor started off as undisputed, so he had to fight all the top contenders. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where Hopkins started off with one belt. Go ahead.
Well, I think Jermaine Taylor fell to the Bernard Hopkins curse.
Go ahead.
And what I mean by that is, if you look at some of Hopkins, his opponents, like what happened to them after they beat or lost to Bernard Hopkins. Like, for instance, Felix Trinidad. Trinidad was never the same after the Hopkins loss, right? I mean, he was never the same fighter.
He beat the shit out of Ricardo Mayorga. That was
but Ricardo Mayorga was shot to pieces, and the fight was at middleweight. And Mayorga never that good to begin with. Okay.
Why would you say he was shot to bits? He only lost to Spinks on decision, where the referee kept them deducting him points.
So he lost to Spinks, and he was off for 2 years. Then he comes out of retirement to fight Trinidad.
Yeah.
And get knocked out at middleweight. A fight. In his last fight was at welter. He's off for 2 years, and then he comes up to 160 to fight Trinidad.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to look at it. I'm gonna fact check that one. I don't know if Ricardo Mayorga was off 2 years, bro. I don't think that was.
You know what? My apologies. Trinidad was off for 2 years.
Yeah, that's what I think. Ricardo was active, right? Because that was his next fight, and Trinidad came back, right? Because Trinidad was at the fight when he fought Corey Spinks, and then Don King made that fight next for Trinidad. So Trinidad was off for 2 years. Ricardo was active, and then he went out and had that fight at middleweight. And, he got bashed up. He got bashed up bad, bro.
Yeah, but Trinidad was never the same after the beating he received at the hands of Bernard Hopkins.
But he beat Ricardo. But he beat Ricardo. But he's out of his weight class. Remember, because you remember how many defenses did he make at the IBF belt at welterweight?
20.
Okay, he's out of his weight class already, so he's already moving up out of his weight. And then he beat Fernando Vargas. He beat David Reed, right, to unify the belts, right?
But those fights happened before.
I know before. I got you. Yeah. I got you. I'm with you. But what I'm saying is this year, when the fight with Bernard Hopkins, after that, if he was shot, he wouldn't have beat Ricardo Mayorga, who was still game because he only lost on a points decision. He didn't get stopped or anything.
Well, my argument is not that
both of them used to be welterweights. What I'm saying is that, and then he got outpointed clearly by Winky Wright. He just got outpointed.
He didn't win a round.
Yeah, I know he didn't win. He came with his hair all frazzed up. I don't know what Trinidad was on.
Yeah,
he looked crazy. He looked crazy.
If you look at Trinidad's career, I mean, post Bernard Hopkins, he wasn't the same fighter.
Nah, but I'd argue that he was out of his weight classes, and I think he wouldn't, he couldn't make them weight class no more. And then these guys are harder because he was fragile even at welterweight, kept getting knocked down in it. But Trinidad, all right, now Rob Allen. Now let's talk about Rob Allen. Rob Allen, Bernard Hopkins dived out the ring. That's true. He dived out the ring to avoid punches. Right, Rob Allen was putting hands on him. Now, and then he had Rob Allen a year later. Rob Allen's trainer died going into that fight as well. A year later, they go in the fight and then he beats him. But Rob Allen was the same, you know what I'm saying? Because Rob Allen was putting hands on him. So, look,
so every fighter that every fighter that Hopkins fought weren't victims of the curse. But there are a number of fighters who their careers took a nosedive after having either lost or having fought Bernard Hopkins. Jermaine Taylor is another example. All right. Jermaine Taylor had those two tough fights, and they were tough, with Bernard Hopkins, and his career nosedive. Okay. I mean, he suffered the knockout loss to Kelly Pavlik.
Yeah, but that was years ago. But he had a great fight with Winky Wright. You see the fight of him and Winky Wright? That was amazing.
A fight that was declared a draw.
Yeah, but it was a great fight.
Honestly, I thought Wright beat Taylor. I thought he did enough to win that fight.
It was. I actually scored it a draw.
He didn't look good against Corey Spinks.
Corey Spinks. That was a good fight. Corey Spinks was hard, man. He was just running, man. It was a hard fight.
But you're the middleweight champion of the world. A guy comes up from welterweight and goes 12 rounds.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. He starts off his career as undisputed. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Hopkins only had one belt. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Jermaine Taylor then loses to Kelly Pavlik, who becomes undisputed. This is what I'm trying to tell you. When they become undisputed, they're actually starting off harder than what Hopkins done all that work to get the belts. Right. But to defend the belts, that's
listen.
Man.
Kelly Pavlik is another guy who fell to the Hopkins curse.
Yeah, he got battered. Still.
Bernard Hopkins puts a beating on Kelly Pavlik, and that's exactly what it was, a beating from pillar to post. Kelly Pavlik was never the same after that fight.
Yeah. What he did?
In his very next fight, he loses to Sergio Martinez.
Nah, that wasn't very. No. He did no.
If it wasn't his next fight,
he made a couple of defenses, like two. He beat two UK guys, and then he lost it. It wasn't straight away. No.
Right. And then we never hear from him again. He goes off into a drunken stupor.
Yeah. That was true. That's true.
Chad Dawson, another guy. Even though he beat Hopkins, after his fights with Hopkins, he fell off a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
Got knocked out by Andre Ward. We essentially never. He gets knocked out by Andre Ward. In his following fight, gets knocked out by the Superman. Adrian Adonis Stevenson, and then we never hear from Chad Dawson again.
Bernard Hopkins came out, right? And he came out and said he ain't gonna fight Andre Ward. I remember him coming out and saying that. I was like, why are you gonna fight Andre Ward though? He's like, why would you fight Andre Ward? I don't know why he said that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, Ward would have beaten him. That's why. That's simple arithmetic right there. Okay, Ward would have beaten the brakes off of old man Hopkins. Now Hopkins were in his prime, different story, but. At the time that fight was feasible, Ward would have beaten the brakes off of Hopkins.
You reckon? Yeah.
Yeah, no question.
Well, yeah. Well,
I mean, look, we all saw how uncomfortable how uncomfortable Bernard Hopkins was with Chad Dawson, and then we all saw how Andre Ward dominated Chad Dawson. And then,
well, Chad Dawson came down a weight. You know, let's be honest now.
Yeah, true. He came, but listen, Andre Ward would have dominated Chad Dawson at any weight. If that fight would have happened at light heavyweight.
Oh, no, I know about that.
If that fight would have happened at light heavyweight, Andre Ward would have dominated Chad Dawson.
I have to disagree because I remember when they were talking to Donnie Long was talking to and he was talking with what's his name, Angelo Dundee, right? About Sugar Ray Leonard, right? And he said, listen, if you fought Sugar Ray Leonard at light heavyweight, there's a good chance you beat Sugar Ray Leonard. But if you're gonna fight him at 168, listen, you're walking right into his will. How he gonna beat you? Because you're draining, you're losing a lot of your power, a lot of your thing at the weight, and you know he weren't the same. He was good at light heavy, but he wasn't good at 168. No, it was too much, and that goes into what happened with Chad Dawson. Chad Dawson was always a light heavyweight, and this is what I talk about because we were talking about that woman who came down against Cecilia Brækhus. When you train and lose all that, you lose your strength, bro. You lose it. So no, I disagree with that one. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, so if you look at that fight, and now while I agree it was very dumb on Chad Dawson's part to move down to 168, but it was his idea.
Yeah, it was his that did.
He called out Ward in Ward's weight class.
Yeah, and he talking that shit. I remember that.
Instead of challenging Ward to come up, which was dumb. I don't know who advised him to do that. It was stupid, right? But he would have lost the fight anyway. If you look at the early rounds in the fight, there was a clear distinction between the two. And in my mind, what I saw, and Chad Dawson was a good fighter, but Andre Ward established himself early in the fight as clearly the superior fighter. Ward would have beaten Chad Dawson at light heavyweight, no problem. No problem.
Yeah.
So look, we all saw what happened when Andre Ward finally moved up to light heavy. We all saw what happened, right? So
he lost against he lost against Sergio Kovalev. A lot of people thought he lost against Sergio Kovalev.
Well, yeah, and then he knocked him out in the next round, in the next fight. So
yeah, he did.
And that fight could have gone either way. The first fight could have gone either way. Because listen, after the knockdown, it was all Andre Ward essentially. Second half of the fight was all Andre Ward. Ward took a couple rounds to figure him out. Once he figured him out, it was all Andre Ward. And the rematch only told us what would have happened had Ward had a proper training camp for the first fight. He would have knocked him out. So So I have no reason to doubt that had Ward Dawson had happened at 175, Ward would have knocked Dawson out. No question in my mind.
Trinidad beat Joppy in the middleweight tournament. Yeah, he did, and gave Hopkins credit. Yo, where he beat Joppy, bro, I was surprised. Trinidad blasted Joppy. I ain't never seen no one blast Joppy. Like Joppy got blasted out, man. Joppy got blasted out by Trinidad, bro. Trinidad was looking like he looked like he was on course to win that tournament, man.
Look, listen, Trinidad looked like an absolute monster. If you look at his career prior to the Hopkins fight, even in the De La Hoya fight, people don't give Trinidad credit. But yes, did Trinidad get outboxed in the De La Hoya fight? Yes, he did. However, Trinidad was relentless. And what people don't realize, Trinidad was a marathon runner. He would run, I mean, not like the 5-mile marathons, the 25-mile marathons. That's what he would do.
What?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Trinidad was a legitimate marathon runner. He had stamina for days. Go back and look at the De La Hoya fight. As the fight wore on, Trinidad was relentless. And he was applying more and more pressure. Listen, George Foreman, he summed it up best when he said that the championship rounds are the Trinidad rounds. Because that's when Trinidad would let loose. Because his stamina was off the charts. And he doesn't get credit for the amount of stamina, and he carried his power late in the fight. Let's not forget that he had dynamite in that left hand.
Well, but De La Hoya must have been good because he was on the move. He was on that bike. From round 7, he was on that bike, so he had to have his stamina. De La Hoya had a great stamina to keep on the move to avoid Trinidad, but he just stopped fighting. He literally just stopped fighting.
So here's the misconception, right? And Trinidad does not get credit for the performance he put forward in the Trinidad fight, in the De La Hoya fight. Listen, the reason why Oscar De La Hoya checked out is because he could not deal with the Trinidad pressure. Facts. Okay? This is all there is to it. He had no answer for the look. Yeah, he was pity pat jabbing him and all that, but it was The only alternative that De La, because that was going to happen had he come up off his bicycle, because Trinidad was on his ass. Relentless pressure.
I gotta watch. Hey, we gotta watch that. We gotta watch that one.
Trinidad was the guy who would pressure you relentlessly in the 12th round, and there was nothing you could do about it. That was Trinidad.
I didn't know he was a marathon. I didn't know he was a marathon runner. I didn't know that.
Yes, and it took a master boxer in Bernard Hopkins, a bigger guy, mind you, to dissect Trinidad and take him apart. Listen, Trinidad. Look, Oscar De La Hoya laid the blueprint for how you beat Trinidad.
Hey, you know what? Keith Holmes would have probably beat Trinidad then. He would have probably. That's why they put Bernard in there, because Keith Holmes would have beat him. I think he would have probably beat Trinidad as a southpaw.
He might have been that Trinidad had problems with southpaws, no question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Winky Wright proved that without a shadow of a doubt.
Nah, right? I think when the Winky Wright fight, Winky Wright, he's just a hard guy to fight, man. He just covered up like a bull and kept jabbing, and Trinidad's power wasn't the same at 154. It's funny though, because he actually was it middleweight? Was it middleweight?
So Trinidad, Winky Wright, they fought at 160.
Okay.
That fight was at middleweight.
Fight though, keep on talking about the Trinidad fight, because I didn't know about that stuff. Go on, keep
Yes. And see, what people don't realize, in the De La Hoya fight, the reason why De La Hoya was running is because he had no alternative. It was because had he stopped, he was getting knocked out. He tasted the Trinidad power, and he figured, I don't like this. This is not good. So I need to run for dear life, which is exactly what he was doing. And the reason why, listen, I scored that fight 6-5-1 for De La Hoya the last time I watched it. I personally have no problem with Trinidad winning the fight, because if the question is who deserved to win, that's Felix Trinidad, because he was the guy who was making the fight. De La Hoya checked out in the second half of the fight. He checked out. Now, did he win some rounds? Yeah, no question. But the guy who was making the fight, the guy who was coming forward, pressing the issue, the guy who actually turned up to fight in the second half, that was Felix Trinidad. And De La Hoya had no answer. None. So all of this talk about De La Hoya having won that fight and it's a robbery, that's a load of crap. The fight was close enough where it could have gone either way. That was not a robbery. That was De La Hoya not giving a fellow champion the proper respect. Felix Trinidad came into that fight having defended his IBF title 19 times. And you're going to show up and on your bicycle and run for the second half of the fight and think that you've done enough to take this man's title after he's worked hard and defended it for 19 times, and you show up with this BS? And mind you, De La Hoya was relatively new to the division. Now, yes, De La Hoya was the legitimate welterweight champion, all right? But Trinidad was the man who was pressing the issue. Trinidad is the man who actually came to fight. And listen, before the scorecards were read, after the fight had concluded, a question was asked. George Foreman asked a question, or a question was posed to George Foreman. Did De La Hoya do enough to win? George Foreman's answer was no. He didn't do enough to win. Why? Because how do you beat a guy when you're running away for the second half of the fight? Never mind the fact that you are the champion. And I would give De La Hoya that. He was a legitimate champion coming into the fight because he had beaten a man. But did you do enough to win? I don't think so. Now, I scored the fight for De La Hoya, but I have no problem with Trinidad winning.
Well, this is the thing, right? De La Hoya got a couple of decisions. First off, the Parnell Whitaker fight. I thought he won that fight. I don't care what anyone says. People say no. They thought they had Parnell Whitaker win that fight. I thought De La Hoya won the fight. I didn't see no significant blows that Parnell won, but De La Hoya wasn't landing anything though. He was missing a lot. It was missing a lot, right? Then the next fight was the Ike Cortez. Man, listen, I don't care how.
Ike Cortez took De La Hoya to school. That decision was a travesty.
That Ike Cortez won the fight. Ike Cortez should have been fighting Felix Trinidad. That fight never happened for his career. That was a travesty, and he was out for a year because I think he was supposed to fight Bronco McCarthy, and he vacated his belt. That was a dumb decision to vacate his belt, right?
Yeah.
He's supposed to fight Bronco McCarthy. He said, I ain't fighting him. You know what I mean? And he vacated his belt, right? So he could. That's so he came into the De La Hoya fight without a belt. But at the same time, I was thinking to myself, well, boy, look, I don't know who told you not to fight because it was so he had a dispute for about a year. Then he goes into the De La Hoya fight. He had ring rust, but my gosh, I mean, bloody hell, man! Even everyone, the pundits, HBO, they had him win the fight, but the next thing you know, they showed highlights of him knocking down Ike Cortez to say he won the fight. So there was propaganda.
That was the only highlight in De La Hoya's favor because if you look at the other 35 minutes of the fight, it was the story of Cortez jab and right hand, and that's it. That's all there is to it. Okay?
Bro, he just listen. That was he put on a tremendous. Before Ike Cortez won that fight against De La Hoya, right? Then he goes in the Trinidad fight, and you just see what he did on right. So, but because of them 2 decisions against Pane Whitaker, Ike Cortez, nah, you're not getting it this time, man. Trinidad deservedly won the fight, man. He deservedly, like you said, you're not taking this guy's belt in this manner. It's bad for boxing, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't, even though they might do it to the other guys, but they couldn't do it. And Don King, nah, he's not having it. Bob Arum was furious, but what? So you won 7 rounds. That mean what? You just want to kind of steal the fight? Get out of here. The unification, and that was the last big massive fight of 99 going into the 2000s, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Trinidad not only holds that, he cements it even further, goes up to 154, and he goes against the Dream, David Reed, the Dream, what's it, David Reed, right? And
yeah, so when Trinidad goes up to 154,
yeah.
So, and it was a beautiful thing because
it was.
Trinidad was having problems making 47.
Yes.
And that's part of the reason why the Trinidad De La Hoya rematch didn't happen, because Trinidad couldn't make 47 anymore. He actually couldn't make 47 for the first fight.
Mm-hmm.
And that probably has something to do with his performance having to make 47. Because Trinidad was not a 47-pounder by the time of the De La Hoya fight. He was a 54-pounder.
Bro, there were some great welterweights coming around that time. Great welterweight fighters. Great. True. I mean, Trinidad, like when he fought David Reed, right? David the American Dream Reed, yeah. He was Olympian, gold medalist, and everything like that. He was pretty good. He had a lazy eye. Bro, it was a good fight. You know, Don King put it on.
Listen, Trinidad's run at 154 was a thing of beauty, and he just laid waste in his wake.
Well, the Fernando Vargas fight was amazing, bro.
Yeah, he got to this when he got to 154. It was just death and destruction. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, his dismantling of David Reed, which should have been a knockout, but he carried David Reed because he could have knocked him out. Mamadou Thiam, his destruction of Thiam, and then how he, came back from adversity and essentially took Fernando Vargas apart in the second half of the fight.
Well, he knocked him down. He knocked him down twice in the first round. I think Vargas came back from adversity.
Yes.
I mean, Vargas knocked him down. Yeah, when Vargas knocked Trinidad down, he just got Trinidad even more angrier, man. And he tried to hit him with a couple of low blows. You know.
Wait, no. See, now to be fair, listen. Fernando Vargas is actually a very good boxer. Okay,
oh, he is. Yes,
and he's got some quality wins. And don't get it twisted.
Yeah,
he was Winky Wright.
Ike Cortez.
Ike Cortez. Yeah. So Vargas was the business, and he actually gave Trinidad some problems in those middle rounds.
Yeah, he did. I mean,
he had the whole left side of Trinidad's face swollen.
Well, the thing is, the fight between I have to watch it again. Fernando Vargas versus Ike Cortez was a beauty, bro. That was a beauty. Ike Cortez. I think the weight slightly made a difference. Ike Cortez. His face.
It wasn't the weight. You know what it was? What? The fact that Cortez had been off for 2 years. That's what it was.
Hold up. After De La Hoya, how long did they take before? Okay. So they see, this is what I'm going to say about Ike Cortez. They made sure they catched him on a layoff where other guys were active, and even then, he knocked the mouthpiece. Round 9, he knocked Vargas's mouthpiece scat out of his mouth. That jab was the jab was coming on. Round 9, 10, he was coming on bad with that jab.
I recall watching that fight. Ike Cortez showed up for 2 rounds of that fight, the 9th and the 10th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
In those 2 rounds, he gave Fernando Vargas a beating.
Oh, he put the beating on Ike. He beat Vargas bad in them rounds there, man.
Yes.
He put beating on him bad. But this is what I'm saying. He weren't there, and then he lost that fight. He was upset, and then he later on fought. He fought
Vernon Forrest.
Vernon Forrest. Oh, that was terrible, man. That was terrible, man. It's terrible.
Yeah.
That's bad. But let's go back to Trinidad. So at 154, he was just tearing it up. And then Shea Mosley, who just beat Oscar De La Hoya in 2000, the year after, right? He was calling for thing. He was calling for Trinidad, but Trinidad already moved up to one. He already moved up to 160. And Shea Mosley was there saying, "Yeah, I wanted to fight him." So Shea Mosley thought, "Well, I can't get Trinidad. Let me go against some guy who beat me in the amateurs."
That was a mistake.
Yeah, it was a mistake, man. Vernon Forrest vacated his IBF belt to go in there to beat him. You know what I mean? And then Vernon Forrest lost to Ricardo Mayorga. Ricardo Mayorga lost to Corey Spinks. Corey Spinks lost to Zab Judah. And then Zab Judah lost to Carlos Baldomir. Oh man, that was I couldn't listen. He was on the verge of $1 million payday with Floyd. You know, undisputed. He was he could have been undisputed right there. There and then, that would have stopped the argument with people talking about Floyd was never undisputed, because Floyd would have got the belts then. But Floyd didn't even. He beat both the guys who was both undisputed. He beat Carlos Baldomir and he beat Zab Judah.
Exactly.
But no one.
So there's no argument, right? There's just no. Right, the argument should be put to rest about this whole undisputed business, which is nonsense in the first place, right?
And then he beat Pacquiao to get the WBO belt. So that argument he's had every belt in the division, every belt.
Yes,
IBF, WBA, WBC. You know what I mean? Yes. Every belt he's had in the division, but he was never undisputed. He never had him at one time. But if what's his name? If Zab Judah would have held on to the belt, because Floyd really wanted to fight Corey Spinks, but then Corey Spinks was going in Zab Judah in the second fight. So if that would happen, I would have loved to see Corey Spinks versus Floyd Mayweather. That would have been a good fight. I would have loved
a good fight.
Floyd would have been. I think it would have been close though.
Mayweather would have been.
Yeah, well, you know,
Mayweather. So there's this myth, this legend about Mayweather having problems with southpaws. I personally never seen it, so I don't know where this myth comes from. Because Floyd has soundly handled every southpaw I've seen him fight, including Manny Pacquiao.
Chop Corley, Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah, he handled all those guys. Zab Judah.
Shannon, Zab Judah. What's his Shannon? What's his name again? Shannon Little Bear. Can't remember. Shannon Mitchell. That's his name.
Oh yeah, he knocked him out. Yes. Yeah. Sean Bay Mitchell.
Sean Bay Mitchell. Yeah.
Yeah. And listen, that's actually a very interesting fight, because I think in the fourth round, Floyd Mayweather fighting Sean Bay Mitchell turns southpaw and he hits him with the cleanest straight left hand I've ever seen.
No, I think he was still orthodox, man.
No, he turns southpaw. Go back and watch the fight. I think it's the fourth round. Floyd Mayweather turns southpaw and he hits Sean Bay Mitchell with the cleanest straight left hand I've ever seen thrown from the southpaw stance. I bullshit you not.
Yeah, it was hot, bro. Shannon was hot, man. Shannon Mitchell, it was hot. For real. Yeah, I remember that fight. Floyd was carving guys up 140, 147.
But that's when Floyd was in the middle of his prime. He was right in the middle of his prime. And he had Floyd was the whole package.
And he
whatever he's gonna do, he can do.
And like he said, yeah, who's Manny Pacquiao? I don't know who this Manny Pacquiao is. Who's this guy? Where was he in 97? All of a sudden, a media created fighter, and now you're trying to say he's better than me? Shit, he ain't do that work. He didn't deserve it. And Floyd Wright, man. Floyd Wright. I remember there was actually talk about Aaron Morales versus Floyd Mayweather, and they wanted Mayweather to fight Prince Nassim, and it's like Nassim never wanted to move up, man.
Yeah, well, Nassim was smart to avoid that smoke, because Mayweather would have pieced him up, no question.
Yeah, he would have pieced him up. If he fought Brer would have pieced him up. Floyd would have banged.
And listen, that's to take nothing away from Nassim, one of my personal favorites. Oh my God, I love watching him fight. He had dynamite in both hands, but Mayweather would have pieced him up, no question.
He's hard though. Nassim's hard though. He was in his prime. He would give
him
trouble, man.
Yeah, Floyd would have taken Nassim apart, no question.
All right, Fight Doctor, man. Hey, listen, man, I really enjoyed this conversation. We need to do a fight study on some of these Rocky Marciano wins, man. You know what I mean? There's our Charles one, and then some. I haven't seen the Las Stages one. I haven't seen them. They fought twice, right?
They fought twice, and I think the first fight was. I've seen none of them. Yeah, they fought twice. It's the first fight that Marciano lost. I think it's a split decision. But a lot of people at ringside, they thought Marciano lost that fight.
Well, tell me about this Los Angeles. Where's he? Was the Italian guy? The Italian mob guy?
Who Roland Lastarza was, I'm not quite sure exactly who he was. I
Never
just
heard of him.
recall. I mean, I've heard of him as far as, you know, him having beaten Rocky Marciano in the first fight, you know. So I know him to that degree. But in terms of, like, you know, particulars about Roland Estarza, I couldn't tell you.
More. Let me have a look. Let me have a look about him, man. Because I never heard of him, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so listen, it was a big controversy at the time because, you know, this fight is considered to be having a gift that Marciano received. So, you know, a lot of times when people bring up the fact that Marciano is undefeated, the Marciano naysayers, the first thing they do is they point to the Estarza fight, say, oh, no, he lost this fight over here. You know, it's in the same way that the Mayweather naysayers, they point to the first Castillo fight, you know, say, well, Floyd lost that fight. And I actually agree. I think Floyd lost that fight, but it was close enough. You know what I'm saying?
He only fought him once, you know, in his title reign. He fought because he beat Jose Joe Walcott for the title. He beat Jose in a rematch in one round. Then he went against Roman Salaza, and then he went against Ezra Charles twice. Don
Right. So
Cockles.
the first Estarza fight is before Marciano won the title.
Oh, that's before he won the title. That's the one. That's the one. Because he was Rocky stopped him in
because he knocked him out in the rematch.
Yeah,
he stopped the Estarza in the rematch.
No.
But the first fight went 15 rounds, and I believe it was a split decision.
Okay, and okay. See, I didn't know that. See, okay, Rocky. He ain't fight nobody. This guy Roman.
Yeah, Marciano's resume is hot garbage. Okay.
No. The guy Estarza, he ain't fight. Who did he fight? He ain't fight nobody good. He ain't fight nobody good. Shit. Oh yeah, I'm looking. Okay, here we go. Referee Watts. New York scored the system. Referee. Oh, the referee scored it. Okay, 9-6. Marcio awarded a split decision. Estarza was down for the 7th count. He was down a couple. See, that was in the split decision. Estarza was down for a 7th count in the round 4. Marcio lost the 8th round due to a low blow. So how he not? So it was a fouled fill fight, bro.
Yeah,
I ain't seen it. But it was a split decision. That's probably because of the foul. The point took deduction from the foul, but Rocky knocked him down in the fight, bro.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay. I mean, and that's fine, but a fight is 15 rounds. So I don't know how many rounds this fight went. But, you know, a knockdown doesn't win you the fight automatically, you know.
This guy, he never fought nobody, man. He ain't fought nobody. Like, even after Rocky, who did he fight after Rocky? He had 57 fights, 27 knockouts, 9 losses. 2 of them he got stopped.
So the best name on Marciano's resume prior to him winning the title is Joe Louis, right? Now, a lot of people say that Joe Louis is an old man when Marciano fought him, and he was. It's true. However, Joe Louis was coming off of a string of wins at the time that he met Marciano.
Yeah, but there wasn't no big wins.
But yeah, but Louis was past it, right? And that says something that, you know, an old Joe Louis is the best name on Marciano's resume prior to him winning the title.
But that's the same thing with Larry Holmes, all that. Like, they always, back then, boxing used to, back then, boxers used to get, you know, treated like some hoes, man. You know what I mean? They just passed them around until they got dealt with, you know what I'm saying? Because look, because Floyd, like you said, Joe Louis, Joe Louis after the loss against Ezra Charles, that was horrible. That he got beat up in that fight, right? He won like 8 straight. He won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 straight before he fought Rocky. And he fought Rocky in the same year. So he was busy. He was busy, man. But it's just Rocky. But these guys he fought, I mean, shit. Look, man, he fought one guy with 104 wins with 44 losses, man. I never heard this dude before. You know what I mean? But he knocked them out. Joe Louis was actually, to be fair, Joe Louis knocked all these guys out, you know. There's only about 2 guys before Rocky. They both went 10 rounds. So, but Joe Louis.
The Brown Bomber. The man is a legend.
Yeah, bruv. Yeah. Joe Louis, man. He went out bad, bruv. How can you go out the way the American thing? How can they make you go out paying taxes, man, when the man gave his money to bloody. It's crazy.
Dude, we could have a 4-hour show just on that.
Okay, they've actually got the first fight with Estarza. They actually got the first fight here, you know, I think. Actually, I think someone remade it in color. They've only got the second fight. They got the first and second fight. I need to check this out, man. The first fight is I have to check this out. Hey, fight though, that's it, man. We've had enough fight fans. I think. Oh, they got this fight in color as well. You know.
Yeah,
it might be.
It's better. It's better in black and white.
It's better in black and white.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I might have to check this one. Hey, salute to what's up, Ned? Jed, what's up, Jed? What's up, bro? Salute. My man Anthony McKinn, man. Hey, man, you know your boxing, bro. He can keep up. He was keeping up with the whole conversation, bro.
Yeah.
We were talking the history. Me and Fido. See, Fido's my man there. Ain't no one gonna, bro. We can go history all day. That's what it's about. You know, when nothing's popping, like if you're gonna sit there and see Josh Warrington 2 and you know, say that, but the history of boxing is so deep, so much fights to cover. Just go back. You know, if you don't like what's happening current day, just go back a couple of years and you can enjoy some classics. And funny enough, yeah, you can pick all the best fights of the year. All the best fights of the year, and sit there on your library and watch them until something current comes good. So don't be dismayed. Boxing's still there. And look, in the day, we understand about the belt system is all technical, but we really do regard the best, and we can debate. From my opinion, until proven otherwise, Gary Russell Jr. is the best featherweight champion in the world, and that's my opinion. And I'm standing on it. What do you say, Fight Doctor?
I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's
been long time at the weight, so somebody has to go and knock him off his perch.
Yeah, that's it. I know he lost to Lomachenko, you know what I mean? But at the same time, he's been a long-running WBC champion. He's been the man for a minute, so, that's what I'm rolling with until someone proves me otherwise. And if people need to go over and beat him, and then you go beat him, and then you can make a name for yourself. That win against Gary Russell Jr. will put you in the Hall of Fame, I'm telling you. You know what I mean? I remember there's the guy in the featherweight was Nicholas Waters. He disappeared as well. It's a shame, It's a shame he disappeared as well. But Fight Doctor, any last words you got?
Yo, shout out to Rob G. He sent me a shout out in the chat. I didn't get a chance to reply. So shout out to Rob G. And I'm looking forward to doing a film study. And yeah, Marciano Charles, that'd be a good place to start.
Oh yeah, we on that. Well, the first fight, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we on that, man. Yeah.
Actually, you know what? That one and the first fight with Marciano and Walcott, Jersey Joe Walcott.
Oh, the first fight. No,
the first fight.
Oh, that's the one. That's the one he got stopped, man?
That's the one Walcott gets stopped. Well, he gets stopped in both fights.
That's not a really good fight to watch. Why would you want
to? No, I'm telling you, that's a good fight to watch.
But I'm talking about fights where controversy that we know the ending. They're gonna get stopped. I'm talking about fights where Rocky. See the one like you said with the stars are like we could question that he's undefeated, but that one there, come on, he was look. Josie was beating the shit out of him, bro.
Exactly. And the whole point of it is to sort of burst the myth that is Rocky Marciano. I mean, listen. Jersey Joe Walcott was soundly outboxing Rocky Marciano until the 13th round when he lands essentially a lucky punch. I don't want to call it a lucky punch because I don't believe in such a thing, but he one punch KO'd Jersey Joe Walcott in a fight where he was soundly outboxed.
Yeah, but you see, that's boxing. I can't take it away from him because he did what he needed. He was desperate. He was desperate to land that shot. You could see he was probably cranking it up beforehand. Hey, actually, to be fair, it might be interesting, but to me, when I watched that fight, I felt bad for Jersey Joe because he was on points, and then he just got slept. Listen, there's a charge one. There's a charge one, right? There's a charge one. That's the first one, right? When you see that one, you're like, yo, Rocky's getting a beating. Like I watched the fight, and I thought, no, I scored the fight. I thought, yo, that Charles won that fight. Now the rematch is a different thing. I don't know what Charles or took. Or fluid he's been taking or whatever, but he soundly beat him in the first fight. But Rocky was just relentless in that second fight, and I don't think Charles was the same. I don't know what happened to Charles in that fight, And then you got the Sugar Ray Robinson versus Randall Turpin, the fight where the bloody ref didn't say anything. He might as well not even been in the ring because he was just fouls was just happening all over the place. That's why Ray Robinson dealt with him in the way he dealt with him. Hey, I'll give Ray credit. He was quite strong. A strong fellow, tough. But he was foul. He was a fouler, man. Dirty fouler, man.
So
I don't mind.
him,
I don't mind.
Bernard Hopkins, Bernard Hopkins is as dirty as they come.
Well, Hopkins, Hopkins went against Keith Holmes, yeah. And shit, he's like, I can't box him. I'm gonna get between his arms and headbutt him and bang him and stuff like that. And he just did what he needed. I think what he did is like, I talked to one of them old school trainers. He said to me, when you got a guy as a boxer, you become a fighter, right? If a guy's a baller, then you become a boxer. So you take away what his best assets are and you pull him on him. You know what I'm saying? That's the key of boxing, to be able to adjust and in-ring adjustments. You know what I'm saying? And that's what great fighters do. They sit there. Now, when you watch Rocky, this is what I'm saying. When you watch Rocky against Cesar Charles, bruv, like the second fight, he was a different guy, bro. He started fast, bruv. And Cesar couldn't keep up with the pace. And I think the years of wear and tear of all this thing, I think Cesar Charles is a master boxer. I mean, with how many punches, over 100, but he couldn't, bro. It was Rocky. When Rocky hit people, it just for some reason, it just drained them. It's like poof. It's like hitting people with sandbags or something like that. It just sapped the energies, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm on that. We're definitely gonna. I don't mind watching the Jesuit walk out the first fight.
No, listen, we'll do the Ezra Charles Marciano fight. We'll do that one. That's cool. I haven't seen that fight in a long time, so we'll do that one.
Yeah. But but I know what you mean. When you're watching, like, look how crappy you're trying to say. Look how crappy he is.
Right.
But the Ezra Charles fight, if you're gonna make a coach for Larry Holmes, then you could make it in that fight there, right there, and you could see what Ezra Charles was doing to him. Like, it was just playing with him, man. It was playing with him. And that's like, yo, bro.
Yeah. So Larry Holmes going into the Spinks fight, and this I'm sure had a lot to do with the decision after the fact.
Yes.
He says he makes a comment about Rocky Marciano not being qualified to carry his jockstrap, and I agree with that assessment. Okay. Rocky Marciano, I mean, he had his attributes, but the sweet science, unfortunately, was not one of them. It just wasn't.
He didn't need to pull it on him, Rocky, at that point, right? They go, look, how you feel about beating Rocky's record? He goes, well, that one.
No, he should have kept quiet, and he should have made the disparaging remark after the fact. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. But you want to get
make that remark.
That's what he said. You want to get technical about it. Rocky, because they go, how you feel about beating a great champion, a great legend in boxing, right? That's how it was posed to him, yeah? And he goes, well, you want to get technical about it. Rocky couldn't carry my jockstrap. I was like, shit, man. My gosh. Why would he feel the need at that point in time when you're just on the verge of history to disparage the thing, man? You know,
you have to. So here's what you don't know, right? Is that Rocky Marciano's brother? He had showed up to a press conference, and he was giving he was doing a lot of down talk to Larry Holmes.
Oh yeah, why?
Yeah,
why was he doing that? Why was he doing that?
Well, see, you have to understand. So context is so very important, right? And what a lot of people don't understand is that Larry Holmes was the victim of a lot of racism during his time at the top. Mm-hmm. Go back and look at the lead up to the fight between Holmes and
Cooney. Yeah, go on.
All right. There was so much racism and disrespect pointed towards Larry Holmes that it's incredulous. It's unbelievable. So you have to understand, by the time the Spinks fight, by the time that Holmes had made this comment, he had been subject to all of this ill will for no reason other than him being, coming after Muhammad Ali, being black, living in a very, very racist environment. Look, boxing is a racist sport, has been, is to this day, right? And Holmes was subject to all of this racism. So when he made that comment, I think it was probably less about Rocky Marciano and more about all the racism that he had experienced. Because look, the simple fact of the matter is this: nobody cared about Rocky Marciano's record other than the fact that Rocky Marciano was Rocky Marciano, and you have this black man about to break his record. Okay? Because let's be honest, the real record at heavyweight to be beaten is not 48-0, it's 25.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's
okay. That's the real record at heavyweight. That means anything. That has not been broken and probably never will be broken.
No, never. No.
Right. 48-0 or 49-0, that means nothing. What did you do in 49 fights that sets you apart? Nothing. Right? 25. But the racism of the sport has taken this achievement by Rocky Marciano and artificially inflated it to mean something, to make it more important than what it really is. And now you have Larry Holmes on the verge of tying this record. And now all of a sudden we need to destroy Larry Holmes because he's about to break this record. And we need to destroy him for no reason beyond him being a black man about to break Rocky Marciano's record. The same thing happened with Floyd Mayweather when he went 49-0, when he went 50-0. The same thing. That record for Rocky Marciano is meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. So what? You won 48 fights undefeated. As I recall, Julio Cesar Chavez went 89-0.
Yeah, he did.
Damn near double.
Yeah, but he didn't retire though.
Right. But the simple fact, Julio Cesar Chavez won 89 fights before he suffered his first defeat.
Yeah, I know, that's crazy, right?
So when you put it in context, right, which record is more important? Which record is more impressive?
89, that's some shit, isn't it?
Thank you. Okay. Damn near twice as much. Damn near. Right? So again, context is so very important. And this Rocky Marciano achievement, okay, quote unquote achievement, is artificially inflated, and racism, in my mind, plays a large part because in reality, having gone 48-0 is not that impressive, given that we have Julio Cesar Chavez that won his first 89 fights.
He was undisputed though, right? He was never undisputed. So, but just go back to Larry Holmes. So Larry Holmes' record fell short of rocking by one, but none of their records in terms of the title defenses can go near Larry. Joe Lewis's with his 25. But Rocky was on the field. But that's the whole thing. Like, they have certain records they try to. I remember they tried to disparage Joe Lewis's record with Cecilia Bracker. She's about to beat Joe Lewis's record of undisputed. I was like, when you crazy? And I said, this guy, she never made no 25 defenses undisputed. She only got the undisputed not too long ago, and I think she made like 7 defenses of that. And it wasn't undisputed either. Like, I was like, how? And she only fighting 2-minute rounds. And I was like, these people, they want to throw these spanners in and trying to say, like, I don't know what it is. They keep this. Listen, boxing's the only sport they keep bloody disrespecting the old timers. They keep doing it. Don't know why. They keep disrespecting the old timers, man. And as long as they're around and Fight Doctor's around, me and Fight Doctor's on your ass talking that.
We are not going to stand for that nonsense.
No, and this is where you're in Liberian. I don't understand why Liberian would even attack you. When, in my opinion,
apparently I said something to to his boyfriend that he didn't like. So I'm not sure what it was. I try to play nice. I try.
You're talking about what's his name again? Unrivaled or something like
No. I'm not talking about anybody in particular. I don't know who his boyfriend is, but apparently
Unrivaled who was in the channel.
Right. No, I'm not accusing. Listen, Unrivaled, that's my guy. Okay. So I am not saying anything disparaging about Unrivaled. I'm talking about the boxing crossdresser. And apparently I said something to whoever his boyfriend is. I don't know who that is. I'm not saying it's Unrivaled. I'm not saying that. All right. All right. But what I am saying is I said something that set him off. And for whatever reason, I'm not even sure what it was. But listen, as far as I'm concerned, the boxing crossdresser has some foreign object stuck up his rear end that he can't remove. So that's the life he lives. More power to him.
He actually defends the old timers. I'm surprised that he's the argument about undisputed. You don't credit him these days compared to the old timers. I don't know why he felt like the way to come at you like that to make a big video.
He's got a foreign object stuck up his ass. That is.
Yeah, he actually loved the history as well, so it's a shame though. But hey, maybe we come to some sort of resolution. But hey, me and Fight Dog gonna hold it down. Any bullshit talk, especially on our channel, like my channel, I'm on it. But I tend to keep my circles very, very small these days. I appreciate you guys in the chat, and I hope you guys enjoy the content. When I do make lives, which is rare these days, but because it's the content really out there. I mean, this fight I covered because it was such a great fight, the first fight. And it was a huge upset by Lara, but they're far and few between. Next week, they're okay, but I don't know if they're worthy of my coverage. See, I'm becoming old and picky, which is unfortunately, but it's just the way I am at this moment. Because I look at these guys and go, "Who's he fighting? Oh, he's fighting this bum. Now I know he's gonna win." Yeah, You know what I'm saying? Fight though. Like some of these fights are like, yo, why am I even bothering? Fight though, isn't it? Right?
Exactly.
Why am I even bothering? Like, and when I can go back 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, 20, 30, 40 years and watch classics and still enjoy them. Like me and Fight Doctor, we're actually excited to go and watch Ezra Charles versus Rocky Marciano the first fight. We're actually excited to go watch that because look, really and truly, me and Factor wasn't alive when that fight was happening. Well, I think we wasn't.
That wasn't.
Yeah, no, I know we wasn't, right? But at the same time, we're covering a fight that is a historical fight, and you guys get to share that, and we hear our opinions of it live while we're watching it, an historical fight. You know what I mean? And them things there, they can always stay with you because you're like, yo, I remember we watched that fight, yeah, man, and we this, that, the other. Like them sort of things are very important. Like these days, some of these fights here with Eddie Hearn, it actually sucks the energy out of it when it's more than fighting. You know what I mean? It's just too much. The in-ring politics or the politics around it's blinding, bruv. I think social media might kind of ruin my love for boxing a bit, man. In terms of learning, I know too much information in regards of the way that some of these fights have been made. Josh Warrington, I mean, his whole thing is just disrespectful, just vacating. I mean, what man worked so hard in his life to throw his belt away in the bin just to avoid another man? I mean, come on. And then try to pick a guy that no one's ever heard of from another country just so you can beat up on a Mexican guy that say, I beat up a Mexican. Well, you got your worth when you see what happened there. That's why when you got beat up by Lara in the first fight, now you come in the second fight, and now your whole thing is to hold him, and now you cause these headbutts. I mean, unfortunate, very unfortunate. Fight. What the last words for the people? Go ahead.
Enjoy the fights. Enjoy the fights.
There you go, man.
Keep punching. Protect yourself at all times. Keep punching. Protect yourself at all times.
Yeah, definitely. You catch Fight Doctor. Hey, Rafi's been quiet now, isn't it? Yeah, Rafi been quiet now.
He's toned down a little bit, but he's making his way back.
He making videos, but there's no base no more because his number one cash cow is not around no more. And see, this is the thing, right? When Anthony Joshua leaves the sport or Wilder, these guys, what are they gonna do with themselves? Huh? What are they gonna do with them? I have no idea what they're gonna do with themselves because they you can't. You come into the sport fanning off the one guy and defending that guy until you die. But the guy is on the verge of easing the hardest fight of his career right now. Alexander Usyk is one of the hardest fights of his career, and the next fight is going to be harder even still. Fury or Wilder, 100%. And if he loses, you have to eat some ghost, eat some shit. But you don't think he's going to lose. But that's the thing about when you ride some of these guys, instead of coming in as an overall thing rather than just coming in riding. I used to do that as well. I used to be like that. I used to be like everyone else. This is my guy. I'm riding if I don't want to hear no bad words, but bomb that. I'm not, when your guy loses, you know how hard it is. Like a lot of Manny Pacquiao fans, when their guy lost, remember, there was like a congregation of packtards crying all together on YouTube. And I sat there and watched, I was laughing my head off.
Yeah, they needed to all be on that suicide watch.
They were making up lies about what's his name again? Usa's arm, saying his arm was big, he had steroids. They're making all kinds of lies, man. I was like, you guys are terrible.
Yeah, listen, the behavior and the excuses coming from the Pacquiao crowd after the Mayweather loss was pathetic. And the same thing for the Marquez loss.
Yeah, bad.
Right? Yeah, the excuses and just it was pathetic. Yeah. Your guy got knocked out. And Manny Pacquiao, look, all-time great fighter. You can't deny his greatness, but the narrative surrounding the Marquez 4 fight is ridiculous because a lot of the narrative involves things that didn't happen. Like, for instance, Pacquiao dominating Marquez up until the time of the stoppage. That's nonsense. How are you dominating a guy when he puts you down in the second round? Off the same right hand he knocked you out with. Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Nonsense. Okay? And it needs to stop. And as long as I'm here, we're gonna deflect all of that nonsense. We're deflecting all of it.
Well, we got my man Triple G, right? And my man Triple G, they were trying to say he's gonna equal Rocky Marciano's record. No, not Rocky. They say he better than Hagler. He gonna beat Hagler's undisputed defense. Hagler, what was it? 13 defenses? 14. They try to say this Triple G, Triple Duck was gonna beat his record. Fight Doctor was on his ass, bro. That's when me and Fight Doctor met up on the boxing voice, bro. With all these people coming out with the Triple Duck, and they were talking reckless. And I said, so okay then, who did Triple G win his belt off? His worst world title off? That's what I say to the people. Huh? Yeah, who did he win his worst world title off? Right? Because I got it right here in front of me, and you can't even get away with it. Right? The shit was vacated. You know what I mean?
It was
vacated versus Milton Nunes. Right? He won in one round. I think the WBA. I think not interim. He won the WBA interim belt, and then after that, it's this guy called Sutton Tapier. Right? That's when he fought. Yeah, the vacant belt, and I think that was vacated by Felix Stern.
It was, Felix Stern vacated his title, and then Golovkin was gifted the WBA regular title or world title, or whatever the hell title.
I'm watching that. He won the belt. Like it was vacated. They fought it. Now they got it. Yeah, it was gifted. You're right. Right, and I'm watching it here. So he won that belt. What country was it? Is it? I don't even know what country there. Right. So this guy came out of nowhere. Then all of a sudden, 3 years later, he's in America, and this guy Mexican style, fighting. Who was it? Gabriel Rosado. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then there's this guy Takashi Uchiyama, whatever. Matthew Macklin, Curtis Stevenson. Look at this guy, Daniel Gill,
Tomato Can,
Marco Antonio Rubio, Martin Murray, knocking out, William Monroe Jr.,
Tomato
David
Can,
Lemieux,
Tomato Can,
Dominic Wade,
Tomato Can,
Kelbrook,
welterweight.
Yeah, Danny Jacobs went the distance, hardest fight of his career thus far. Danny Jacobs, Canelo Alvarez split decision. See, as the levels got up now, right? We get unanimous decision, right? And then we get what? Split decision. Then he goes against Vanis
The Jacobs fight, that was a gift.
Yeah. Vanis was another gift, right? Then he goes against Canelo now, and then he loses.
Yeah.
Right? He loses, yeah. And then he's
looking a stream of excuses come from the Golovkin diehards. Okay?
And he's back, but look at this, he's back on the bum trail, right? Stephen Rose, who's he? Sergio Demetrenko looked like he lost that fight, right?
Yeah, another gift.
Another Camel. What's his Camel? I ain't never heard of these guys. So on the record against like elite middleweights, Danny Jacobs, decision, right? So Canelo Alvarez twice, right? Split decision, right? Split decision.
And a draw.
You split decision, yeah, he lost that fight, so he lost that one. Split decision. And then he lost both of them, right? The split decision. He lost the first one, right?
So the first one was a draw. Now I scored the first one.
That's it. Yeah, it's split decision draw. Yeah.
And I think I scored the first fight a draw.
Yeah. Okay. And then the second fight, there you go. And he fight no one, bro. No. Like literally hasn't fought any top tier ones. And now like the whole division, right? The whole division is full of top tier like guys in the division. Let me lay out some names in Kazakhstan. Which they have 12 middleweights. Yeah, he's the number one 12 middleweights. He's got 41 fights, right? So let me lay out all the top guys in the division, right? Jamal Charlo, Arizona Lara, Eubank Jr., Demetrius Andrade, Jaime Munguia, Sergio Dimitrenko, he's already beat. I think the 7, right there, 6 guys right there. I'm not even mentioning the rest because it's not worth it, right? But that's right. Sergey Dimitrenko, Jaime Munguia, Demetrius Andrade, Eubank Jr., Arizona Lara, and Jamal Charlo. Like these are good. These are all winnable fights for him, right? These are all names.
And at some point or another, all those guys have called him out, and he's ducked all of them.
Yeah, absolutely, ducked all of them.
He's essentially ducked the entire middleweight division.
And these are names and these are game guys in the division, bro. So what are we doing here? Lara
guys who could have fought long time ago.
The Lara fight, the Lara fight right there, that's a good fight for him. You know what I mean?
Lara,
the Charlo. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Arizona Lara called him out damn near a decade ago.
Yeah, see what these guys gonna do? Roll up in your press conference, try and get a fight from you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, and you see the fight I'd love to see him fight. I like to say one Montiel, the one who fought Charlo. I'd love to see that fight, right? Triple G. Man, that the one who fought Triple G, man. You know what I'm saying? There's another guy from Kazakhstan coming up. He's got 10 wins. I don't even know who this is. Another guy. Who's this guy? He's 20. Well, he's old, man. He's 28 years of age, man. He fights at Oxnard, California. Who's he for? Shit, these guys ain't trying to fight no one in their life, bro.
No.
What's wrong with these people, man?
It's shameful what's happening in boxing when you have these guys sitting on their ranking.
Yeah, it's like these dudes are sitting on rankings and not trying to do fight. No one, man.
Yeah.
What's Jaime Munguia doing? I remember he was the next up and coming guy. What's he doing with himself? He ain't fought for
I think there's some talk of him fighting Golovkin. Or there was talk of him fighting Golovkin. I don't know what's going to happen with him.
Yeah, Golovkin's going to be on that because he's a former 154 pounder because he's on that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jaime lights him up. Jaime's got 37 wins with 30 knockouts. See, Jaime's nice though, 24 years of age as well.
Yeah.
He
could give Golovkin some work.
Yeah, like look at the top guys. You got Eubank Jr. You got some good tasty guys in there. So what's going on? You know what I mean? Like there's guys in your division that you could actually fight, and he's silent. You know what I mean? He's silent. He's silent. If there's a Hagler like, who are they? What? Where they at?
Right.
Where they at? Bring them in back to back. John Namis Bagabi. Bring him back. You know what I mean? Straight away, bro.
Yeah, Golovkin. People who would mention Golovkin alongside of Hagler do Hagler a disservice, and they do themselves a disservice by essentially showing the world how dumb they are.
Yeah,
because that's ignorant. Because Golovkin and Hagler are not in the same class.
Hell no.
There are several levels between them.
Absolutely, bro. You know what I mean? This should even. It's not this. Golovkin, he could. That's not someone who could do someone's bootstrap. Or was it
Golovkin could not hold Marvin Hagler's jockstrap. No question.
Yeah,
in head to head, Hagler bodies Golovkin and then knocks him out.
Yeah, that's a whole fact. All right, Fight Doctor, man. We out of here, man. We'll catch you later, bro.
All right, man. On the next one.
Yeah, man. Peace.
Peace.
For the fight fans all over the world, I'm EJ Boxing Live. You catch you guys definitely on the next one with me and Fight Doctor. We're going to go in on the fight films. And YG, thanks to YG, thanks to Dynaman Boxing and all of you in the chat. Annie McKin, man, really appreciate you, Jed. Really appreciate you. Who else have we got in the chat that came in? There's loads of guys that came in. My man, Rob G came in. Killer Cowboy, who else came in? Oh, yeah, TBE came in as well. All you guys in the chat, man. Especially earlier on, I think it was my man, P Boxing, innit? You donated some money. Mo Boxing. Yeah, donated some money. Appreciate it. Uncle Phil. Yeah, W. Riley, Hodges, D. Hodges. You know what I'm saying? Really appreciate you guys, man. All of you guys in the chat, man. All right, so, yeah, I'm out of here, man. Take care. Peace.